Chapter 1 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 1. Wherein a spiritless man and a rogue appear. The trail to Kalvik leads down from the northward mountains over the tundra which flanks the tide flats, then creeps out upon the salt ice of the river and across to the village. It boasts no travel in summer, but by winter an occasional toil-worn traveller may be seen issuing forth from the great country beyond, bound for the open water, while once in 30 days the mail team whirls out of the forest to the south, pauses one night to leave word of the world, and then is swallowed up in the silent hills. Kalvik, to be sure, is not much of a place, being hidden away from the main travelled routes to the interior, and wholly unknown except to those interested in the fisheries. A Greek church, a Russian school with a cassocked priest presiding, and about 100 houses, beside the cannery buildings, make up the village. At first glance these canneries might convey the impression of a considerable city, for there are 10 plants in all, scattered along several miles of the river bank. But in winter they stand empty and still, their great roofs drummed upon by the fierce Arctic storms, their high stacks pointing skyward like long, frozen fingers black with frost. There are the natives, of course, but they do not count, concealed as they are in burrows. No one knows their number, not even the priest who gathers toll from them. Early one December afternoon there entered upon this trail from the timberless hills far away to the northward a weary team of 6 dogs driven by 2 men. It had been snowing since dawn, and the dim sled tracks were hidden beneath a 6-inch fluff which rendered progress difficult and called the whip into cruel service. A grey smother sifted down sluggishly, shutting out hill and horizon, blending sky and landscape into a blurred monotone, playing strange pranks with the eye that grew tired trying to pierce it. The travellers had been plodding sullenly, hour after hour, dispirited by the weight of the storm which bore them down like some impalpable, resistless burden. There was no reality in earth, air, or sky. Their vision was rested by no spot of colour save themselves, apparently swimming through an endless, formless atmosphere of grey. Fingerless Fraser broke trail, but to Boyd Emerson, who drove, he seemed to be a sort of dancing doll, bobbing and swaying grotesquely, as if suspended by invisible wires. At times it seemed to the driver's whimsical fancy as if each of them trod a measure in the centre of a colourless universe, something after the fashion of goldfish floating in a globe. Fraser pulled up without warning, and instantly the dogs stopped, straightway beginning to soothe their trail-worn pads and to strip the ice pellets from between their toes. But the wheelers were too tired to make the effort, so Emerson went forward and performed the task for them, while Fraser floundered back and sank to a sitting posture on the sled. "Whew!" he exclaimed. "This is sure tough. If I don't see a tree or something with enough colour to bust this monotony, I'll go dotty." "Another day like this and we'll both be snow-blind," observed Emerson grimly, as he bent to his task. "But it can't be far to the river now." "This fall has covered the trail till I have to feel it out with my feet," grumbled Fraser. "When I step off to one side I go in up to my hips. It's like walking a plank a foot deep in feathers, and I feel like I was a mile above the earth in a heavy fog." After a moment he continued, "Speaking of feathers, how do you like to have a fried chicken a la Maryland?" "Shut up," said the man at the dogs crossly. "Well, it don't do any harm to think about it," growled Fraser, good-naturedly. He felt out a pipe from his pocket and endeavoured unsuccessfully to blow through it, then complained, "The damn thing is froze. It seems like a man can't practise no vices whatever in this country. I'm glad I'm getting out of it." "So am I," agreed the younger man. Having completed his task, he came back to the sled and seated himself beside the other. "As I was saying a mile back yonder," Fraser resumed, "whatever made you snatch me away from them blue-coated minions of the law, I don't know. You says it's for company, to be sure, but we visit with one another about like two deef mutes. Why did you do it, Bo?" "Well, you talk enough for both of us." "Yes, but that ain't no reason why you should lay yourself liable to the square toes. You ain't the kind to take a chance just because you're lonesome." "I picked you up because of your moth-eaten morals, I dare say. I was tired of myself, and you interested me. Besides," Emerson added, reflectively, "I have no particular cause to love the law, either." "That's how I sized it," said Fraser, wagging his head with animation. "I knew you'd had some kind of a run-in. What was it? This is low down, see, and confidential, as between two crooks. I'll never snitch." "Hold on there. I'm not a crook. I'm not sufficiently ingenious to be a member of your honorable profession." "Well, I guess my profession is as honorable as most. I've tried all of them, and they're all alike. It's simply a question of how the other fellow will separate easiest." He stopped and tightened his snowshoe thong, then, rising, gazed curiously at the listless countenance of his traveling companion, feeling anew the curiosity that had fretted him for the past 3 weeks. Finally he observed, with a trace of impatience: "Well, if you ain't one of us, you ought to be. You've got the best poker face I ever see. It's as blind as a plastered wall. You ain't had a real expression on it since you hauled me off that ice floe in Norton Sound." He swung ahead of the dogs. They rose reluctantly, and with a crack of the whip the little caravan crawled noiselessly into the gray twilight. An hour later they dropped from the plain, down through a gutter-like gully to the river, where they found a trail, glass hard beneath its downy covering, a cold breath sucked up from the sea. Ahead they saw the ragged ice upended by the tide, but their course was well marked now, so they swung themselves upon the sled, while the dogs shook off their lethargy and broke into their pattering, tireless wolf-trot. At length they came to a point where the trail divided, one branch leading off at right angles from the shore and penetrating the hummocks that marked the tide limit. Evidently it led to the village, which they knew lay somewhere on the farther side, hidden by a mile or more of sifting snow. So they altered their course and bore out upon the river. The going here was so rough that both men leaped from their seats and ran beside the sled, one at the front, the other guiding it from the rear. Up and down over the ridges the trail led, winding through the frozen inequalities, the dogs never breaking their tireless trot. They mounted a swelling ridge and rushed down to the level river ice beyond, but as they did so they felt their footing sag beneath them, heard a shivering crack on every side, and before they could do more than cry out warningly, saw water rising about the sled-runners. The momentum of the heavy sledge, together with the speed of the racing dogs, forced them out upon the treacherous ice before they could check their speed. Emerson shouted, the dogs leaped, but with a crash the ice gave way, and for a moment the water closed over him. Clinging to the sled to save himself, his weight slowed it down, and the dogs stopped. Fingerless Fraser broke through it in turn, gasping as the icy water rose to his armpits. Slowly at first the sled sank, till it floated half submerged, and this spot, which a moment before had seemed so safe and solid, became now a churning tangle of broken fragments, men and dogs struggling in a liquid that seemed dark as syrup contrasted with the surrounding whiteness. The lead animals, under whose feet the ice was still firm, turned inquiringly, then settled on their haunches with lolling tongues. The pair next ahead of the sledge paddled frantically, straining to reach the solid sheet beyond, but were held back by their harness. Emerson used the sled for a footing and endeavored to gain the ice at one side, but it broke beneath him and he lunged in up to his shoulders. Again he tried, but again the ice broke under his hand, more easily now. Fraser struggled to get out in the opposite direction, each man aiming to secure an independent footing, but their efforts only enlarged the pool. The chill went through them like thin blades, and they chattered gaspingly, fighting with desperation, while the wheel dogs, involved in the harness, began to whine and cough, at which Emerson shouted, "Cut the team loose, quick!" but the other spat out a mouthful of salt water and spluttered, I can't swim." Whereupon the first speaker half swam, half dragged himself through the slush and broken debris to the forward end of the sled, and seeking out the sheath knife from beneath his parka, cut the harness of the two distressed animals. Once free, they scrambled to safety, shook themselves, and rolled in the dry snow. Emerson next attempted to lift the nose of the sled up on the ice, shouting at the remainder of the team to pull, but they only wagged their tails and whined excitedly at this unusual form of entertainment. Each time he tried to lift the sled he crashed through fresh ice, finally bearing the next pair of dogs with him, and then the two animals in the lead. All of them became hopelessly entangled. He could have won his way back to the permanent ice as Fraser was doing, but there was no way of getting his team there, and he would not sacrifice those dumb brutes now growing frantic. One of them pawed the sheath knife from his hand. He had become almost numb with cold and despair, when he heard the jingle of many small bells, and a sharp command uttered in a new voice. Out of the snow fog, from the direction in which they were headed, broke a team running full and free. At a word they veered to the right and came to a pause, avoiding the danger spot. Even from his hasty glance Emerson marveled at the outfit, having never seen the like in all his travels through the North, for each animal of the 12 stood hip-high to a tall man, and they were like wolves of one pack, grey and gaunt and wicked. The basket sled behind them was long and light, and of a design that was new to him, while the furs in it were of white fox. The figure wrapped up in them spoke again sharply, whereupon a tall Indian runner left the team and headed swiftly for the scene of the accident. As he approached, Emerson noted the fellow's flowing parka of ground squirrel skins, from which a score of fluffy tails fell free, and he saw that this was no Indian, but a half-breed of peculiar coppery lightness. The man ran forward till he neared the edge of the opening where the tide had caused the floes to separate, and the cold had not had time as yet to heal it. Then, flattening his body to its full length on the ice, he crawled out cautiously and seized the lead dog. Carefully he wormed his way backward to security, then leaned his weight upon the tug-line. It had been a ticklish operation, requiring nice skill and dexterity, but now that his footing was sure, the runner exerted his whole strength, and as the dog scratched and tore for firm foothold, the sled came crunching closer and closer through the half-inch skin of ice. Then he reached down and dragged Emerson out, dripping and nerveless from his immersion. Together they rescued the outfit. The person in the sledge had watched them silently, but now spoke in a strange patois, and the breed gave voice to her words, for it was a woman. 1 mile you go, white man house. Go quick, you freeze. He pointed back whence the two men had come, indicating the other branch of the trail. Fraser had emerged meanwhile and circled the water-hole, but even his brief exposure to the open air had served to harden his wet garments into a crackling armor. With rattling teeth he asked, "Ain't you got no dry clothes? Our stuff is soaked." Again the Indian translated some words from the girl. "No, you hurry, and no stop here. We go quick over yonder. No can stop at all." He hurried back to his mistress, cried once to the pack of grey dogs, "Oonah!" and they were off as if in a chase. They left the trail and circled toward the shore, the driver standing erect upon the heels of the runners, guiding his team with wide-flung gestures and sharp cries, the rush of air fluttering the many squirrel tails of his parka like fairy streamers. As they dashed past, both white men had one fleeting glimpse of a woman's face beneath a furred hood, and then it was gone. For a moment they stood and stared after the fast dwindling team, while the breath of the Arctic sea stiffened their garments and froze their boot soles to the ice. "Did you see?" Fraser ejaculated. "Good Lord, it's a woman! A blonde woman!" Emerson stirred himself. "Nonsense! She must be a breed," said he. "Breeds don't have yellow hair," declared the other. Swiftly they bent in the free dogs and lashed the team to a run. They felt the chill of death in their bones, and instead of riding, they ran with the sled till their blood beat painfully. Their outer coverings were like shells, their underclothes were soaked, and although their going was difficult and clumsy, they dared not stop, for this is the extremest peril of the North. 10 minutes later they swung over the river bank and into the midst of great rambling frame buildings, seen dimly through the falling snow. Their trail led them to a high banked cabin, from the stovepipe of which they saw heat waves pouring. The dogs broke into a cry, and were answered by many others conjured from their hiding places. Both men were greatly distressed by now, and could handle themselves only with difficulty. Another mile would have meant disaster. "Rout out the owner and tell them we're wet," said Emerson. "I'll free the dogs." As Fraser disappeared, the young man ran forward to slip the harness from his animals, but found it frozen into their fur, the knots and buckles transformed into unmanageable lumps of ice. So he wrenched the campax from the sled and cut the thongs, then hacked loose the stiff sled lashings, seized the sodden sleeping bags, and made for the house. A traveler's first concern is for his dogs, then for his bedding. Before he could reach the cabin the door opened and Fraser appeared, a strange, dazed look on his face. He was followed by a large man of coarse and sullen countenance, who paused on the threshold. "Don't bother with the rest of the stuff," Emerson chattered. "It's no use," Fraser replied. "We can't go in." The former paused, forgetting the cold in his amazement. "What's wrong? Somebody sick?" "I don't know what's the matter. This man just says nix, that's all." The fellow, evidently a watchman, nodded his head and growled, "Yas, I got no room." "But you don't understand," said Emerson. "We're wet. We broke through the ice. Never mind the room. We'll get along somehow." He advanced with the tight rolled sleeping bags under his arm, but the man stood immovable, blocking the entrance. "You can't come in here. You find anodder house 3 mile furder." The traveler, however, paid no heed to these words, but pushed forward, shifting the bundle to his shoulder and holding it so that it was thrust into the Swede's face. Involuntarily the watchman drew back, whereupon the unwelcome visitor crowded past, jostling his inhospitable host roughly, laughing the while, although in his laughter there rang a dangerous metallic note. Emerson's quick action gained him entrance, and Fraser followed behind into the living room, where a flat-nosed squaw withdrew before them. The young man flung down his burden and addressed her peremptorily. "Punch up that fire and get us something to eat, quick." Turning to the owner of the house, who lumbered in after them, he disregarded the fellow's scowl and said, "Why, you've got lots of room, old man. We'll pay our way. Now get some more firewood, will you? I'm chilled to the bone. That's a good fellow." His forceful heartiness forbade dispute, and the man obeyed sourly. The two newcomers stripped off their outer clothing, and in a trice the small room became littered and hung with streaming garments. They took possession of the house, and ordered the Swede and his squaw about with firm good nature, until the couple slunk into an inner room and began to talk in low tones. Fraser had been watching the fellow, and now remarked to his companion, "Say, what ails that guinea?" The assumption of good nature fell away from Boyd Emerson as he replied, "I never knew anybody to refuse shelter to freezing men before. There's something back of this. He's got some reason for his refusal. I don't want any trouble, but—" The inner door opened, and the watchman reappeared. Evidently his sluggish resolution had finally set itself. "You can't stop her," he said. "I got orders." Emerson was at the fire, busy rubbing the cramps from his arms, and did not answer. When Fraser likewise ignored the Swede, he repeated his command, louder this time. "Get out of my house, quick!" Both men kept their backs turned and continued to ignore him, at which the fellow advanced heavily, and threatened them in a big, raucous voice, trembling with rage. "By Ingo, I trow you out!" He stooped and gathered up the garments nearest him, then stepped toward the outer door. But before he could make good his threat, Emerson whirled like a cat, his deep-set eyes dark with sudden fury, and seized his host by the nape of the neck. He jerked him back so roughly that the wet clothes flapped to the floor in 4 directions, whereat the Scandinavian let forth a bellow. But Emerson struck him heavily on the jaw with his open hand, then hurled him backward into the room so violently that he reeled, and his legs colliding with the bench, he fell against the wall. Before he could recover, his assailant stepped in between his wide-flung hands and throttled him, beating his head violently against the logs. The fellow understood to grapple with him, at which Emerson wrenched himself free, and, stepping back, spoke in a quivering voice which Fraser had never heard before. "I'm just playing with you now. I don't want to hurt you." "Get out of my house. I got orders," cried the watchman wildly, and made for him again. It was evident that the man was not lacking in stupid courage, but Emerson, driven to it, stepped aside and swung heavily. The squaw in the doorway screamed, and the Swede fell full length. Again Boyd was upon him, the restraint of the past long weeks now unbridled, his temper unchecked. He dragged his victim through the storeroom, grinding his face into the floor at every effort to rise. He forced him to his own door-sill, jerked the door open, and kicked him out into the snow, then barred the entrance and returned to the warmth of the logs, his face convulsed and his lips working. Fingerless Fraser gazed at him queerly, as if at some utterly strange phenomenon, then drawled with a sly chuckle: "Well, well, you're bloody gentle, I must say. I didn't think it was in you." When the other vouchsafed no answer, he took his pipe from a pocket of his steaming mackinaw and filled it from a tobacco box on the window-sill. Then, leaning back in his chair, he propped his feet up on the table and sighed luxuriously as he murmured, "These scenes of violence just upset me something dreadful." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 2. In which they break bread with a lonely woman. It was perhaps 2 hours later that Fraser went to the window for the 20th time, and breathing against the pane, cleared a peephole, announcing, "He's gone." Emerson, absorbed in a book, made no answer. After his encounter with the householder he had said little, and upon finding this coverless, brown-stained volume, a tattered copy of Don Quixote, he had relapsed into utter silence. "I say he's gone," reiterated the man at the window. Still no reply was forthcoming, and seating himself near the stove, Fraser spread his hands before him in the shape of a book, and began whimsically in a dry monotone, as if reading to himself. At which startling news Mr. Emerson, with his customary vivacity, smiled engagingly, and answered back: "Why do you reckon he has departed, Mr. Fraser?" "Because he's lost his voice cussing you," I replied, graciously. "Oh, no!" exclaimed the genial Mr. Emerson, more for the sake of conversation than argument. "He has got cold feet." Evidently unwilling to let the conversation lag, the garrulous Mr. Emerson continued: "It's a dark night without, and I fear some mischief is afoot." "Yes, but what of yonder beauteous gel?" said I, at which he burst into wild laughter. Emerson laid down his book. "What are you muttering about?" he asked. "I merely remarked that our scandalized Scandalusian has got tired of singing 'Won't you open that door and let me in?' and has ducked." "Where has he gone?" "I ain't no mind reader. Maybe he's loped off to Seattle after a policeman and a writ of ne plus ultra. Maybe he has gone to the clump of his countrymen. This is herding season for Swedes." Without answering, Emerson rose, and, going to the inner door, called through to the squaw: "Get us a cup of coffee." "Coffee?" interjected Fraser. "Why not have a real feed? I'm hungry enough to eat anything except salt rising bread and Roquefort cheese." "No," said the other, "I don't want to cause any more trouble than necessary." "Well, there's a lot of grub in the cache. Let's load up the sled. I'm hardly a thief." "Oh, but no." Fingerless Fraser fell back into sour silence. When the slatternly woman had slunk forth and was busied at the stove, Emerson observed musingly: "I wonder what possessed that fellow to act as he did." "He said he had orders," Fraser offered. "If I had a warm cabin, a lot of grub, and a squaw, I'd like to see somebody give me orders." Their clothing was dry now, and they proceeded to dress leisurely. As Emerson roped up the sleeping bags, Fraser suddenly suspended operations on his attire, and asked, querulously: "What's the matter? We ain't going to move, are we?" "Yes, we'll make for one of the other canneries," answered Emerson, without looking up. "But I've got sore feet," complained the adventurer. "What, again?" Emerson laughed skeptically. "Better walk on your hands for a while. And it's getting dark, too. Never mind, it can't be far. Come now." He urged the fellow as he had repeatedly urged him before, for Fraser seemed to have the blood of a tramp in his veins. Then he tried to question the woman, but she maintained a frightened silence. When they had finished their coffee, Emerson laid $2 silver on the table, and they left the house to search out the river trail again. The early darkness, hastened by the storm, was upon them when they crept up the opposite bank an hour later, and through the gloom beheld a group of great shadowy buildings. Approaching the solitary gleam of light shining from the window of the watchman's house, they applied to him for shelter. "We are just off a long trip, and our dogs are played out," Emerson explained. "We'll pay well for a place to rest." "You can't stop here," said the fellow gruffly. "Why not?" "I've got no room." "Is there a roadhouse near by?" "I don't know." "You'd better find out mighty quick," retorted the young man, with rising temper at the other's discourtesy. "Try the next place below," said the watchman hurriedly, slamming the door in their faces and bolting it. Once secure behind his barricade, he added, "If he won't let you in, maybe the priest can take care of you at the Mission." "This here town of Kalvik is certainly overjoyed at our arrival," said Fraser, "ain't it?" But his irate companion made no comment, whereat, sensing the anger behind his silence, the speaker for once failed to extemporize an answer to his own remark. At the next stop they encountered the same gruff show of inhospitality, and all they could elicit from the shock-headed proprietor was another direction, in broken English, to try the Russian priest. "I'll make one more try," said Emerson between his teeth gratingly, as they swung out into the darkness a second time. "If that doesn't succeed, then I'll take possession again. I won't be passed on all night this way." "The buck will certainly show us to the straw," said fingerless Fraser. "The what?" "The buck, the sky dog, oh, the priest." But when a mile further on they drew up before a white pile surmounted by a dimly discerned Greek cross, no sign of life was to be seen, and their signals awakened no response. Gone, and they knew it! The vicious manner in which Emerson handled his whip as he said the words betrayed his state of mind. 3 weeks of unvarying hardship and toilsome travel had worn out both men, and rendered them well nigh desperate. Hence they wasted no words when, for the 4th time, their eyes caught the welcome sight of a shining radiance in the gloom of the gathering night. The trail-weary team stopped of its own accord. "Unhitch," ordered Emerson doggedly, as he began to untie the ropes of the sled. He shouldered the sleeping bags and made toward the light that filtered through the crusted windows, followed by Fraser similarly burdened. But as they approached they saw at once that this was no cannery. It looked more like a roadhouse or trading post, for the structure was low, and it was built of logs. Behind and connected with it by a covered hall or passageway crouched another squat building of the same character, its roof piled thick with a mass of snow, its windows glowing. Those warm squares of light, set into the black walls and overhung by white burdened eaves, gave the place the appearance of a Christmas card, it was so snug and cozy. Even the glitter was there, caused by the rays refracted from the facets of the myriad frost crystals. They mounted the steps of the nigh building, and, without knocking, flung the door open, entered, then tossed their bundles to the floor. With a sharp exclamation at this unceremonious intrusion, an Indian woman, whom they had surprised, dropped her task and regarded them round-eyed. "We're all right this time," observed Emerson, as he swept the place with his eyes. "It's a store." Then to the woman he said briefly, "We want a bed and something to eat." On every side the walls were shelved with merchandise, while the counter carried a supply of clothing, skins, and what not. A cylindrical stove in the center of the room emanated a hot, red glow. "This looks like the Waldorf to me," said fingerless Fraser, starting to remove his parka, the fox fringe on the hood of which was white from his breath. "What do you want?" demanded the squaw, coming forward. Boyd, likewise divesting himself of his furs, noticed that she was little more than a girl, a native undoubtedly, but she was neatly dressed, her skin was light, and her hair twisted into a smooth black knot at the back of her head. "Food, sleep," he replied to her question. "You can't stop here," the girl asserted firmly. "Oh, yes, we can," said Emerson. "You have plenty of room, and there's lots of food." He indicated the shelves of canned goods. The squaw, without moving, raised her voice and called, "Constantine! Constantine!" A door in the farther shadows opened, and the tall figure of a man emerged, advancing swiftly, his soft soles noiseless beneath him. "Well, well, it's old Squirrel Tail," cried Fraser. "Good evening, Constantine." It was the copper-hued native who had rescued them from the river earlier in the day, but although he must have recognized them, his demeanor had no welcome in it. The Indian girl broke into a torrent of excited volubility unintelligible to the white men. "You no stop here," said Constantine finally, and, making toward the outer door, he flung it open, pointing out into the night. "We've come a long way and we're tired," Emerson argued pacifically. "We'll pay you well." Constantine only replied with added firmness, "No," to which the other retorted, with a flash of rising anger, "Yes." He faced the Indian with his back to the stove, his voice taking on a determined note. "We won't leave here until we are ready. We're tired and we're going to stay here. Do you understand? Now tell your klooch to get us some supper, quick." The breed's face blazed. Without closing the door, he moved directly upon the interloper, his design recognizable in his threatening attitude. But before he could put his plan into execution, a soft voice from the rear of the room halted him. "Constantine," it said. The travelers whirled to see, standing out in relief against the darkness of the passage whence the Indian had just come a few seconds before, the golden-haired girl of the storm, to whom they had been indebted for their rescue. She advanced, smiling pleasantly, enjoying their surprise. "What is the trouble?" "These men no stop here," cried Constantine violently. "You speak. I make them go." I beg pardon," began Emerson. "We didn't intend to take forcible possession, but we're played out. We've been denied shelter everywhere. We felt desperate." "You tried the canneries above?" interrupted the girl. "Yes." "And they referred you to the priest?" "Quite so." She laughed softly, her voice a mellow contralto. "The father has been gone for a month. He wouldn't have let you in if he'd been there." She addressed the Indian girl in Aleut, and signaled to Constantine, at which the two natives retired. Constantine reluctantly, like a watchdog whose suspicions are not fully allayed. "We're glad of an opportunity to thank you for your timely service this afternoon," said Emerson. "Had we known you lived here, we certainly should not have intruded in this manner." He found himself growing hotly uncomfortable as he began to realize the nature of his position. But the young woman spared him further apologies by answering carelessly: "Oh, that was nothing. I've been expecting you hourly. You see, Constantine's little brother has the measles, and I had to get him before the natives could give the poor little fellow a Russian bath and then stand him out in the snow. They have only one treatment for all diseases. That's why I didn't stop and give you more explicit directions this morning." "If your father—" the girl shook her head. "Then your husband. I should like to arrange with him to hire lodgings for a few days. The matter of money—" Again she came to his rescue. "I am the man of the house. I'm boss here. This splendor is all mine." She waved a slender white hand majestically at the rough surroundings, laughing in a way that put Boyd Emerson more at ease. "You are quite welcome to stay as long as you wish. Constantine objects to my hospitality and treats all strangers alike, fearing they may be company men. When you didn't arrive at dark, I thought perhaps he was right this time, and that you had been taken in by one of the watchmen." "We throwed a Swede out on his neck," declared Fraser, swelling with conscious importance, "and I guess he's crabbed us with the other squareheads." "Oh, no, they have instructions not to harbor any travelers. It's as much as his job is worth for any of them to entertain you. Now, won't you make yourselves at home while Constantine attends to your dogs? Dinner will soon be ready, and I hope you will do me the honor of dining with me," she finished, with a graciousness that threw Emerson into fresh confusion. He murmured "Gladly," and then lost himself in wonder at this well-gowned girl living amid such surroundings. Undeniably pretty, graceful in her movements, bearing herself with certainty and poise. Who was she? Where did she come from? And what in the world was she doing here? He became aware that "Fingerless" Fraser was making the introductions. "This is Mr. Emerson. My name is French. I'm one of the Virginia Frenches, you know. Perhaps you have heard of them. No? Well, they're the real thing. The girl bowed, but Emerson forestalled her acknowledgment by breaking in roughly, with a threatening scowl at the adventurer. "His name isn't French at all, madam. It's Fraser, Fingerless Fraser. He's an utterly worthless rogue, and absolutely unreliable so far as I can learn. I picked him up on the ice in Norton Sound, with a marshal at his heels." "That marshal wasn't after me," stoutly denied Fraser, quite unabashed. "Why, he's a friend of mine. We're regular chums. Everybody knows that. He wanted to give me some papers to take outside, that's all." Boyd shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Warrants." "Not at all, not at all," airily. Their hostess, greatly amused at this remarkable turn of the ceremony, prevented any further argument by saying: "Well, French or Fraser, whichever it is, you are both welcome. However, I should prefer to think of you as a runaway rather than as an intimate friend of the marshal at Nome. I happen to know him." "Well, we ain't what you exactly call pals," Fraser hastily disclaimed. "I just sort of bow to him." He gave an imitation of a slight, indifferent headshake. "That way." "I see," commented their hostess quizzically. Then, recalling herself, she continued: "I should have made myself known before. I am Miss Malotte." "Sh!" began the crook, then shut his lips abruptly, darting a shrewd glance at the girl. Emerson saw their eyes meet, and fancied that the woman's smile sat a trifle unnaturally on her lips, while the delicate coloring of her face changed imperceptibly. As the fellow mumbled some acknowledgment, she turned to the younger man, inquiring impersonally: "I suppose you are bound for the States?" "Yes, we intend to catch the mail boat at Katmai. I am taking Fraser along for company. It's hard traveling alone in a strange country. He's a nuisance, but he's rather amusing at times." "I certainly am," agreed the cheerful person, now fully at his ease. "I've a bad memory for names." He looked queerly at his hostess. "But I'm very amusing, very." "Not very," corrected Emerson. Then they talked of the trail, the possibilities of securing supplies, and of hiring a guide. By and by the girl rose, and after showing them to a room, she excused herself on the score of having to see to the dinner. When she had withdrawn, Fingerless Fraser pursed his thin lips into a noiseless whistle, then observed: "Well, I'll be cussed." "Who is she?" asked Emerson, in a low, eager tone. "Do you know?" "You heard, didn't you? She's Miss Malotte, and she's certainly some considerable lady." That same look that Emerson had noticed when their hostess introduced herself to them flitted again into the crook's unsteady eyes. "Yes, but who is she? What does this mean?" Emerson pointed to the provisions and fittings about them. "What is she doing here alone?" "Maybe you'd better ask her yourself," said Fraser. For the first time in their brief acquaintance Emerson detected a strange note in the rogue's voice, but it was too slight to provoke reply, so he brushed it aside and prepared himself for dinner. The Indian girl summoned them, and they followed her through the long passageway into the other house, where, to their utter astonishment, they seemed to step out of the frontier and into the heart of civilization. They found a tiny dining room, perfectly appointed, in the center of which, wonder of wonders, was a round table gleaming like a deep mahogany pool, upon the surface of which floated gauzy, hand-worked napery, glinting silver and sparkling crystal, the dark polish of the wood reflecting the light from shaded candles. It held a delicately figured service of blue and gold, while the selection of thin-stemmed glasses, all in rows, indicated the character of the entertainment that awaited them. The men's eyes were too busy with the unaccustomed sight to note details carefully, but they felt soft carpet beneath their feet and observed that the walls were smooth and harmoniously papered. When one has lived long in the rough, where things come with the husk on, he fancies himself weaned away from the dainty, the beautiful, and the artistic. After years of a skillet and sheath knife existence, he grows to feel scorn for the finer, softer, inconsequent trifles of the past, only to find of a sudden that, unknown to him perhaps, his soul has been hungering for them all the while. The feel of cool linen comes like the caress of a forgotten sweetheart. The tinkle of glass and silver are so many chiming fairy bells inviting him back into the foretime days. And so these two unkempt men, toughened and browned to the texture of leather by wind and snow, brought by trail and campfire to disregard ceremony and look upon mealtime as an unsatisfying, irksome period, stood speechless, affording the girl the feminine pleasure of enjoying their discomfiture. "This is marvelous," murmured Emerson, suddenly conscious of his rough clothing, his fur boots, and his hands cracked by frost. "I'm afraid we're not in keeping." "Indeed you are," said the girl, "and I am delighted to have somebody to talk to. It's very lonesome here, month after month." "This is certainly a swell tepee," Fraser remarked, staring about in open admiration. "How did you do it?" "I brought my things with me from Nome." "Nome!" ejaculated Emerson, quickly. "Yes." "Why, I've been in Nome ever since the camp was discovered. It's strange we never met." "I didn't stay there very long. I went back to Dawson." Again he fancied the girl's eyes held a vague challenge, but he could not be sure, for she seated him, and then gave some instructions to the Aleut girl, who had entered noiselessly. It was the strangest meal Boyd Emerson had ever eaten, for here, in a forgotten corner of an unknown land, hidden behind high-banked log walls, he partook of a perfect dinner, well served, and presided over by a gracious, richly gowned young woman who talked interestingly on many subjects. For a second time he lost himself in a maze of conjecture. Who was she? What was her mission here? Why was she alone? But not for long. He was too heavily burdened by the responsibility and care of his own affairs to waste much time by the way on those of other people, and becoming absorbed in his own thoughts, he grew more silent as the signs of refinement and civilization about him revived memories long stifled. Fraser, on the contrary, warmed by the wine, blossomed like the rose, and talked garrulously, recounting marvelous stories, as improbable as they were egotistical. He monopolized his hostess's attention, the while his companion became more preoccupied, more self-contained, almost sullen. This was not the effect for which the girl had striven. Her younger guest's taciturnity, which grew as the dinner progressed, piqued her. So at the first opportunity she bent her efforts toward rallying him. He answered politely, but she was powerless to shake off his mood. It was not abashment, as she realized when, from the corner of her eye, she observed him covertly stroke the linen and finger the silver as if to renew a sense of touch long unused. Being unaccustomed to any sort of indifference in men, his spiritless demeanor put her on her mettle. Yet all to no avail. She could not find a seam in that mask of listless abstraction. At last he spoke of his own accord. "You said those watchmen have instructions not to harbor travelers. Why is that?" "It is the policy of the companies. They are afraid somebody will discover gold around here." "Yes?" "You see, this is the greatest salmon river in the world. The run is tremendous and seems to be unfailing. Hence the cannery people wish to keep it all to themselves." "I don't quite understand." "It is simple enough. Kalvik is so isolated and the fishing season is so short that the companies have to send their crews in from the States and take them out again every summer. Now, if gold were discovered hereabouts, the fishermen would all quit and follow the strike, which would mean the ruin of the year's catch and the loss of many hundreds of thousands of dollars, for there is no way of importing the new help during the short summer months. Why, this village would become a city in no time, if such a thing were to happen. The whole region would fill up with miners, and not only would labor conditions be entirely upset for years, but the eyes of the world being turned this way, other people might go into the fishing business and create a competition which would both influence prices and deplete the supply of fish in the Kalvik River. So you see there are many reasons why this region is forbidden to miners." "I see." "You couldn't buy a pound of food nor get a night's lodging here for a king's ransom. The watchmen's jobs depend upon their unbroken bond of inhospitality, and the Indians dare not sell you anything, not even a dogfish, under penalty of starvation, for they are dependent upon the company's stores." "So that is why you have established a trading post of your own?" "Oh dear, no. This isn't a store. This food is for my men." "Your men?" "Yes, I have a crew out in the hills on a grub stake. This is our cache. While they prospect for gold, I stand guard over the provisions." Fraser chuckled softly. "Then you are bucking the Salmon Trust?" "After a fashion, yes. I knew this country had never been gone over, so I staked 6 men, chartered a schooner, and came down here from Nome in the early spring. We stood off the watchman, and when the supply ships arrived we had these houses completed, and my men were out in the hills where it was hard to follow them. I stayed behind and stood the brunt of things." "But surely they didn't undertake to injure you?" said Emerson, now thoroughly interested in this extraordinary young woman. "Oh, didn't they?" she answered, with a peculiar laugh. "You don't appreciate the character of these people. When a man fights for money, just plain, sordid money, he loses all sense of honor, chivalry, and decency. He employs any means that come handy. There is no real code of financial morality, and the battle for dollars is the bitterest of all contests. Of course, being a woman, they couldn't very well attack me personally, but they tried everything except physical violence. And I don't know how long they will refrain from that. These plants are owned separately, but they operate under an agreement, with one man at the head. His name is Marsh, Willis Marsh, and of course he's not my friend." "Sort of united we stand, divided we fall." "Exactly. That spreads the responsibility, and seems to leave nobody guilty for their evil deeds. The first thing they did was to sink my schooner. In the morning you will see her spars sticking up through the ice out in front there. One of their tugs accidentally ran her down, although she was at full anchor, fully 300 feet inside the channel line. Then Marsh actually had the effrontery to come here personally and demand damages for the injury to his towboat, claiming there were no lights on the schooner." Cherry Malotte's eyes grew dark with indignation as she continued: "Nobody thinks of hanging lanterns to little crafts like her at anchor under such conditions. Having allowed me to taste his power, that man first threatened me covertly, and then proceeded to persecute me in a more open manner. When I still remained obdurate, he she paused. "You may have heard it. He killed one of my men." "Impossible!" ejaculated Boyd. "Oh, but it isn't impossible. Anything is possible with unscrupulous men where there is no law. They halt at nothing when in chase of money. They are different from women in that. I never heard of a woman doing murder for money." "Was it really murder?" "Judge for yourself. My man came down for supplies and they got him drunk. He was a drinking man. Then they stabbed him. They said a Chinaman did it in a brawl, but Willis Marsh was to blame. They brought the poor fellow here and laid him on my steps, as if I had been the cause of it. Oh, it was horrible, horrible!" Her eyes suddenly dimmed over and her white hands clenched. "And you still stuck to your post?" said Emerson, curiously. "Certainly. This adventure means a great deal to me, and besides, I will not be beaten." The stem of the glass with which she had been toying snapped suddenly. "At anything." She appeared, all in a breath, to have become prematurely hard and worldly, after the fashion of those who have subsisted by their wits. To Emerson she seemed to have grown at least 10 years older, yet it was unbelievable that this slip of a woman should be possessed of the determination, the courage, and the administrative ability to conduct so desperate an enterprise. He could understand the feminine rashness that might have led her to embark upon it in the first place, but to continue in the face of such opposition, why, that was a man's work and required a man's powers, and yet she was utterly unmasculine. Indeed, it seemed to him that he had never met a more womanly woman. Everything about her was distinctly feminine. "Fortunately, the fishing season is short," she added, while a pucker of perplexity came between her dainty brows. "But I don't know what will happen next summer." "I'd like to meet this Marsh hen party," observed Fraser, his usually colorless eyes a bright sea green. "Do you fear further—violence?" asked Emerson. Cherry shrugged her rounded shoulders. "I anticipate it, but I don't fear it. I have Constantine to protect me, and you will admit he is a capable bodyguard." She smiled slightly, recalling the scene she had interrupted before dinner. "Then, too, Chakawana, his sister, is just as devoted. Rather a musical name, don't you think so, Chakawana? It means the snowbird in Aleut, but when she's aroused she's more like a hawk. It's the Russian in her, I dare say." The girl became conscious that her guests were studying her with undisguised amazement now, and therefore arose, saying: "You may smoke in the other room if you wish." Lost in wonder at this unconventional creature, and dazed by the strangeness of the whole affair, Emerson gained his feet and followed her, with "Fingerless" Fraser at his heels. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 3. In which Cherry Malotte displays a temper. The unsuspected luxury of the dining room and the excellence of the dinner itself had in a measure prepared Emerson for what he found in the living room. One thing only staggered him: a piano. The bearskins on the floor, the big, sleepy chairs, the reading table littered with magazines, the shelves of books, even the basket of fancy work, all these he could accept without further parleying. But a piano in Kalvik? Observing his look, the girl said: "I am dreadfully extravagant, am I not? But I love it, and I have so little to do. I read and play and drive my dog team. That's about all." "And rescue drowning men in time for dinner," added Boyd Emerson, not knowing whether he liked this young woman or not. He knew this North country from bitter experience, knew that none but the strong can survive, and recognizing himself as a failure, her calm assurance and self-certainty offended him vaguely. It seemed as if she was succeeding where he had failed, which rather jarred his sense of the fitness of things. Then, too, conventionality is a very agreeable social bond, the true value of which is not often recognized until it is found missing, and this girl was anything but conventional. Again he withdrew into that silent mood from which no effort on the part of his hostess could arouse him, and it soon became apparent, from the listless hang of his hands and the distant light in his eyes, that he had even become unconscious of her presence in the room. Observing the cause of her impatience, Fraser interrupted this interminable monologue to say, without change of intonation: "Don't get sore on him. He's that way half the time. I rode herd one night on a feller that was going to hang for murder at dawn, and he set just like that for hours." She raised her brows inquiringly, at which he continued: "But you can't always tell. When my brother got married he acted the same way." After an hour, during which Emerson barely spoke, she tired of the other man's anecdotes, which had long ceased to be amusing, and going to the piano, shuffled the sheet music idly, inquiring: "Do you care for music?" Her remark was aimed at Emerson, but the other answered: "I'm a nut on it." She ignored the speaker, and cast another question over her shoulder: "What kind do you prefer?" Again the adventurer outran his companion to the reply: "My favorite hymn is the Maple Leaf Rag. Let her go, Professor." Cherry settled herself obligingly and played ragtime, although she fancied that Emerson stirred uneasily, as if the musical interruption disturbed him. But when she swung about on her seat at the conclusion, he was still lax and indifferent. "That certainly has some class to it," Fingerless Fraser said admiringly. "Just go through the reperchure from soda to hock, will you? I'm certainly fond of that coon clatter." And realizing that his pleasure was genuine, she played on and on for him, to the muffled thump of his feet, now and then feeding her curiosity with a stolen glance at the other. She was in the midst of some syncopated measure when Boyd spoke abruptly: "Please play something." She understood what he meant, and began really to play, realizing very soon that at least one of her guests knew and loved music. Under her deft fingers the instrument became a medium for musical speech. Gay roundelays, swift passionate Hungarian dances, bold Wagnerian strains followed in quick succession, and the more utter her abandon, the more certainly she felt the younger man respond. Strange to say, the warped soul of Fingerless Fraser likewise felt the spell of real music, and he stilled his loose-hinged tongue. By and by she began to sing, more for her own amusement than for theirs, and after a while her fingers strayed upon the sweet chords of Bartlett's "A Dream," a half-forgotten thing, the tenderness of which had lived with her from girlhood. She heard Emerson rise, then knew he was standing at her shoulder. Could he sing, she wondered, as he began to take up the words of the song? Then her dream-filled eyes widened as she listened to his voice breathing life into the beautiful words. He sang with the ease and flexibility of an artist, his powerful baritone blending perfectly with her contralto. For the first time she felt the man's personality, his magnetism, as if he had dropped his cloak and stood at her side in his true semblance. As they finished the song she wheeled abruptly, her face flushed, her ripe lips smiling, her eyes moist, and looked up to find him marvelously transformed. His even teeth gleamed forth from a brown face that had become the mirror of a soul as spirited as her own, for the blending of their voices had brought them into a similar harmony of understanding. "Oh, thank you," she breathed. "Thank you," he said. That's the first time in ages that I've had the heart to sing. I was hungry for music. I was starving for it. I've sat in my cabin at night longing for it until my soul fairly ached with the silence. I've frozen beneath the northern lights, straining my ears for the melody that ought to go with them. They must have an accompaniment somewhere. Don't you think so?" "Yes, yes," she breathed. "They must have. They are too gloriously, terribly beautiful to be silent. I've stood in the whispering spruce groves and tried to sing contentment back into my heart, but I couldn't do it. This is the first real taste I've had in 3 years. 3 years!" He was talking rapidly, his blue eyes dancing. Cherry remembered thinking at dinner that those eyes were of too light and hard a blue for tenderness. She now observed that they were singularly deep and passionate. "Why, I've gone about with a comb and a piece of tissue paper at my lips like any kid. I once made a banjo out of a cigar box and bale wire, and while I was in the Cougarok I walked 10 miles to hear a nigger play a harmonica. I did all sorts of things to coax music into this country, but it is silent and unresponsive, absolutely dead and discordant." He made a gesture which in a woman would have ended in a shudder. He took a seat near the girl, and continued to talk feverishly, unable to give voice to his thoughts rapidly enough. His reserve vanished, his silence gave way to a confidential warmth which suffused his listener and drew her to him. The overpowering force of his strong nature swept her out of herself, while her ready sympathy took fire and caught at his half-expressed ideas and stumbling words, stimulating him with her warm understanding. Her quick wit rallied him and awoke echoes of his past youth, until they began to laugh and jest with a camaraderie of boy and girl. With their better acquaintance her assumption of masculinity fell from her, and she became the womanly woman, dainty, vivacious, captivating. Fraser, whom both had forgotten, looked on at first in gaping, silent awe, staring and blinking at his traveling companion who had undergone such a metamorphosis. But restraint and silence were impossible to him for long, and in time he ambled clumsily into the conversation. It jarred, of course, but he could not be ignored, and gradually he claimed more and more of the talk until the young couple yielded to the monologue, smiling at each other in mutual understanding. Emerson listened tolerantly, idly running through the magazines at his hand, his hostess watching him covertly, albeit her ears were drummed by the other's monotone. How much better this mood became the young man! Suddenly the smile of amusement that lurked about his lip corners and gave him a pleasing look hardened in a queer fashion. He started, then stared at one of the pages, while the color died out of his brown cheeks. Cherry saw the hand that held the magazine tremble. He looked up at her, and, disregarding Fraser, broke in harshly: "Have you read this magazine?" "Not entirely. It came in the last mail." "I'd like to take one page out of it," he said. "May I?" "Why, certainly," she replied. "You may have the whole thing if you like." He produced a knife, and with one quick stroke cut a single leaf out of the magazine, which he folded and thrust into the breast of his coat. "Thank you," he muttered, then fell to staring ahead of him, again heedless of his surroundings. This abrupt relapse into his former state of sullen and defiant silence tantalized the girl to the verge of anger, especially now that she had seen something of his true self. She was painfully conscious of a sense of betrayal at having yielded so easily to his pleasant mood, only to be shut out on an instant's whim, while a girlish curiosity to know the cause of the change overpowered her. He offered no explanation, however, and took no further part in the conversation until, noting the lateness of the hour, he rose and thanked her for her hospitality in the same deadly indifferent manner. "The music was a great treat," he said, looking beyond her and holding aloof. "A very great treat. I enjoyed it immensely. Good night." Cherry Malotte had experienced a new sensation, and she didn't like it. She vowed angrily that she disliked men who looked past her. Indeed, she could not recall any other who had ever done so. Her chief concern had always been to check their ardor. She resolved viciously that before she was through with this young man, he would make her a less listless adieu. She assured herself that he was a selfish, sullen boor, who needed to be taught a lesson in manners for his own good if nothing else. That a woman's curiosity had aught to do with her exasperation she would have denied. She abhorred curiosity. As a matter of fact, she told herself that he did not interest her in the least, except as a discourteous fellow who ought to be shocked into a consciousness of his bad manners, and therefore the moment the two men were well out of the room, she darted to the table, snatched up the magazine, and skimmed through it feverishly. Ah, here was the place. A woman's face with some meaningless name beneath filled each page. Along the top ran the heading, "Famous American Beauties." So it was a woman. She skipped backwards and forwards among the pages for further possible enlightenment, but there was no article accompanying the pictures. It was merely an illustrated section devoted to the photographs of prominent actresses and society women, most of whom she had never heard of, though here and there she saw a name that was familiar. In the center was that tantalizingly clean-cut edge which had subtracted a face from the gallery, a face which she wanted very much to see. She paused and racked her brain, her brows furrowed with the effort at recollection, but she had only glanced at the pages when the magazine came, and had paid no attention to this part of it. Her anger at her failure to recall this particular face aroused her to the fact that she was acting very foolishly, at which she laughed aloud. "Well, what of it?" she demanded of the empty room. "He's in love with some society ninny, and I don't care what she looks like." She shrugged her shoulders carelessly. Then, in a sudden access of fury, she flung the mutilated magazine viciously into a far corner of the room. The travellers slept late on the following morning, for the weariness of weeks was upon them, and the little bunk room they occupied adjoined the main building and was dark. When they came forth they found Chakawana in the store, and a few moments later were called to breakfast. "Where is your mistress?" inquired Boyd. "She go see my sick broder," said the Indian girl, recalling Cherry's mention of the child ill with measles. "She all the time give medicine to Aleut babies," Chakawana continued. "All the time give something. Indian people love her." "She's sort of a Lady Bountiful to these bums," remarked Fraser. "Does she let them trade in yonder?" Boyd asked, indicating the store. "Oh, yes, everything cheap to Indian people. Indian got no money, all the same." Then, as if realizing that her hasty tongue had betrayed some secret of moment, the Aleut girl paused, and eyeing them sharply, demanded, "What for you ask?" "No reason in particular." "What for you ask?" she insisted. "Maybe you b'long company, eh?" Emerson laughed, but she was not to be put off easily, and, with characteristic guile, announced boldly, "I lie to you. She no trade with Aleut people. No, Chakawana lie." "She's afraid we'll tell this fellow Marsh," Fraser remarked to Emerson. Then, as if that name had some powerful effect upon their informant, Chakawana advanced to the table and, leaning over it, said, "You know Willis, Marsh?" Her pretty wooden face held a mingled expression of fear, malice, and curiosity. "Ouch!" said Fraser, shoving back from his plate. "Don't look at me like that before I've had my coffee." "Maybe you know him in San Flancisco, eh?" "No, no. We never heard of him until last night." "I guess you lie." She smiled at them wheedlingly, but Boyd reassured her. "No, we don't know him at all." "Then what for you speak his name?" "Miss Malotte told us about him at dinner." "Oh." "By the way, what kind of a looking feller is he?" asked Fraser. "He's fine, handsome man," said Chakawana. "Nice fat man. Him got hair like fire. He's fat and red-headed, eh? He must be a picture." "Yes," agreed the girl, rather vaguely. "Is he married?" "I don't know. Maybe he lie. Maybe he got woman." "The masculine sex seems to stand like a band of horse thieves with this dame," Fraser remarked to his companion. "She thinks we're all liars." After a moment Chakawana continued, "Where you go now?" "To the States, to the outside," Boyd answered. "Then you see Willis Marsh, sure thing. He lives there. Maybe you speak, eh?" "Well, Mr. Marsh may be a big fellow around Kalvik, but I don't think he occupies so much space in the United States that we will meet him," laughed Emerson. But even yet the girl seemed unconvinced, and went on rather fearfully, "Maybe you see him all the same." "Perhaps. What then?" "You speak my name?" "Why, no, certainly not." "If I see him I'll give him your love," offered "Fingerless" Fraser, banteringly, but Chakawana's light-hued cheeks blanched perceptibly, and she cried quickly, "No, no, Willis Marsh bad, bad man. You no speak, please. Chakawana, poor Aleut girl, please." Her alarm was so genuine that they reassured her, and having completed their meal they rose and left the room. Outside, Fraser said, "This cannery guy has certainly buffaloed these savages. He must be a slave driver." Then, as they filled their pipes, he added, "She was plumb scared to death of him, wasn't she?" "Think so?" listlessly. "Sure. Didn't she show it?" I suppose so." They were still talking when they heard the jingle of many bells, and a sharp command from Constantine, and the next instant the door burst open to admit Cherry, who came with a rush of youth and health as fresh as the bracing air that followed her. The cold had reddened her cheeks and quickened her eyes. She was the very embodiment of the day itself, radiantly bright and tinglingly alive. "Good morning, gentlemen," she cried, removing her white fur hood, which gave a setting to her sparkling eyes and teeth. "Oh, but it's a glorious morning. If you want to feel your blood leap and your lungs tingle, just let Constantine take you for a spin behind that team. We did the 5 miles from the village in 17 minutes." "And how is your measly patient?" asked Fraser. "He's doing well, thank you." She stepped to the door to admit Chakawana, who had evidently hurried around from the other house, and now came in, bareheaded and heedless of the cold, bearing a bundle clasped to her breast. "I brought the little fellow home with me. See?" The Indian girl bore her burden to the stove, where she knelt to lift the covering from the child's face. "Hey there, look out!" ejaculated Fraser, retreating in alarm. "I never had no measles." But Chakawana went on cuddling the infant in a motherly fashion, while Cherry reassured her guests. "Is that an Indian child?" asked Emerson, curiously, noting the little fellow's flushed fair skin. The kneeling girl turned upward a pair of tearful, defiant eyes, answering quickly, "Yes, him Aleut baby." "Him our little broder," came the deep voice of Constantine, who had entered unnoticed, and a moment later, in obedience to an order from Cherry, they bore their charge to their own quarters at the rear. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 4. In which she gives heart to a hopeless man. "I dare say Kalvik is rather lively during the summer season," Emerson remarked to Cherry later in the day. "Yes, the ships arrive in May and the fish begin to run in July. After that nobody sleeps." She had come upon him staring dispiritedly at the fire, and his dejection softened her and drew out her womanly sympathy. She had renewed her efforts to cheer him up, seeking to stir him out of the gloom that imprisoned him. With the healthy optimism and exuberance of her normal youth, she could not but deplore the mischance that had changed him into the sullen, silent brute he seemed. "It must be rather interesting," he observed, indifferently. "It is more than that, it is inspiring. Why, the story of the salmon is an epic in itself. You know they live in a cycle of 4 years, no more, always returning to the waters of their nativity to die, and I have heard it said that during one of those 4 years they disappear, no one knows where, reappearing out of the mysterious depths of the sea as if at a signal. They come by the legion, in countless scores of thousands, and when once they have tasted the waters of their birth, they never touch food again, never cease their onward rush until they become bruised and battered wrecks, drifting down from the spawning beds. When the call of nature is answered and the spawn is laid, they die. They never seek the salt sea again, but carpet the rivers with their bones. When they feel the homing impulse, they come from the remotest depths, heading unerringly for the particular parent stream whence they originated. If sandbars should block their course in dry seasons, or obstacles intercept them, they will hurl themselves out of the water in an endeavor to get across. They may disregard 1,000 rivers one by one, but when they finally taste the sweet currents which flow from their birthplaces, their whole nature changes, and even their physical features alter. They grow thin, and the head takes on the sinister curve of the preying bird." "I had no idea they acted that way," said Boyd. "You paint a vivid picture." "That's because they interest me. As a matter of fact, these fisheries are more fascinating than any place I've ever seen. Why, you just ought to witness the run. These empty waters become suddenly crowded, and the fish come in a great silver horde, which races up, up, up toward death and obliteration. They come with the violence of a summer storm. Like a prodigious gleaming army, they swarm and bend forward, eager, undeviating, one-purposed. It is quite impossible to describe it, this great silver horde. They are entirely defenseless, of course, and almost every living thing preys upon them. The birds congregate in millions, the 4-footed beasts come down from the hills, the Apaches of the sea harry them in dense droves, and even man appears from distant coasts to take his toll. But still they press bravely on. The clank of machinery makes the hills rumble. The hiss of steam and the sighs of the soldering furnaces are like the complaint of some giant overgorging himself. The river swarms with the fleets of fish boats, which skim outward with the dawn, to flit homeward again at twilight, and settle like a vast brood of white-winged gulls. Men let the hours go by unheeded and forget to sleep." "What sort of men do they hire?" "Chinese, Japs, and Italians mainly. It's like a foreign country here, only there are no women. The bunk rooms are filled with opium fumes and noisy with clacking tongues. On one side of the village streets the Orientals burn incense to their joss. Across the way the Latins worship the Virgin. They work side by side all day until they are ready to drop, then mass in the street and knife each other over their rival gods." "How long does it all last?" "Only about 6 weeks. Then the furnace fires die out, the ships are loaded, the men go to sleep, and the breezes waft them out into the August haze, after which Kalvik sags back into its 10 months' coma, becoming, as you see it now, a dead, deserted village, shunned by man." "Jove, you have a graphic tongue," said Boyd appreciatively, "but I don't see how those huge plants can pay for their upkeep with such a short run." "Well, they do, and, what's more, they pay tremendously, sometimes 100% a year or more." "Impossible!" Emerson was now thoroughly aroused, and Cherry continued: "2 years ago a ship sailed into port in early May, loaded with an army of men, with machinery, lumber, coal, and so forth. They landed, built the plant, and had it ready to operate by the time the run started. They made their catch and sailed away again in August, with enough salmon in the hold to pay twice over for the whole thing. Willis Marsh did even better than that the year before, but of course the price of fish was high then. Next season will be another big year." "How is that?" "Every 4th season the run is large. Nobody knows why. Every time there is a presidential election, the fish are shy and very scarce. That lifts prices. Every year in which a president of the United States is inaugurated they are plentiful." Boyd laughed. The Alaska salmon takes more interest in politics than I do. I wonder if he is a Republican or a Democrat." "Inasmuch as he is a red salmon, I dare say you call him a socialist," laughed Cherry. Emerson rose and began to pace back and forth. "And you mean to say the history of the other canneries is the same?" "Certainly." "I had no idea there were such profits in the fisheries up here." "Nobody knows it outside of those interested. The Kalvik River is the most wonderful salmon river in the world, for it has never failed once. And that's why the companies guard it so jealously. That's why they denied you shelter. You see, it is set away off here in one corner of Bering Sea, without means of communication or access, and they intend to keep it so." It was evident that the young man was vitally interested now. Was it the prospective vision of almighty dollars that was indeed to release the hidden spring that had baffled the girl? With this clue in mind, she watched him closely and fed his eagerness. "These figures you mention are on record?" he inquired. "I believe they are available." "What does it cost to install and operate a cannery for the first season?" "About $200,000, I am told, but I believe one can mortgage his catch or borrow money on it from the banks, and so not have to carry the full burden." The man stared at his companion with unseeing eyes for a moment, then asked, "What's to prevent me from going into the business?" "Several things. Have you the money?" "Possibly. What else?" "A site." "That ought to be easy." Cherry laughed. "On the contrary, a suitable cannery site is very hard to get, because there are natural conditions necessary, fresh flowing water for one, and furthermore, because the companies have taken them all up." "Ah, I see." The light died out of Emerson's eyes. The eagerness left his voice. He flung himself dejectedly into a chair by the fire, moodily watching the flames licking the burning logs. All at once he gripped the arms of his chair, and muttered through set jaws, "God, I'd like to take one more chance." The girl darted a swift look at him, but he fell to brooding again, evidently insensible to her presence. At length he stirred himself to ask, "Can I hire a guide hereabout? We'll have to be going on in a day or so." "Constantine will get you one. I suppose, of course, you will avoid the Katmai Pass." "Avoid it? Why?" "It's dangerous, and nobody travels it except in the direst emergency. It's much the shortest route to the coast, but it has a record of some 30 deaths. I should advise you to cross the range farther east, where the divide is lower. The mailboat touches at both places." He nodded agreement. "There's no use taking chances. I'm in no hurry. I wish there was some way of repaying you for your kindness. We were pretty nearly played out when we got here." "Oh, I'm quite selfish," she disclaimed. "If you endured a few months of this monotony, you'd understand." During the rest of that day Boyd was conscious several times of being regarded with scrutinizing eyes by Cherry. At dinner and afterward in the living room while Fraser talked, he surprised the same questioning look on her face. Again she played for him, but he refused to sing, maintaining an unbroken taciturnity. After they retired, she sat long alone, her brows furrowed as if wrestling with some knotty problem. "I wonder if he would do it," she said at last. "I wonder if he could do it." She rose and began to pace the floor, then added, as if in desperation, "Well, I must do something, for this can't last. Who knows, perhaps this is my chance. Perhaps he has been sent." There are times when momentous decisions are influenced by the most trivial circumstances, times when affairs of the greatest importance are made or marred by the lift of an eyebrow or the tone of a voice, times when lifelong associations are severed and new ties contracted purely upon intuition. And this woman felt instinctively that such an hour had now struck for her. It was late before she finally came to peace with the conflict in her mind and lay herself down to rest. On the following morning she told Constantine to hitch up her team and have it waiting when breakfast was finished. Then she turned to Emerson, who came into the room, and said quietly, "I have something to show you if you will take a short ride with me." The young man, impressed by the gravity of her manner, readily consented. Half an hour later he wrapped her up in the sledge robe and took station at the rear, whip in hand. Constantine freed the leader, and they went off at a mad run, whisking out from the buildings and swooping down the steep bank to the main travelled trail. When they had gained the level and the dogs were straightening into their gait, they skimmed over the snow with the flight of a bird. "That's a wonderful team you have," Boyd observed as he glanced over the double row of undulating grey backs and waving plume-like tails. "The best in the country," she smiled back at him. "They are good for 100 miles a day." The young man gave himself up to the unique and rather delightful experience of being transported through an unknown country to an unknown destination by a charming girl of whom he also knew nothing. He watched her in silence, but when he forbore to question her, she turned, exposing a rounded, ravishing cheek glowing against the white fur of her hood. "Have you no curiosity, sir?" "None. Nothing but satisfaction," he observed. It was his first attempt at gallantry, and she flashed him a bright, approving glance. Then, as if suddenly checked by second thought, she frowned slightly and turned away. She had mapped out a course of action during the night, in which it was her purpose to use this man if he proved amenable, but the success of her plan would depend largely on the continuance of their present friendly relations. In order, therefore, to forestall any possible change of base, she began to unfold her scheme in a business-like tone. "Yesterday you seemed to be taken by the fishing business." "I certainly was until you told me there were no cannery sites left." "There is one. When I came here a year ago the whole river was open, so on an outside chance I located a site, the best one available. When Willis Marsh learned of it, he took up all of the remaining places, and although at the time I had no idea what I was going to do with my property, I have hung on to it." "Is that where we are going?" "Yes. You seemed eager yesterday to get in on a new chance, so I am taking you out to look over the ground." "What's the use? I can't buy your site." "Nobody asked you to," she smiled. "I wouldn't sell it to you if you had the money, but if you will build a cannery on it, I'll turn in the ground for an interest." Emerson meditated a moment, then replied: "I can't say yes or no. It's a pretty big proposition. $200,000, you said." "Yes, it's a big opportunity. You can clean up 100% in a year. Do you think you could raise the money to build a plant?" "I might. I have some wealthy friends," he said, cautiously, "but I am not sure." "At least you can try. That's all anybody can do." "But I don't know anything about the business. I couldn't make it succeed." "I've thought of all that, and there's a way to make success certain. I believe you have executive ability and can handle men." "Oh, yes, I've done that sort of thing." His broad shoulders went up as he drew a long breath. "What's your plan?" "There's a man down the coast, George Balt. He knows more about the business than any 4 people in Kalvik. He's been a fisherman all his life. He discovered the Kalvik River, built the first cannery here, and was its foreman until he quarreled with Marsh, who proceeded to discipline him. Balt isn't the kind of man to be disciplined, so, not having enough money to build a cannery, he took his scanty capital and started a saltery on his own account. That suited Marsh exactly. He broke George in a year, absolutely ruined him, utterly wiped him out, just as he intends to wipe out insignificant me. Thinking to bide his time and recoup his fallen fortunes, George came back into camp, but he owns a valuable trap site which Marsh and his colleagues want, and before they would give him work they tried to make him assign it to them, and contract never to go in business on his own account. Naturally George refused, so they disciplined him some more. He's been starving now for 2 years. Marsh and his companions rule this region just as the Hudson Bay Company used to govern its concessions, by controlling the natives and preventing independent white men from gaining a foothold. No man dares to furnish food to George Balt, no man dares to give him a bed, no cannery will let him work. He has to take a dory to Dutch Harbor to get food. He doesn't dare leave the country and abandon the meager thousands he has invested in buildings, so he has stayed on, living off the country like a Siwash. He's a simple, big-hearted sort of fellow, but his life is centered in this business. It's all he knows. He considers himself the father of this section, and when he sees others rounding up the task that he began, it breaks his poor heart. Why, every summer when the run starts he comes across the marshes and slinks about the Kalvik thickets like a wraith, watching from afar just in order to be near it all. He stands alone and forsaken, harking to the clank of the machinery, every bolt of which he placed, watching his enemies enrich themselves from that gleaming silver army which he considers his very own. He is shunned like a leper. No man is allowed to speak to him or render him any sort of fellowship, and it has made the man half mad. It has turned him into a vengeful, hate-filled fanatic, living only for retaliation. Sometime I believe he will kill Marsh." One seems to be forever crossing the trail of this Marsh," said Boyd, who had listened intently. "Yes, his aim is to gain control of this whole region, and if you decide to go into the enterprise you must expect to find him the most unscrupulous and vindictive enemy ever man had. Make no mistake about that. It's only fair to warn you that this will be no child's play. But, on the other hand, the man who beats Marsh will have done something." She paused as if weighing her next words, then said deliberately, "And I believe you are the one to do it." But Emerson was not concerned about his destiny just then, nor for the dangerous enmity of Marsh. He was following another train of thought. "And so Balt knows this business from the inside out," he said. "Thoroughly. Every dip, angle, and spur of it, so to speak. He's practical and he's honest, in addition to which his trap site is the key to the whole situation. You see, the salmon run in regular, definite courses year after year, just as if they were following a beaten track. At certain places these courses come close to the shore, where conditions make it possible to drive piling and build traps which intercept them by the million. One trap will do the work of an army of fishermen with nets in deep water. It is to get this property for himself that Marsh has persecuted George so unflaggingly." "Would he join us in such an enterprise, with 5 chances to 1 against success?" "Would he?" Cherry laughed. "Wait and see." They had reached their destination, the mouth of a deep creek, up which Cherry turned her dogs. Emerson leaped from the sled, and running forward seized the leader, guiding it into a clump of spruce, among the boles of which he tangled the harness, for this team was like a pack of wolves, ravenous for travel and intolerant of the leash. Together they ascended the bank and surveyed the surroundings, Cherry expatiating upon every feature with the fervor of a land agent bent on weaving his spell about a prospective buyer. And in truth she had chosen well, for the conditions seemed ideal. "It all sounds wonderfully attractive and feasible," said Boyd at last, "but we must weigh the overwhelming odds against success. First, of course, is the question of capital. I have a little property of my own which I can convert, but $200,000, that's a tremendous sum to raise, even for a fellow with a circle of wealthy friends. Second, there's the question of time. It's now early December, and I'd have to be back here by the 1st of May. Third, could I run the plant and make it succeed? It must be a wonderfully technical business, and I am utterly ignorant of every phase of it. Then, too, there are 1,000 other difficulties, such as getting machinery out here in time, hiring Chinese labor, chartering a ship, placing the output—" "George Balt has done all that many times, and knows everything about it," Cherry interrupted with decision. "Every difficulty can be met when the time comes. What other people have done, you ought to be able to do." But he was not to be won by flattery. Youth that he was, he already knew the vanity of human hopes, and it was his nature to look at all sides of a question before answering it finally. The slightest error of judgment would mean failure and ruin, he reflected. For this country isn't like any other. It is cut off from the rest of the world, and there's no time to go back and pick up. "The odds are great, of course," she acquiesced, "but the winnings are in proportion. It isn't a casino by any means. This is worth while. Every man who has done anything in this world believes in a goddess of luck, and it's the element of chance that makes life worth living." "That's all right in theory," he answered her, somewhat cynically, "but in practice you'll find that luck is largely the result of previous judgment. For every obstacle I have mentioned, 1,000 unsuspected difficulties will arise, one of which—" The girl interrupted him sharply for a second time, looking him squarely in the eyes, her own flushed face alight with determination. There's only one person in the whole world who can defeat you, and that person is yourself, and no man can finish a task before he begins it. We'll grant there's a chance for failure, a million chances, but don't try to count them. Count the chances for success. Don't be faint-hearted, for there's no such thing as fear. It doesn't exist. It's merely an absence of courage, just as indecision is merely a lack of decision. I never saw anything yet of which I was afraid. And you're a man. The deity of success is a woman, and she insists on being won, not courted. You've got to seize her and bear her off, instead of standing under her window with a mandolin. You need to be rough and masterful with her. Nobody ever reasoned himself out of a street fight. He had to act. If a man thinks over a proposition long enough, it will whip him, no matter how simple it is. It is the lightning flash that guides a man. You must lay your course in the blue dazzle, then follow it in the dark, and when you come to the end, it always lightens again. Don't stand still staring through the gloom, and then try to walk while the lightning lasts, because you won't get anywhere." Her words were charged with an electric force that communicated itself to the young man and galvanized him into action. He would have spoken, but she stayed him, and went on: "Wait, I'm not through yet. I've watched you, and I know you are down on your luck for some reason. You've been miscast somehow, and you've had the heart taken out of you, but I'm sure it's in you to succeed, for you're young and intelligent, cool and determined. I'm giving you this chance to play the biggest game of your life, and erase in 8 short months every trace of failure. I'm not doing it altogether unselfishly, for I believe you've been sent to Kalvik to work out your own salvation and mine, and that of poor George Bolt, whom you've never seen. You're going to do this thing, and you're going to make it win." Emerson reached out impulsively and caught her tiny, mittened hand. His eyes were shining, his face had lost the settled look of dejection, and was all aglow with a new dawn of hope. Even his shoulders were lifted and thrown back as if from some sudden access of vigor that lightened his burden. "You're right," he said firmly. "We'll send for Bolt tonight." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 5. In which a compact is formed. Now that he had committed himself to action, Boyd Emerson became a different being. He was no longer the dispirited cynic of yesterday, but an eager, voluble optimist, athirst for knowledge and afire with impatience. On the homeward drive he had bombarded Cherry with a running fusillade of questions, so that by the time they had arrived at her house she was mentally and physically fatigued. He seemed insatiable, drawing from her every atom of information she possessed, and although he was still hard, incisive, and aloof, it was in quite a different way. The intensity of his concentration had gathered all feeling into one definite passion, and had sucked him dry of ordinary emotions. In the days that followed, she was at his elbow constantly, aiding him at every turn in his zeal to acquire a knowledge of the cannery system. The odd conviction grew upon her that he was working against time, that there was a limit to his period of action, for he seemed obsessed by an ever-growing passion to accomplish some end within a given time, and had no thought for anything beyond the engrossing issue into which he had plunged. She was dumbfounded by his sudden transformation, and delighted at first, but later, when she saw that he regarded her only as a means to an end, his cool assumption of leadership piqued her, and she felt hurt. Constantine had been sent for Bolt, with instructions to keep on until he found the fisherman, even if the quest carried him over the range. During the days of impatient waiting they occupied their time largely in reconnoitring the nearest cannery, permission to go over which Cherry had secured from the watchman, who was indebted to her. The man was timid at first, But Emerson won him over, then proceeded to pump him dry of information, as he had done with his hostess. He covered the plant like a ferret. He showed such powers of adaptability and assimilation as to excite the girl's wonder. His grasp of detail was instant, his retentive faculty tenacious. He never seemed to rest. "Why, you already know more about a cannery than a superintendent does," she remarked, after nearly a week of this. "I believe you could build one yourself." He smiled. "I'm an engineer by education, and this is really in my line. It's the other part that has me guessing. Bolt can handle that. But why doesn't he come?" he questioned crossly. A score of times he had voiced his impatience, and Cherry was hard pushed to soothe him. Nor was she the only one to note the change in him. Fraser followed him about and looked on in bewilderment. "What have you done to frozen Annie?" he asked Cherry on one occasion. "You must have fed him a speed ball, for I never saw a guy gear up so fast. Why, he was the darndest crape hanger I ever met till you got him gingered up. He didn't have no more spirit than a sick kitten. Of course he ain't what you'd call genial and expansive yet, but he's developed a remarkable burst of speed, and seems downright hopeful at times." "Hopeful of what?" "Ah, that's where I wonder. He's a puzzle to me. Hopeful of making money, I suppose." "That isn't it. I can see he doesn't care for the money itself," the girl declared emphatically. She would have liked to ask Fraser if he knew anything about the mysterious beauty of the magazine, but refrained. "I don't think so either," said the man. "He acts more like somebody was going to ring the gong on him if this fish thing don't let him out. It seems to be a case bet with him." "It's a case bet with me, too," said the girl. "My men are ready to quit, and well, Willis Marsh will see that I am financially ruined." "Oho, so this is your only out," grinned "Fingerless" Fraser. "Now I see a different idea as to why you got Emerson started." He was observing her shrewdly. "What idea, pray?" "Well, talking straight and sidestepping subterfuge, this is a lonely place for a woman like you, and our mutual friend ain't altogether unattractive." Cherry's cheeks flamed, but her tone was icy. "This is entirely a business matter." I ain't never heard you touted none as a business woman," said the adventurer. "Have you ever heard me?" The color faded from the girl's face, and it was a trifle drawn. "Discussed in any way?" "You know, Emerson makes me uncomfortable sometimes, he is so damn moral," Fraser replied, indirectly. "He won't stand for anything off color. He's a real square guy, he is, the kind you read about." "You didn't answer my question," insisted Cherry. Again Fraser evaded the issue. "Now, if this Marsh is going after you in earnest this summer, why don't you let me stick around here till spring and look out your game? I'll drop a monkey wrench in his gear case, or put a spider in his dumpling, and it's more than an even shot that if him and I got to know each other right well, I'd own his cannery before fall." "Thank you, I can take care of myself," said the girl, in a tone that closed the conversation. Late one stormy night Constantine had been gone a week. The two men whom they were expecting blew in through the blinding smother, half frozen and well nigh exhausted, with the marks of hard travel showing in their sunken cheeks and in the bleeding pads of their dog team. But although 100 miles of impassable trails lay behind them, Bolt refused rest or nourishment until he had learned why Cherry had sent for him. "What's wrong?" he demanded of her, staring with suspicious eyes at the strangers. As briefly as possible she outlined the situation the while Boyd Emerson took his measure, for no person quite like this fisherman had ever crossed the miner's path. He saw a huge, barrel-chested creature, whose tremendous muscles bulged beneath his nondescript garments, whose red, upstanding bristle of hair topped a leather countenance from which gleamed a pair of the most violent eyes Emerson had ever beheld, the dominant expression of which was rage. His jaw was long, and the seams from nostril and lip, half hidden behind a stiff stubble, gave it the set of granite. His hands were gnarled and cracked from an age-long immersion in brine. His voice was hoarse and the echo of drumming ratlines. He might have lived 40, 60 years, but every year had been given to the sea, for its breath was in his lungs, its foaming violence was in his blood. As the significance of Cherry's words sank into his mind, the signs of an unholy joy overspread the fisherman's visage. His thick lips writhed into an evil grin, and his hairy paws continued to open and close hungrily. "Do you mean business?" he bellowed at Emerson. "I do." "Can you fight?" "Yes." "Will you do what I tell you, or have you got a lot of sick notions?" "No," the young man declared stoutly. "I have no scruples, but I won't do what you or anybody else tells me. I'll do what I please. I intend to run this enterprise absolutely, and run it my way." "This gang won't stop at anything," warned Bolt. "Neither will I," affirmed the other, with a scowl and a dangerous down-drawing of his lip corners. "I've got to win, so don't waste time wondering how far I'll go. What I want to know is if you will join my enterprise." The giant uttered a mirthless chuckle. "I'll give my life to it." "I knew you would," flashed Cherry, her eyes beaming. "And if we don't beat Willis Marsh, by God, I'll kill him." Fully capable of carrying out his threat, for his bloodshot eyes were lit with bitter hatred and the memory of his wrongs was like gall in his mouth. Turning to the girl, he said, "Now give me something to eat. I've been living on dogfish till my belly is full of bones." He ripped the ragged parka from his back and flung it in a sodden heap beside the stove, then strode after her, with the others following. She seated him at her table and spread food before him, great quantities of food which he devoured ravenously, humped over his seat like a bear, his jaw hanging close to his plate. His appetite was as ungoverned as his temper. He did not taste his meal, nor note its character, but demolished whatever fell first to his hand, staring curiously up from under his thatched brows at Emerson, now and then grunting some interruption to the other's rapid talk. Of Cherry and of Fingerless Fraser, who regarded him with awe, he took not the slightest heed. He gorged himself with sufficient provender for 4 people, then, observing that the board was empty, swept the crumbs and remnants from his lips and rose, saying, "Now, let us go out by this stove. I've been cold for 3 days." Cherry left the 2 of them there, and long after she had gone to bed she heard the murmur of their voices. "It's all arranged," they advised her at the breakfast table. "We leave to-morrow." "To-morrow?" she echoed blankly. "To-morrow?" likewise questioned Fraser in alarm. "Oh, say, you can't do that. My feet are too sore to travel. I certainly got a bad pair of dogs." "We start in the morning. We have no time to waste." Cherry turned to the fisherman. "You can't get ready so soon, George." "I'm ready now," answered the big fellow. She felt a sudden dread at her heart. What if they failed and did not return? What if some untoward peril should overtake them on the outward trip? It was a hazardous journey, and George Bolt was the most reckless man on the Behring coast. She cast a frightened glance at Emerson, but none of the men noticed it. Even if they had observed the light that had come into those clear eyes, they would not have known it for the dawn of a new love any more than she herself realized what her reasonless fears betokened. She had little time to ponder, however, for Emerson's next words added to her alarm. "We'll catch the mail boat at Katmai." "Katmai?" she broke in sharply. "You said you were going by the Iliamna route." "The other is shorter." She turned on Bolt angrily. "You know better than to suggest such a thing." "I didn't suggest it," said Bolt. "It's Mr. Emerson's own idea. He insists." "I'm for the long, safe proposition every time," Fraser announced, as if settling the matter definitely, languidly filling his pipe. Boyd's voice broke in curtly upon his reverie. "You're not going with us." "The hell I ain't!" exploded the other. "Why not?" "There won't be room. You understand, it's hard traveling with 3." "Oh, see here now, pal. You promised to take me to the States," the adventurer demurred. "You wouldn't slough me at this gravel pit. After you promised." He was visibly alarmed. "Very well," said Emerson, resignedly. "If you feel that way about it, come along. But I won't take you east of Seattle." "Seattle ain't so bad," Fraser replied. "I guess I can pick up a pinch of change there, all right. But Kalvik, wow!" "Why do you have to go so soon?" Cherry asked Emerson, when the two others had left them. "Because every day counts." "But why the Katmai route? It's the stormy season, and you may have to wait 2 weeks for the mail boat after you reach the coast." "Yes, but on the other hand, if we should miss it by one day, it would mean a month's delay. She ought to be due in about 10 days, so we can't take any chances." "I shall be dreadfully worried until I know you are safely over," said the girl, a new note of wistful tenderness in her voice. "Nonsense. We've all taken bigger risks before." "Do you know," she began, hesitatingly, "I've been thinking that perhaps you'd better not take up this enterprise, after all." "Why not?" he asked, with an incredulous stare. "I thought you were enthusiastic on the subject." "I am. I believe in the proposition thoroughly," Cherry limped on. "But well, I was entirely selfish in getting you started, for it possibly means my own salvation. But " "It's my last chance also," Boyd broke in. "That's only another reason for you to continue, however. Why have you suddenly weakened?" "Because I see you don't realize what you are going into," she said desperately. "Because you don't appreciate the character of the men you will clash with. There is actual physical peril attached to this undertaking, and Marsh won't hesitate to do anything under the sun to balk you. It isn't worth while risking your life for a few dollars." "Oh, isn't it?" Emerson laughed a trifle harshly. "My dear girl, you don't know what I am willing to risk for those few dollars. You don't know what success means to me. Why, if I don't make this thing win, I'll be perfectly willing to let Marsh wreak his vengeance upon me. I might even help him." "Oh, no!" "You may rest assured of one thing. If he is unscrupulous, so shall I be. If he undertakes to check me, I'll fight fire with fire." His face was not pleasant to look at now, and the girl felt an access of that vague alarm which had been troubling her of late. She saw again that old light of sullen desperation in the man's eye, and marked it with a new, dogged, dangerous gleam, as of one possessed, which proclaimed his extreme necessity. "But what has occurred to make you change your mind?" he asked, causing the faintest flush to rise in her cheeks. "A few days ago you were a stranger, now you are a friend," she replied, steadily. "One's likes and dislikes grow rapidly when they are not choked by convention. I like you too well to see you do this. You are too good a man to become the prey of those people. Remember George Balt." "Balt hasn't started yet. For the first time he is a real menace to Willis Marsh." "Won't you take my advice and reconsider?" urged the girl. "Listen," said the young man. "I came to this country with a definite purpose in mind, and I had 3 years in which to work it out. I needed money. God, how I needed money! They may talk about the emptiness of riches, and tell you that men labor not for the kill but for the pursuit, not for the score but for the contest. Maybe some of them do, but with me it was gold I needed, gold I had to have, and I didn't care much how I got it, so long as I got it honestly. I didn't crave the pleasure of earning it, nor the thrill of finding it. I just wanted the thing itself, and came up here because I thought the opportunities were greater here than elsewhere. I'd have gone to the Sahara or into Tibet just as willingly. I left behind a good many things to which I had been raised, and forsook opportunities which to most fellows of my age would seem golden. But I did it eagerly because I had only 3 years of grace, and knew I must win in that time. Well, I went at it. No chance was too desperate, no peril was too great, no hardship too intense for me. I bent every effort to my task, until my mind and body became sleepless, unresting implements for the working out of my purpose. I lost all sensibility of effort to fatigue, to physical suffering. I forgot all things in the world except my one idea. I focused every power upon my desire, but a curse was on me, A curse, nothing less. At first I took misfortune philosophically, but when it came and slept with me I began to rage at it. Month after month, year by year, it rose with me at dawn and lay down by me at night. Misfortune beleaguered me and dogged my heels, until it became a thing of amusement to everyone except myself. To me it was terrifying, because my time was shortening, and the last day of grace was rushing toward me. Just to show you what luck I played in, at Dawson I found a prospect that would have made most men rich, and although such a thing had never happened in that particular locality before, it pinched out. I tried again and again and again, and finally found another mine, only to be robbed of it by the Canadian laws in such a manner that there wasn't the faintest hope of my recovering the property. Men told me about opportunities they couldn't avail themselves of, and although I did what they themselves would have done, these chances proved to be ghastly jokes. I finally shifted from mining to other ventures, and the town burned. I awoke in a midnight blizzard to see my chance of a fortune licked up by flames, while the hiss of the water from the firemen's hoses seemed directed at me, and the voice of the crowd sounded like jeers. I was among the first at Nome, and staked alongside the discoverers, who undertook to put me in right for once. But although the fellows around me made fortunes in a day, my ground was barren, and my bedrock swept clean by that unseen hand which I always felt but could never avoid. I leased proven properties, only to find that the pay ceased without reason. I did this so frequently that owners began to refuse me, and came to consider me a thing of evil omen. Once a broken snowshoe in a race to the recorder's office lost me a fortune. At another time a corrupt judge plunged me from certainty to despair, and all the while my time was growing shorter and I was growing poorer. 2 hours after the Topkuk strike was made, I drove past a shaft, but the one partner known to me had gone to the cabin to build a fire, and the other one lied to me, thinking I was a stranger. I heard afterward that just as I drove away my friend came to the door and called after me, but the day was bitter and my ears were muffled with fur, while the dry snow beneath the runners shrieked so that it drowned his cries. He chased me for half a mile to make me rich, but the hand of fate lashed my dogs faster and faster, while that hellish screeching outdinned his voice. 6 hours later Topkuk was history. You've seen stampedes. You understand. My name became a byword, and caused people to laugh, though they shrank from me, for miners and sailors are equally superstitious. No man had more opportunities than I, and no man was ever so miserably unfortunate in missing them. In time I became whipped, utterly without hope. Yet almost from habit I fought on and on, with my ears deaf to the voices that mocked me. 3 years isn't very long as you measure time, but the death watch drags, and the priest's prayers are an eternity when the hangman waits outside. But the time came and passed at length, and I saw my beautiful breathing dream become a rotting corpse. Still I struggled along, until one day something snapped and I gave up, for all time. I realized, as you said, that I was miscast, that I had never been of this land, so I was headed for home. Home, Emerson smiled bitterly. The word doesn't mean anything to me now, but anyhow I was headed for God's country, an utter failure, in a worse plight than when I came here, when you put this last chance in front of me. It may be another ignis fatuus, such as the others I have pursued, for I have been chasing rainbows now for 3 years, and I suppose I shall go on chasing them, but as long as there is a chance left, I can't quit. I can't. And something tells me that I have left that ill-omened thing behind at last, and I am going to win." Cherry had listened eagerly to this bitter tirade, and was deeply touched by the pathos of the youth's sense of failure. His poignant pessimism, however, only seemed to throw into relief the stubborn fixedness of his dominant purpose. The moving cause of it all, whatever it was, and it could only be a woman, aroused a burning curiosity in her, and she said, "But you're too late. You say your time was up some time ago." "Perhaps," he returned, staring into the distances. "That's what I was going out to ascertain. I thought I might have a few days of grace allowed me." He turned his eyes directly upon her, and concluded in a matter-of-fact tone: "That's why I can't quit now that you've set me in motion again, now that you've given me another chance. That's why we leave to-morrow and go by way of the Katmai Pass." End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 6. Wherein Boreas takes a hand. All that day the men busied themselves in preparation for the start. Balt was ferociously exultant. Emerson was boiling with impatience, while Fraser, whose calm nothing disturbed, slept most of the time, observing that this was his last good bed for a while, and therefore he wished to make it work. Beneath her quiet cheerfulness, Cherry nursed a forlorn heart. For when these men were gone, she would be left alone and friendless again, buried in the heart of an inaccessible wilderness, given over to her fears and the intrigues of her enemies. She had eyes mainly for Emerson, and although in her glance there was good fellowship, in her heart was hot resentment. First at him, because he had awakened in her the warm interest she felt for him, and second at herself for harboring any such interest. Why should this self-centered youth, wrapped up in his own affairs to her own utter exclusion, give her cause to worry? Why should she allow him to step into her quiet life and upset her well-ordered existence? "How do you like him?" she asked Balt once. "He's my style, all right," said the big man. "He's desperate, and he'll fight. That's what I want. Somebody that won't blanch at anything when the time comes." He ground his teeth, and his red eyes flamed, reflecting the sense of injury that seared his brain. "What he don't know about the business I do, and we'll make it win. But say, ain't he awful at asking questions? My head aches and my back is lame from answering him. Seems like he remembers it all, too." Goaded by the wrong he had suffered, and almost maniacal in his eagerness for the coming struggle, the giant's frenzy told Cherry that the fight would be an unrelenting one. And again a vague tremor of regret at having drawn this youth into the affair crept over her and sharpened the growing pain at her heart. During the evening Emerson left the two other men in the store, and seeking her out in the little parlor, asked her to play for him. She consented gladly, and as on their first evening together, he sang with her. Again the blending of their voices brought them closer. His aloofness wore off, and he became an agreeable, accomplished companion, whose merry wit and boyish sympathy stirred emotions in the girl that threatened her peace of mind. This had been the only companionship with her own kind she had enjoyed for months, and with his melting mood came a softening of her own nature, in which she appeared before him gracious and irresistible. Banteringly, and rising out of his elation, he tried to please her, and in the same spirit that calls the bird to its mate, she responded. It was their last hour together before embarking on his perilous journey in search of the golden fleece, and his starved affections clamored for sympathy, while the iron in his blood felt the magnetic propinquity of sex. When he said good night, it was with a wholly new conception of his hostess, and of her power to charm as well as manage men and affairs. But he could well have dispensed with an uncomfortable feeling that came over him as he reviewed the events of the evening over a last pipe that he had been playing with fire. For her part, she lay awake far into the morning hours, now blissfully floating on the current of half-formed desires, and now vaguely fearing some dread that clutched her. The goodbyes were brief and commonplace. There was time for nothing more, for the dogs were straining to be off, and the December air bit fiercely. But Cherry called Emerson aside, and in a rather tremulous voice begged him again to consider well this enterprise before finally committing himself to it. If this were any other country, if there were any law up here, or any certainty of getting a square deal, I'd never say a word. I'd urge you to go the limit. But he was about to laugh off her fears, as he had done before, when the plaintive wrinkle between her brows and the forlorn droop of her lips stayed him. Without thought of consequences, and prompted largely by his leaping spirits, he stooped, and before she could divine his purpose, kissed her. "Good-bye," he laughed with dancing eyes. "That's my answer." And the next second was at the sled. The dogs leaped at his shout, and the cavalcade was in motion. The others had not observed his leave-taking, and now cried a final farewell. But the girl stood without sound or gesture, bareheaded under the wintry sky, a startled, wondering light in her eyes which did not fade until the men were lost to view far up the river trail. Then she breathed deeply and turned into the house, oblivious to Constantine and the young squaw who held the sick baby up for her inspection. The hazards of winter travel in the North are manifold at best, but the country which Emerson and his companions had to traverse was particularly perilous, owing to the fact that their course led them over the backbone of the great Alaskan range, that desolate skyscraping rampart which interposes itself between the hate of the Arctic seas and the tossing wilderness of the North Pacific. This range forms a giant ice-armored tusk, thrust out to the westward and curved like the horn of an African rhino, its tip pointed 800 miles toward the Asiatic coast, its soaring peaks veiled in perpetual mist and volcanic fumes, its slopes agleam with lonely ice fields. It is a saw-toothed ridge, for the most part narrow, unbroken, and cruel, and the rival winter gales roar over it in a never-ceasing war. On the north lies the forgotten land. To the south are the tempered reaches of the Pacific. In summer, the stern sweep of rock and tundra is soaked with weeping rains, and given over to the herding caribou or the great grass-eating bear. But when from the polar regions the white hand of winter stretches forth, the grieving seas lift themselves, the rain turns to bitter, hail-burdened hurricanes that charge and retreat in a death-dealing conflict, sheathing the barrier anew and confounding the hearts of men on land and sea. The coast is unlighted and badly mapped, hence the shore is a graveyard for ships, while through the guts which at intervals penetrate the range, the blizzards screech until travelers burrow into drifts to avoid their fury, or lie out in stiff sleeping bags exposed to their anger. It is a region of sudden storms, a battleground of the elements which have swept it naked of cover in ages past, and it is peopled scantily by handfuls of coughing natives, whose igloos are hidden in hollows or chained to the ground with cables and ship's gear. It was thither the travelers were bound, headed toward Katmai Pass, which is no more than a gap between peaks, through which the hibernal gales suck and swirl. This pass is even balder than the surrounding barrens, for it forms a funnel at each end, confining the winds and affording them freer course. Notwithstanding the fact that it had an appalling death list and was religiously shunned, Emerson would hearken to no argument for a safer route, insisting that they could spare no time for detours. Nothing dampened his spirits, no hardship daunted him. He was tireless, ferocious in his haste. A week of hard travel found them camped in the last fringe of cottonwood that fronted the glacial slopes, their number augmented now by a native from a Russian village with an unpronounceable name, who, at the price of an extortionate bribe, had agreed to pilot them through. For 3 days they lay idle, the taut walls of their tent thrumming to an incessant fusillade of ice particles that whirled down ahead of the blast, while Emerson fumed to be gone. The fourth morning broke still and quiet, but after a careful scrutiny of the peaks, the Indian shook his head and spoke to Balt, who nodded in agreement. "What's the matter?" growled Emerson. "Why don't we get under way?" But the other replied, "Not today. Them tips are smoking, see?" He indicated certain gauzy streamers that floated like vapor from the highest pinnacles. "That's snow. Dry snow, and it shows that the wind is blowing up there. We dasn't tackle it." "Do you mean we must lie here waiting for an absolutely calm day?" "Exactly. Why, it may be a week. It may be 2 of them. Then again, it may be all right tomorrow." "Nonsense. That breeze won't hurt anybody." "Breeze?" Balt laughed. "It's more like a tornado up yonder. No, we've just got to take it easy till the right moment comes, and then make a dash. It's 30 miles to the nearest stick of timber, and once you get into the pass, you can't stop till you're through." Still unconvinced and surly at the delay, Emerson resigned himself while Balt saw to their sled, tended the dogs, and made final preparations. Fingerless Fraser lay flat on his back and nursed a pair of swollen tendons that had been galled by his snowshoe thongs, reviling at the fortune that had cast him into such inhospitable surroundings, heaping anathemas upon the head of him who had invented snowshoes, complaining of everything in general, from the indigestible quality of baking powder bread to the odor of the guide who crouched stolidly beside the stove, feeding it with green willows and twisted withies. The next dawn showed the mountain peaks limned like clean-cut ivory against the steel-blue sky, and as they crept up through the defiles, the air was so motionless that the smoke of their pipes hung about their heads, while the creak of their soles upon the dry surface of the snow roused echoes from the walls on either side. At first their progress was rapid, but in time the drifts grew deeper, and they came to bluffs where they were forced to notch footholds, unpack their load, and relay it to the top, then free the dogs and haul the sled up with a rope hand over hand. These labors, besides being intensely fatiguing, delayed them considerably, added to which the higher altitudes were covered with a soft eider down that reached nearly to their knees, and shoved ahead of the sled in great masses. Thus they dragged their burden through instead of over it. By midday they had gained the summit, and found themselves in the heart of a huge desolation, hedged in by a chaos of peaks and pinnacles, the snows unbroken by twig or bush, untracked by living sign. Here and there the dark face of some white-cowled rock or cliff scowled at them, and although they were drenched with sweat and parched from thirst, nowhere was there the faintest tinkle of running water, while the dry powder underfoot scratched their throats like iron filings when they turned to it for relief. All were jaded and silent, save Emerson, who urged them on incessantly. It was early in the afternoon when the Indians stopped and began testing the air. Balt also seemed suddenly to scent a change in the atmospheric conditions. "What's wrong now?" Emerson asked gruffly. "Feels like wind," answered the big man with a shake of his head. The native began to chatter excitedly, and as they stood there a chill draught fanned their cheeks. Glancing upward at the hillsides, they saw that the air was now thickened as if by smoke, and dropping their eyes, they saw the fluff beneath their feet stir lazily. Little wisps of snow vapor began to dance upon the ridges, whisking out of sight as suddenly as they appeared. They became conscious of a sudden fall in the temperature, and they knew that the cold of interstellar space dwelt in that ghostly breath which smote them. Before they were well aware of the ominous significance of these signs, the storm was upon them, sweeping through the chute wherein they stood with rapidly increasing violence. The terrible unseen hand of the frozen north had unleashed its brood of furies, and the air rang with their hideous cries. It was Dante's third circle of hell let loose, Cerberus baying through his wide threefold throat, and the voices of tormented souls shrilling through the infernal shades. It came from behind them, lifting the fur on the backs of the wolf dogs and filling it with powder, pelting their hides with sharp particles until they refused to stand before it, and turned and crouched with flattened ears in the shelter of the sled. In an instant the wet faces of the men were dried, and their steaming garments hardened to shells, while their blood began to move more sluggishly. Fraser shouted something, but Emerson's whipping garments drowned the words, and without waiting to ascertain what the adventurer had said, the young man ran forward and cut the dogs loose, while Balt and the guide fell to unlashing the sled, the tails of their parkers meanwhile snapping like boat sails, their cap strings streaming. As they freed the last knot, the hurricane ripped the edge of the tarpaulin from their clumsy fingers, and seizing a loosely folded blanket belonging to the native, snatched it away. The fellow clutched wildly at it, but the cloth sailed ahead of the blast as if on wings, and then dropping to the surface of the snow, opened out, whereupon some twisting current bore it aloft again, and it swooped down the hill like a great bat, followed by a wail of despair from the owner. Other loose articles on the top of the load were picked up like chaff, coffee-pot, frying-pan, and dishes, then hurled away like charges of canister, rolling, leaping, skipping down into the swale ahead, and then up over the next ridge and out of sight. But the men were too fiercely beset by the confusion to notice their loss. There was no question of facing the wind, for it was more cruel than the fierce breath of an open furnace, searing the naked flesh like a flame. All the morning the air had hung in perfect poise, but some change of temperature away out over one of the rival oceans had upset the aerostatic balance, and the wind tore through this gap like the torrent below a broken reservoir. The contour of the surrounding hills altered. The whole country took on a different aspect, due to the rapid charging of the atmosphere. The limits of vision grew shorter and strangely distorted. Although as yet the snows were barely beginning to move, the men knew they would shortly be forced to grope their way through dense clouds that would blot out every landmark, and the touch of which would be like the stroke of a red-hot rasp. Balt came close to Emerson and bellowed into his ear. "What shall we do? Roll up in the bedding or run for it? How far is it to timber?" 12 or 15 miles. Let's run for it. We're out of grub anyhow, and this may last for days." There was no use of trying to secure additional clothing from the supply in the sled, so they abandoned their outfit and allowed themselves to be driven ahead of the storm, trusting to the native sense of direction and keeping close together. The dogs were already well drifted over and refused to stir. Once they were gone a stone's throw from the sled, there was no turning back. And although the wind was behind them, progress was difficult, for they came upon chasms which they had to avoid. They crossed slippery slopes where the storm had bared the hard crust and which their feet refused to grip. In such places they had to creep on hands and knees, calling to one another for guidance. They were numbed, blinded, choked by the rage of the blizzard. Their faces grew stiff and their lungs froze. At times they fell and were skidded along ahead of the blasts. This forced them to crawl back again, for they dared not lose their course. At one place they followed a hogback, where the rocks came to a sharp ridge like the summit of a roof. This they bestrode, inching along a foot at a time, wearing through the palms of their mittens and chafing their garments. No cloth could withstand the roughened surfaces, and in time the bare flesh of their hands became exposed. But there was little sensation, and no time for rest or means of relief. Soon they began to leave bloodstains behind them. All 4 men were old in the ways of the North, and knowing their present extremity, they steeled themselves to suffering. But their tortures were intense, not the least of which was thirst. Exhaustion comes quickly under such conditions. Much has been written concerning the red man's physical powers of endurance. But as a rule, no Indian is the equal of his white brother, due as much perhaps to lack of mental force as to generations of insufficient clothing and inanition. So it was not surprising that as the long afternoon dragged to a close, the Aleut guide began to weaken. He paused with more frequency, and it required more effort to start him. He fell oftener and rose with more difficulty. The others were dependent upon his knowledge of the trail and could not take the lead. Darkness found them staggering on, supporting him wherever possible. At length he became unable to guide them farther, and Balt, who had once made the trip, took his place, while the others dragged the poor creature along at the cost of their precious strength. At one time he begged them to leave him, and both Balt and Fingerless Fraser agreed, but Emerson would have none of it. "He'll die anyhow," argued the fisherman. "He's as good as dead now," supplemented Fraser, "and we may be 10 miles from timber." "I made him come, and I'll take him through," said Emerson, stubbornly, and so they crawled their weary way, sore beset with their dragging burden. Slow at best, their advance now became snail-like, for darkness had fallen and threatened to blot them out. It betrayed them down declivities, up and out of which they had to dig their way. In such descents they were forced to let go the helpless man, whose body rolled ahead of them like a boneless sack. But these very mishaps helped to keep the spark of life in him, for at every disheartening pause the others rubbed and pounded him, though they knew their efforts were hopeless, and would have been better spent upon themselves. Fraser, never a strong man, gave out in time, and it looked as if he might overtax the powers of the other two. But Balt's strength was that of a bull, while Emerson subsisted on his nerve, fairly consuming his soul. They grew faint and sick, and knew themselves to be badly frozen, but their leader spurred them on, draining himself in the effort. For the first time Emerson realized that the adventurer had been a drag on him ever since their meeting. They had long since lost all track of time and place, trusting blindly to a downward course. The hurricane still harried them with unabated fury, when all at once they came to another bluff where the ground fell away abruptly. Without waiting to investigate whether the slope terminated in a drift or a precipice, they flung themselves over. Down they floundered, the two half-insensible men, tangled together as if in a race for total oblivion, only to plunge through a thicket of willow tops that whipped and stung them. On they went, now vastly heartened, over another ridge, down another declivity, and then into a grove of spruce timber, where the air suddenly stilled, and only the tree-tops told of the rushing wind above. It was well nigh an hour before Balt and Emerson succeeded in starting a fire, for it was desperate work groping for dry branches, and they themselves were on the verge of collapse before the timid blaze finally showed the two more unfortunate ones huddled together. Cherry had given Emerson a flask of liquor before starting, and this he now divided between Fraser and the guide, having wisely refused it to them until shelter was secured. Then he melted snow in Balt's tin cup and poured pints of hot water into the pair until the adventurer began to rally. But the Aleut was too far gone, and an hour before the laggard dawn came he died. They walked Fraser around the fire all night, threshing his tortured body and fighting off their own deadly weariness, meanwhile absorbing the insufficient heat of the flames. When daylight came, they tried hard to lash the corpse into a spruce top, but their strength was unequal to the task, and they were forced to leave the body to the mercy of the wolves as they turned their faces expectantly down the valley toward the village. The day was well spent when they struggled into Katmai and plodded up to a half-rotted log store, the roof of which was protected from the winter gales by two anchor chains passed over the ridge and made fast to posts, well buried in the ground. A globular, quarter-breed Russian trader, with eyes so crossed that he could distinguish nothing at yards' distance, took them in and administered to their most crying needs, and then dispatched an outfit for the guide's body. The initial stage of the journey, Emerson realized with Thanksgiving, was over. As soon as he was able to talk, he inquired straightaway concerning the mail boat. "She called here 3 days ago, bound west," said the trader. "That's all right. She'll be back in about a week, eh?" "No, she won't stop here coming back. Her contract don't call for it." "What?" Emerson felt himself sickening. "No, she won't call here till next month, and then if it's storming she'll go on to the westward and land on her way back." "How long will that be?" "Maybe 7 or 8 weeks." In his weakened condition the young man groped for the counter to support himself. So the storm's delay at the foot of the pass had undone him. Fate in the guise of winter had unfurled those floating snow banners from the mountain peaks to thwart him once more. Instead of losing the accursed thing that had hung over him these past 3 years, it had merely redoubled its hold. That mocking power had held the bait of Tantalus before his eyes, only to hurl him back into hopeless despair. For, figuring with the utmost nicety, he had reckoned that there was just time to execute his mission, and even a month's delay would mean certain failure. He turned hopelessly toward his two companions, but Fraser had relapsed into a state of coma, while Big George was asleep beside the stove. For a long time he stood silent and musing, while the fat storekeeper regarded him stupidly. And then he fumbled with clumsy fingers at his breast and produced the folded page of a magazine. He held it for a time without opening it, and then crushed it slowly in his fist and flung the crumpled ball into the open coals. He sighed heavily and turned upon the trader a frost-blackened countenance out of which all the light had gone. "Give us beds," he said. "We want to sleep." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 7. And Neptune Takes Another. Out of consideration for his companions, Emerson did not acquaint them with the evil tidings until the next morning. Moreover, he was swallowed up in black despair, and had no heart left in him for any further exertion. He had allowed the Russian to show him to a bed, upon which he flung himself half-dressed, while the others followed suit. But he was too tired to sleep. His nerves had been filed to such a fine edge that slumber became a process which required long hours of coaxing, during which he tossed restlessly, a prey to those hideous nightmares that lurk on the borderland of dreams. His distorted imagination flung him again and again into the agonizing maelstrom of the last 36 hours, and in his waking moments the gaunt spectre of failure haunted him. This was no new apparition, but never before had it appeared so horrible as now. He was too worn out to rave, his strength was spent, and his mind wandered hither and thither like a rudderless ship. So he lay staring into the dark with dull, tragic eyes, utterly inert, his body racked by 1,000 pains. Nor did fingerless Fraser meet with better fortune. He found little rest or sleep, and burdened the night with his groanings. His condition called for the frequent attendance of the trader, who ministered to his needs with the ease and certainty of long practice, rousing him now and then to give him nourishment, and redressing his frozen members when necessary. As for Balt, he slept like an Eskimo dog, wrapped in the senseless trance of complete physical relaxation. Being a creature of no imagination, he had taxed nothing beyond his body, which was capable of tremendous resistance. Wherefore he escaped the nerve-racking torment and mental distress of the others. As warmth and repose gradually adjusted the balance between mind and body, Emerson fell into a deep sleep, and it was late in the day when he awoke, every muscle aching, every joint stiff, every step attended with pain. He found his companions up and already breakfasted, Big George none the worse for his ordeal, while Fraser, bandaged and smarting, was his old shrewd self. Emerson's first inquiry was for the body of the guide. "They brought him in this morning," answered the fisherman. "He's in cold storage at the church. When the priest comes over next month, they'll bury him." "He was a right nice feller," said Fraser, "but I'm glad I ain't in his muclucs. If you two hadn't stuck to me, well, him and me would have done a brother act at this church festival." "How are your frost bites?" Emerson asked, seating himself with painful care. "Fine, all but the bum hook." He held up his crippled hand, which was well bandaged. "However, I guess I can save my gun finger, so all is not lost." "Have you heard about the mail boat?" "No." "We've missed her." "What do you mean?" demanded Big George blankly. "I mean that the storm delayed us just long enough to ruin us." "Why, let's wait until the next trip," offered the fisherman. Emerson shook his head. "She may not be back here for 8 weeks." "No." "We're done for." Balt was like a big boy in distress. His face wrinkled as if he were about to burst into loud lamentations, and then a thought seized him. "I'll tell you what we'll do," he cried, with a heavy attempt at meeting the problem. "We'll put off the scheme for a year. We'll take plenty of time and open up a year from next spring." "No," said Emerson, with a dejected shake of the head. "If I can't put it through on the flash, I can't do it at all. My time is up. I'm down and out. All our pretty plans have gone to smash. You'd better go back to Kalvik, George." At this suggestion Balt rose ponderously and began to rave. To see his vengeance slip from his grasp enraged him. He cursed shockingly, clenching his great fists above his head and grinding forth imprecations which caused Fraser to quail and cry out aghast, "Hey, you, quit that! Do you want to hang a Jonah onto us?" But the fisherman only goaded himself into greater passion, during which Pelton, the storekeeper, entered and forthwith began to cross himself devoutly. Observing this fervent pantomime, Balt turned upon the trader and directed his outburst at him. "Where in hell is this steamer?" "Out to the westward somewhere." "Well, she's a mail boat, ain't she? Then why don't she stop here coming back? Answer me." The rotund man shrugged his fat shoulders. "She's got to call at Uyak Bay going east." Emerson looked up quickly. "Where is Uyak Bay?" "Over on Kodiak Island," Big George answered, then turned again to vent his spleen on the trader. "What right have them steamboat people got to cut out this place for an empty cannery? Why, there ain't nobody at Uyak. It's more of that damn company business. They own this whole country and run it to suit themselves." "She ain't my boat," said Pelton. "You ought to have got here a few days sooner." "My God, I'm sorry we waited at the pass," said Emerson. "The weather couldn't have been any worse that first day than it was when we came across." Detecting in that remark a criticism of his caution, Big George turned about and faced the speaker. But as he met Emerson's eye, he checked the explosion, and seizing his cap, bolted out into the cold to walk off his mad rage. "When is the boat due at Uyak?" Emerson asked. "Most any time inside of a week." "How far is that from here?" "It ain't so far, only about 50 miles. Then, catching the light that flamed into the miner's eyes, Pelton hastened to observe, "But you can't get there. It's across the straits. Shilluk of Straits." "What of that? We can hire a sailboat and—" "I ain't got any sailboat. I lost my sloop last year hunting sea otter." "We can hire a small boat of some sort, can't we, and get the natives to put us across? There must be plenty of boats here." "Nothing but skin boats, kayaks, and bidarkas, you know. Anyhow, you couldn't cross at this time of year. It's too stormy. These straits is the worst piece of water on the coast. No, you'll have to wait." Emerson sank back into his chair and stared hopelessly at the fire. "Better have some breakfast," the trader continued, but the other only shook his head, and after a farewell squint of curiosity, the fat man rolled out again in pursuit of his duties. "I've heard tell of these Shilluk of Straits," Fraser remarked. "I bunked with a bear hunter from Kodiak once, and he said they was certainly some hell in winter." When Emerson made no reply, the fellow's colorless eyes settled upon him with a trace of solicitude, and he resumed. "I'm doggone sorry you lost out, pal, but maybe something'll turn up yet." Then, seeing that the young man was deaf to his condolence, he muttered, "So you got 'em again, eh? As usual on such occasions, he fell into his old habit of reading aloud, as it were, an imaginary scene to himself. "Yes, I've got 'em again," says Mr. Emerson, always eager to give entertainment with the English language. "I am indeed blue this afternoon. Won't you talk to me? I feel that the sound of a dear friend's voice will drive dull care away." "Gladly," says I. "I am a silent man by birth and training, and my thoughts is jewels but for you. I'll scatter them at large, and you can take your pick. Now, this salmon business ain't what it's cracked up to be after all. It's a smelly proposition, no matter how you take it, and a fisherman ain't much better than a rube, ask any wise guy. I'd rather see you in some profesh that don't stink so, like selling scented soap. There was a fellow at Dyea who done well at it. What think you?" "It's a dark night without," says Mr. Emerson, "and I fear some mischief is afoot. But what of yonder beauteous—" Unheeding this chatter, the disheartened man got up at this juncture, as if a sudden thought impelled him, and followed Balt out into the cold. He turned down the bank to the creek, however, and made a careful examination of all the canoes that went with the village. 15 minutes later he had searched out the disgruntled fisherman and cried excitedly, "I've got it! We'll catch that boat yet!" "How?" growled the big man sourly. "There's a large open skin boat, and Umiak, down on the beach, will hire a crew of Indians to put us across to Uyak." "Can't be done," said Big George, still gruffly. "It's the wrong season. You know the Shelick of Straits is a bad place even for steamships at this time of year. They're like that pass up yonder, only worse. But it's only 50 miles across. 50 miles of that kind of water in an open canoe may be just as bad as 500, unless you're lucky, and I ain't noticed anything so damned lucky about us. Well, it's that or nothing. It's our only chance. Are you game?" "Come on," cried Big George. "Let's find Pelton." When that worthy heard their desire, he uttered a shriek of denial. "In summer, yes, but now you can't do it. It has been tried too often. The Straits is always rough, and the weather is too cold to sit all day in an umiak. You'd freeze." "We'll chance it." "No, no, no. If it comes on to storm, you'll go to sea. The tides are strong. You can't see your course, and we'll use a compass. Now, you get me enough men to handle that umiak. That's a good fellow. I'll attend to the rest." "But they won't go," declared the little fat man. "They know what it means. Why—" "Call them in. I'll do the talking." And accordingly the storekeeper went in search of the village chief, shaking his head and muttering at the madness of these people. Fingerless Fraser, noticing the change in Balt and Emerson when they re-entered the store, questioned them as to what had happened, and in reply to his inquiry Big George said, "We're going to tackle the Straits in a small boat." "What? Not on your life. Why, that's the craziest stunt I ever heard of." "Don't you know?" "Yes, we know." Emerson shut him up brusquely. "You don't have to go with us." "Well, I should say not. Do I look like I'll do a thing like that? If I do, it's because I'm sick. I just got this far by a gnat's eyelash, and hereinafter I take the best of it every time." "You can wait for the mail boat." "I certainly can, and what's more, I will, and I'll register myself too. There ain't going to be any accidents to me whatever." Although the two men were pleased at the remote chance of catching the steamer, their ardor received a serious setback when the trader came in with the headman of the village and a handful of hunters, for Emerson found that money was quite powerless to tempt them. Using the Russian as an interpreter, he coaxed and wheedled, increasing his offer out of all proportion to the exigencies of the occasion, and still finding them obdurate, in despair he piled every coin he owned upon the counter. But the men only shook their heads and palavered among themselves. "They say it's too cold," translated Pelton. "They will freeze, and money is no good to dead men." Another native spoke. "It is very stormy this month, they say. The waves would sink an open boat." "Then they can put us across in bidarkas," insisted Emerson, who had noted the presence of several of these smaller crafts, which are nothing more than long walrus-hide canoes, completely decked over, save for tiny cockpits wherein the paddlers sit. "They don't have to come back that way. They can wait at Uyak for the next trip of the steamer. Why, I'm offering them more pay than they can make in 10 years." "Better get them to do it," urged Big George. "You'll get all the coin all back from them. They'll have to trade here." But Pelton's arguments were as ineffective as Emerson's, and after an hour's futile haggling the natives were about to leave when Emerson said, "Ask them what they'll take to sell me a bidarka." $100, Pelton told him, after an instant's parley. Emerson turned to George. "Will you tackle it alone with me?" The fisherman hesitated. "Two of us couldn't make it. Get a third man, and I'll go with you." Accordingly, Emerson resumed the subject with the Indians, but now their answer was short and decisive. Not one of them would venture forth unless accompanied by one of his own kind, in whose endurance and skill with the paddle he had confidence. It seemed as if fate had laid one final insurmountable obstacle in the path of the two white men, when Fingerless Fraser, who had been a silent witness to the whole scene, spoke up, in his voice a bitter complaint. "Well, that puts it up to me, I suppose. I'm always the fall guy, damn it." You go?" cried Emerson, astounded beyond measure at this offer, and still doubting. The fellow had so consistently shirked every hardship, and so systematically refused every hazard, no matter how slight. "Well, I don't want to." Fraser flared up. "You can just lay a bet on that. But these Siwashes won't stand the gaff. They're too wise. So I've got to, ain't I?" He glared belligerently from one to the other. "Can you handle a boat?" demanded Big George. "Can I handle a Huh!" sniffed the fellow. "Say, just because you've got corns on your palms as big as pancakes, you needn't think you're the only human that ever pulled an oar. I was the first man through Miles Canyon during the big rush in '98. I ran the rapids for a living. I got $50 a trip, and it only took me 3 minutes by the watch. That was the only easy money I ever picked up. Why, them tenderfeet used to cry like babies when they got a peek at them rapids. Can I handle a boat? Yes, and I wish I was back there right now instead of hitched up with a pair of yaps that don't know when they're well off." "But look here, Fraser," Emerson spoke up. "I don't think you're strong enough for this trip. It may take us 48 hours of constant paddling against wind and tide to make Uyak. George and I are fit enough, but you know you aren't." Fingerless Fraser turned violently upon the speaker. "Now, for heaven's sake, cut that out, will you? Just because you happen to give me a little lift on this cussed Katmai Pass, I suppose you'll never get done throwing it up to me. My feet were sore. That's why I petered out. If it hadn't been for my bum dogs, I'd have walked both of you down, but they were sore. Can't you understand? My feet were sore." He was whining now, and this unexpected angle of the man's disposition completely confused the others and left them rather at a loss what to say. But before they could make any comment, he rose stiffly and blazed forth. "But I won't start today. I hurt too much, and my mitts is froze. If you want to wait till I'm healed up so I can die in comfort, why, go ahead and buy that fool-killer boat, and we'll all commit suicide together." He stumped indignantly out of the room, his friends too greatly dumbfounded even to smile. For the next 2 days the men rested, replenishing their strength. But Fraser developed a wolfish temper which turned him into a veritable chestnut burr. There was no handling him. His scars were not deep, nor his hurt serious, however. So by the afternoon of the second day he announced with surly distemper that he would be ready to leave on the following morning, and the others accordingly made preparation for an early start. They selected the most seaworthy canoe, which at best was a treacherous craft, and stocked it well with water, cooked food, and stimulants. Since their arrival at Katmai, the weather had continued calm, and although the view they had through the frowning headlands showed the straits black and angry, they prayed that the wind would hold off for another 24 hours. Again Pelton importuned them to forego this journey, and again they turned deaf ears to his entreaties and retired early to awaken with a rickety log store straining at its cables under the force of a blizzard that had blotted out the mountains and was rousing the sea to fury. Fraser openly rejoiced, and Balt's heavy brows, which had carried a weight of trouble, cleared. But Emerson was plunged into as black a mood as that of the storm which had swallowed up the landscape. For 3 days the tempest held them prisoners, then died as suddenly as it had arisen. But the surf continued to thunder upon the beach for many hours, while Emerson looked on with hopeless, sullen eyes. When at last they did set out, a week to a day from their arrival at Katmai, it was to find such a heavy sea running outside the capes that they had hard shift to make it back to the village, drenched, dispirited, and well-nigh dead from the cold and fatigue. Although Fraser had fully recovered from his collapse, he nevertheless complained upon every occasion and whined loudly at every ache. He voiced his tortures eloquently, and bewailed the fate that had brought his fortunes to such an ebb, burdening the air so heavily with his complaints that Big George broke out in exasperation, "Shut up! You don't have to go with us. I'd rather tackle it alone than listen to you." "That's right," agreed Emerson, whose patience was also worn out by the rogue's unceasing jeremiad. "We'll try it without him tomorrow." "Oh, you will you?" snorted Fraser indignantly. "So after me getting well on purpose to make this trip, you want to dump me here with this fat man? I'll stand as much as anybody, but I won't stand for no deal like that. No, sir. You said I could go, and I'm going. Why, I'd rather drown than stick in this burg with that greasy Russian porpoise. Gee, this is a shine village." "Then take your medicine like a man and quit kicking." "If you prefer to swallow your groans, you do it. I like to make a fuss when I suffer. I enjoy it more that way." Again Pelton called them at daylight, and they were off, this time with better success, for the waves had abated sufficiently for them to venture beyond the partial shelter of the bay. All three knew the desperate chance they were taking, and they spoke little as they made their way out into the straits. Their craft was strange to them, and the positions they were forced to occupy soon brought on cramped muscles. The bidarka is a frail, narrow framework, over which is stretched walrus skin, and it is so fashioned that the crew sits one behind the other in circular openings with legs straight out in front. To keep themselves dry, each man had donned a native water garment, a loose hooded shirt manufactured from the bladders of seals. These shirts, or kamlikas as they are called, are provided with drawstrings at wrists, face, and bottom, so that when the skirt is stretched over the rim of the cockpit and corded tight, it renders the canoe well nigh waterproof, even though the decks are awash. The whole contrivance is peculiarly aboriginal and unsuited to the uses of white men, and, while unusually seaworthy, the bidarka requires more skill in the handling than does a Canadian birch bark. Hence the wits of the three travelers were taxed to the utmost. Out across the lonesome waste they journeyed, steadily creeping farther from the village, which of a sudden seemed a very safe and desirable place, with its snug store, its blazing fires, and its warm beds. The sea tossed them like a cork, coating their paddles and the decks of the canoe with ice, which they were at great pains to break off. It wet them in spite of their precautions, and its salt breath searched out their marrow, regardless of their unceasing labors, and these labors were in truth unceasing, for 50 miles of open water lay before them, 50 miles which meant 12 hours of steady paddling. Gradually, imperceptibly, the mountain shores behind them shrank down upon the gray horizon. It seemed that for once the weather was going to be kind to them, and their spirits rose in consequence. They ate frequently, food being the great fuel of the North, and midday found them well out upon the heaving bosom of the straits of the Kodiak shores, plainly visible. Then, as if tired of toying with them, the wind rose. It did not blow up a gale, merely a frigid breath that cut them like steel and halted their progress. Had it sprung from the north, it would have wafted them on their way, but it drew in from the Pacific straight into their teeth, forcing them to redouble their exertions. It was not of sufficient violence to overcome their efforts, but it held them back and stirred up a nasty cross sea into which the canoe plunged and wallowed. In the hope that it would die down with the darkness, the boatmen held on their course, and night closed over them, still paddling silently. It was nearly noon on the following day when the watchman at the Uyak cannery beheld a native canoe creeping slowly up the bay, and was astonished to find it manned by 3 white men in the last stages of exhaustion, so stiff and cramped and numb that he was forced to help them from their places when at last they effected a landing. One of them, in fact, was unconscious, and had to be carried to the house, which did not surprise the watchman when he learned from whence they'd come. He did marvel, however, that another of the travelers should begin to cry weakly when told that the mail boat had sailed for Kodiak the previous evening. He gave them stimulants, then prepared hot food for them, for both Balt and Emerson were like sleepwalkers, and Fraser, when he was restored to consciousness, was too weak to stand. "Too bad you didn't get in last night," said the caretaker, sympathetically. "She won't be back for a month or more." "How long will she lie in Kodiak?" Big George asked. "The captain told me he was going to spend Christmas there." "Let's see, today is the 22nd. She'll pull out for Juneau on the morning of the 26th. That's 3 days." "We must catch her," cried Emerson quickly. "If you'll land us in Kodiak on time, I'll pay you anything you ask." "I'd like to, but I can't," the man replied. "You see, I'm here all alone, except for Johnson. He's the watchman for the other plant." "Then for God's sake get us some natives. I don't care what it costs." "There ain't any natives here. This ain't no village. There's nothing here but these 2 plants, and Johnson or me dasn't leave." Emerson turned his eyes upon the haggard man who sprawled weakly in a chair, and Fraser, noting the appeal, answered gamely, with a forced smile on his lips, though they were drawn and bloodless, "Sure, I'll be ready to leave in the morning, pal." The old Russian village of Kodiak lies on the opposite side of the island from the canneries, a bleak, wind-swept relic of the country's first occupation, and although peopled largely by natives and breeds, there's also a considerable white population, to whom Christmas is a season of thanksgiving and celebration. Hence it was that the crew of the Dora were well content to pass the Yuletide there, where the girls are pretty and a hearty welcome is accorded to everyone. There were drinking and dancing and music behind the square-hewn log walls, and the big red stoves made havoc with the salt wind. The town was well filled, and the merrymaking vigorous, and inasmuch as winter is the time of rest, during which none but the most foolhardy trust themselves to the perils of the sea, it caused much comment when late on Christmas afternoon an ice-burdened canoe bearing 3 strange white men landed on the beach beside the dock. Or were they white men after all? Their faces were so blackened and split from the frost that they seemed to be raw, bleeding masks. Their hands were cracked and stiff beneath their mittens. They were hollow-eyed and gaunt, their cheeks sunken away as if from a wasting illness, and they could not walk, but crept across the snow-covered shingle on hands and knees, and then reaching the street hobbled painfully, while their limbs gave way as if paralyzed. One of them lacked strength even to leave the canoe, and when 2 sailors ran down and lifted him out, he gabbled strangely in the jargon of the mining camp and the gambling table. Of the other 2, one, a great, awkward, shambling giant of a creature, stumbled out along the dock toward the ship, his head hung low and swinging from side to side, his shoulders drooping, his arms loose-hinged, and his knees bending. But the third voyager, who had with difficulty won his way up to the level of the street, presented the strangest appearance. There was something uncanny about him. As he gained the street, he waved back all proffered assistance, and then paused, with his swaying body propped upon widespread legs, staring malignantly into the north. From their deep sockets his eyes glittered like live coals, while his blackened, swollen lips split in a grimace that bared his teeth. He raised his arms slowly and shook his clenched fists defiantly at the polar skies, muttering unintelligible things, and then staggered after his companions. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 8. Wherein Boyd Admits His Failure. A week later, Boyd and George were watching the lights of Port Townsend blink out in the gloom astern. A quick change of boats at Juneau had raised their spirits, enabling them to complete the second stage of their journey in less than the expected time, and the southward run, out from the breath of the Arctics into a balmier climate, had removed nearly the last trace of their suffering from the frost. A sort of meditative silence which had fallen upon the 2 men was broken at last by George, who for some time had been showing signs of uneasiness. "How long are we going to stay in Seattle?" he inquired. "Only long enough," Boyd replied, "for me to arrange a connection with some bank. That will require a day, perhaps." "I suppose a fellow's got to dress pretty swell back there in Chicago," George ventured. "Some people do. Full dress suits of clothes, eh?" "Yes." "Did you ever wear one?" "Certainly." "Well, I'll be—" The fisherman checked himself and gazed at his companion as if he saw him suddenly in a new light. In fact, he had discovered many strange phases of this young man's character during the past fortnight. "Right along?" he questioned incredulously. "Why, yes, pretty steadily." "All day at a time?" Boyd laughed. "I haven't worn one in the daytime since I left college. They're used only at night." George pondered this for some time, while Emerson stared out into the velvet darkness, to be roused again a moment later. "A fella told me a funny thing once. He said them rich men back east had women come round and clean their fingernails and shine 'em up. Is that right?" "Quite right." Another pause, and then Balt cleared his throat and said, with an assumption of carelessness, "Well, I don't suppose you ever had 'em shine your fingernails, did you?" "Yes." The big man opened his mouth to speak, and then, evidently changing his mind, observed, "Seems to me I'd better stay here on the coast and wait for you." "No, indeed," the other answered quickly. "I will need you in raising that money. You know the practical side of the fishing business, and I don't." "All right, I'll go if you can stand for me. I'll stand for the full dress suits of clothes and the fingernail women. Anyhow, it won't last long. When were you outside last?" "4 years ago." "Ever been East?" "Sure. I've got a sister in Spokane Falls, but I don't like it back there." "You'll have a good time in Chicago," Boyd smiled. Fingerless Fraser came to them from the lighted regions amidship, greeting them cheerfully. "Well, we're pretty near there, ain't we? I'm glad of it. I've about cleaned up this ship." The adventurer had left his companions alone much of the time during the trip, greatly to Boyd's relief, for the fellow was an unconscionable bore, and had thus allowed them time to perfect their plans and thresh out numberless details. "I grabbed another farmer's son at supper. Just got through with him. He was good for $350. $350? questioned Balt. "Yep. I opened a little stud game for him. Beats all how these suckers fall for the old stuff." "Where did you get the money to gamble with?" inquired Boyd. "Oh, I won a pinch of change last night in a bridge game with that Dawson bunch." "But it must have required a bankroll to sit in a game with them. They seem to be heavy spenders. How did you manage that?" "I sold some mining property the day before. I got the captain of the ship." Fraser chuckled. "Did you swindle that old fellow?" Emerson cried angrily. "See here, I won't allow—" "Swindle? Who said I swindled anybody? I wouldn't trim my worst enemy." "You have no mining claims." "What makes you think I haven't? Alaska is a big country." "You told me so." "Well, I didn't have any claims at that time, but since we came aboard this wagon at Juneau, I have improved each shining hour. While you and George were building canneries, I was rustling. And I did pretty well, if I do say it as shouldn't." Emerson shrugged his broad shoulders. "You will get into trouble. If you do, I won't come to your rescue. I've helped you all I can." "Not me," denied the self-satisfied Fraser. "There ain't a chance. Why? Because I'm on the level, I am. That's why. But say, getting money from these rubes is a joke. It's like kicking a lamb in the face." He clinked some gold coins in his pocket and began to whistle noiselessly. "When do we pull out for Chi?" he next inquired. "We?" said Emerson. "I told you I would take you as far as Seattle. I can't stand for your work. I think you'd better stop here, don't you?" "Perhaps it's for the best," Fraser observed carelessly. "Time alone can tell." He bade them good night and disappeared to snatch a few hours' sleep. But upon their arrival at the dock on the following morning, without waiting for an invitation, he bundled himself into their carriage and rode to the hotel, registering immediately beneath them. They soon lost sight of him, however, for their next move was in the direction of a clothier's, where they were outfitted from sole to crown. The garments they stood up in showed whence they had come. Yet the strangeness of their apparel excited little comment, for Seattle is the gateway to the great North Country, and hither the Northmen foregather, going and coming. But to them the city was very strange and exciting. The noises deafened them. The odors of civilization now tantalized, now offended their nostrils, and the crowding streams of humanity confused them. Fresh from their long sojourn in the silences and solitudes, every clatter and crash, every brazen clang of gong caused George to start. He watched his chance and took street crossings as if pursued. "If one of them bells rings behind me," he declared, "I'll jump through a plate glass window." When his roving eyes first lighted upon a fruit stand, he bolted for it and filled his pockets with tomatoes. "I've dreamed about these things for 4 years," he declared, "and I can't stand it any longer." He bit into one voraciously, and thereafter followed his companion about, munching tomatoes at every step, refilling his pockets as his supply diminished. To show his willingness for any sacrifice, he volunteered to wear a dress suit if Emerson would buy it for him, and it required considerable argument to convince him that the garb was unnecessary. "You better train me up before we get east," he warned, "or I'll make your swell friends sore and spoil the deal. I could wear it on the cars and get easy in it." "My dear fellow, it takes more than a week to get easy in a dress suit." Boyd smiled, amused at his earnestness, for the big fellow was merely a boy out on a wonderful vacation. Well, if there's a down east manicure woman in Seattle, show her to me, and I'll practice on her," he insisted. "She can halter break me, at least." "Yes, it might not hurt to get that off your hands," Emerson acknowledged, at which the clothier's clerk, who had noted the condition of the fisherman's huge paws, snickered audibly. It was a labor of several hours to fit Big George's bulky frame, and when the two returned to the hotel, Emerson found the representative of an afternoon newspaper anxiously awaiting him at the desk. "We noticed your arrival from the north," began the reporter, "and Mr. Athens sent me down to get a story." "Athens? Billy Athens?" "Yes, he's the editor. I believe you two were college mates. He wanted to know if you are the Boyd Emerson of the Michigan football team." "Well, well," Boyd mused. "Billy Athens was a good tackle." "He thought you might have something interesting to tell about Alaska," the newspaper man went on. "However, I won't need to take much of your time, for your partner's been telling me all about you and your trip and your great success." "My partner?" "Yes, Mr. Frobisher. He heard me inquire about you and volunteered to give me an interview in your name." "Frobisher?" said Emerson, now thoroughly mystified. "Sure, that's him over yonder." The reporter indicated Fingerless Fraser, who, having watched the interview from a distance, now solemnly closed one eye and stuck his tongue into his cheek. "Oh, yes, Frobisher," Boyd stammered. "Certainly. He is a character, isn't he? He told me how you rescued that girl when she broke through the ice at Kalvik." "He did? Quite a romance, wasn't it? It's a good newspaper story, and I'll play it up. He's going to let me in on that hydraulic proposition of yours, too. Of course, I haven't much money, but it sounds great. And how far along did you get with your negotiations about this hydraulic proposition?" Boyd asked curiously. "Just far enough so I'm all on edge for it. I'll make up a little pool among the boys at the office and have the money down here before you leave tonight." "I am sorry, but Mr. Frobisher and I will have to talk it over first," said Emerson grimly. "I think we'll keep that hydraulic proposition in the family, so to speak." "Then you won't let me in?" "Not just at present." "I'm sorry. I should like to take a chance with somebody who's really successful at mining. When a fellow drones along on a salary month after month, it makes him envious to see you Klondikers hit town with satchels full of coin. Perhaps you'll give me a chance later on." "Perhaps," acceded Boyd. But when the young man had gone, he strode quickly over to Fraser, who was lolling back comfortably, smoking a ridiculously long cigar with an elaborate gold band. "Look here, Mr. Frobisher," he said in a low tone, "what do you mean by mixing me up in your petty larceny frauds?" Fraser grinned. "Frobisher is a hot moniker, ain't it? It sounds like the money. I believe I'll stick to Frobisher. I spiked your miserable little scheme, and if you try anything more like that, I'll have to cut you out altogether." "Pshaw," said the adventurer mildly. "Did you say that hydraulic mine was no good?" "Too bad. That reporter agreed to take some stock right away, and promised to get his editor in on it, too." "His editor?" Emerson cried aghast. "Why, his editor happens to be a friend of mine, whose assistance I may need very badly when I get back from Chicago." "Oh, well, that's different, of course." "Now, see here, Fraser, I want you to leave me out of your machinations absolutely. You've been very decent to me in many ways, but if I hear of anything more like this, I shall hand you over to the police." "Don't be a sucker all your life," admonished the rogue. "You stick to me, and I'll make you a lot of money. I like you." Emerson, now seriously angry, wheeled and left him, realizing that the fellow was morally atrophied. He could not forget, however, that except for this impossible creature, he himself would be lying at Pettelin's store at Katmai with no faintest hope of completing his mission. Wherefore he did his best to swallow his indignation. "Hey, what time do we leave?" Fraser called after him. But the young man would not answer, proceeding instead to his room, there to renew his touch with the world through strange, clean garments, the feel of which awakened memories and spurred him on to feverish haste. When he had dressed, he hurried to a telegraph office and dispatched 2 messages to Chicago, one addressed to his own tailor, the other to a number on Lake Shore Drive. Over the latter he pondered long, tearing up several drafts which did not suit him, finally giving one to the operator with an odd mingling of timidity and defiance. This done, he hastened to one of the leading banks, and 2 hours later returned to the hotel jubilant. he found Big George in the lobby, staring with fascinated eyes at his fingernails, which were strangely purified and glossy. "Look at 'em!" the fisherman broke out admiringly. "They're as clean as a hound's tooth. They shine so I dasn't take hold of anything." "I've made my deal with the bank," Boyd exulted. "All I need to raise now is $100,000. The bank will advance the rest." "That's great," said Balt, without interrupting the contemplation of his digits. "That's certainly immense. Say, don't they glisten?" "They look very nice." "Stylish, I think." "That $100,000 makes all the difference in the world. The task is easy now. We'll make it go sure. These bankers know what the salmon business is. Why, I had no trouble at all. They say we can't lose if we have a good site on the Kalvik River." "They're wise, all right. I guess that girl took me for a Klondiker," George observed. "She charged me double. But she was a nice girl, though. I was kind of rattled when I walked in and sat down, and I couldn't think of nothing to talk about. I never opened my head all the time, but she didn't notice it. When I left, she asked me to come back again and have another nice long visit. She's an awful fine girl." "Look out," laughed his companion. "Every Alaskan falls in love with a manicurist at some time or other. It seems to be in the blood. We're going to have no matrimony, mind you." "Lord, she wouldn't look at me," said the fisherman, suddenly assuming a lobster pink. That evening they dined as befits men just out from a long incarceration in the North, first having tried unsuccessfully to locate Fraser, for the rogue was bound to them by the intangible ties of hardship and trail life, and they could not bear to part from him without some expression of gratitude for the sacrifices he had made. But he was nowhere to be found, not even at train time. "That seems hardly decent," Boyd remarked. "He might at least have said good-bye and wished us well." "When he's around he makes me sore, and when he's away I miss him," said George. "He's probably out organizing something or somebody." At the station they waited until the last warning had sounded, vainly hoping that Fraser would put on an appearance, then sought their Pullman, more piqued than they cared to admit. When the train pulled out, they went forward to the smoking compartment, still meditating upon this unexpected defection. But as they lighted their cigars, a familiar voice greeted them. "Hello, you!" And there was Fraser, grinning at their astonishment. "What are you doing here?" they cried together. "Me? Oh, I'm on my way east." "Whereabouts east?" "Chicago, ain't it? I thought that was what you said." He seated himself and lighted another long cigar. "Are you going to Chicago?" George asked. "Sure. We've got to put this cannery deal over." The crook sighed luxuriously and began to blow smoke rings. "Pretty nice train, ain't it?" "Yes," ejaculated Emerson, undecided whether to be pleased or angered at the fellow's presence. "Which is your car?" "This one, same as yours. I've got the drawing room." "What are you going to do in Chicago?" "Oh, I ain't fully decided yet, but I might do a little promoting. Seattle is too full of Alaskan snares." Emerson reflected for a moment before remarking, "I dare say you will tangle me up in some new enterprise that will land us both in jail. So for my own protection, I'll tell you what I'll do. I've noticed that you're a good salesman, and if you will take up something legitimate—" "Legitimate?" Fraser interrupted with indignation. "Why, all my schemes are legitimate. Anybody can examine them. If he don't like them, he needn't go in. If he weakens on one proposition, I'll get something that suits him better. You've got me wrong. If you want to handle something honest, I'll let you place some of this cannery stock on a commission." "I don't see nothing attractive in that, when I can sell stock of my own and keep all the money. Maybe I'll organize a cannery company of my own in Chicago." "If you do," Boyd exploded. "Very well, don't get sore. I only just suggested the possibility. If that is your graft, I'll think up something better." The younger man shook his head. "You are impossible," said he, "and yet I can't help liking you." Late into the night they talked, Emerson oscillating between extreme volubility and deep abstraction. At one moment he was as gay as a prospective bridegroom, at the next he was more dejected than a man under sentence. And instead of growing calmer, his spirits became more and more variable with the near approach of the journey's end. In Chicago, as in Seattle, Fraser accompanied his fellow travelers to their hotel, and would have registered himself under some high-sounding alias except for a whispered threat from Boyd. That young gentleman, after seeing his companions comfortably ensconced, left them to their own devices while he drove to the tailor to whom he had telegraphed, returning in a short time garbed in new clothes. He found Fraser sipping a solitary cocktail and visiting with the bartender on the closest terms of intimacy. "George," said that one in answer to his inquiry. "Oh, George has gone on a still hunt for a manicure parlor. Ain't that a rave? He's gone finger mad. He'd ought to have them front feet shod. He don't need a manicurist. What he wants is a blacksmith." "He is rather out of his latitude, so I wish you'd keep an eye on him," Boyd said. "All right. I'll take him out to the park on a leash, but if he tries to bite anybody, I'll have to muzzle him. He ain't safe in the heart of a great city. He's a menace to the life and limb of every manicure woman who crosses his path. You gave him an awful push on the downward path when you laid him against this finger stuff." Promptly at 4 o'clock, Emerson called a cab and was driven toward the north side. As the vehicle rolled up Lakeshore Drive, the excitement under which he had been laboring for days increased, until he tapped his feet nervously, clenched his gloved fingers, and patted the cushions as if to accelerate the horse's footfalls. Would he never arrive? The animal appeared to crawl more slowly every moment, the rubber-rimmed wheels to turn more sluggishly with each revolution. He called to the driver to hurry, and then found himself of a sudden gripped by an overpowering hesitation, and grew frightened at his own haste. The close atmosphere of the cab seemed to stifle him. He jerked the window open, flung back the lapels of his greatcoat, and inhaled the sharp lake air in deep breaths. Why did that driver lash a willing steed? They were nearly there, and he was not ready yet. He leaned out to check their speed, then closed his lips and settled back in his seat, staring at the houses slipping past. How well he remembered every one of them. The dark stone frowned at him. The leaded windows stared at him through a blind film of unrecognition. The carven gargoyles grinned mockingly at him. It all oppressed him heavily and crushed whatever hopes had lain at his heart when he left the hotel. Never before had his goal seemed so unattainable. Never before had he felt so bitterly the cruelty of riches, the hopelessness of poverty. The vehicle drew up at last before one of the most pretentious residences, a massive pile of stone and brick fronting the lake with what seemed to him a singularly proud and chilling aspect. His hand shook as he paid the driver, and it was a very pale though very erect young man who mounted the stone steps to the bell. Despite the stiffness with which he held himself, he felt the muscles at his knees trembling weakly, while his lungs did not seem to fill even when he inhaled deeply. During the moments that he waited, he found his body pulsing to the slow, heavy thumping of his heart. Then a familiar face greeted him. "How do you do, Hawkins?" he heard himself saying as a liveried old man ushered him in and took his coat. "Don't you remember me?" "Yes, sir, Mr. Emerson. You've been away for a long time, sir." "Is Miss Wayland in?" "Yes, sir, she's expecting you. This way, please." Boyd followed, thankful for the subdued light which might conceal his agitation. He knew where they were going. She had always awaited him in the library, so it seemed, and how well he remembered that wonderful book-walled room. It was like her to welcome him on the spot where she had bade him good-bye 3 years ago. Hawkins held the portieres aside, and Boyd heard their velvet swish at his back, and yet for the briefest instant he did not see her, so motionless did she stand. And then he cried softly, "My lady," and strode forward. "Boyd, Boyd," she answered, and came to meet him, yielding herself to his arms. She felt his heart pounding against hers like the heart of a runner who had spent himself at the tape, felt his arms quivering as if from great fatigue, and for a long time neither spoke. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 9. And is granted a year of grace. "And so all your privations and hardships went for nothing," said Mildred Wayland, when Boyd had recounted the history of his pilgrimage into the North. "Yes," he replied. "As a miner, I am a very wretched failure." She shrugged her shoulders in disapproval. "Don't use that term," she cried. "There is no word so hateful to me as failure. I suppose because father has never failed in anything. Let us say that your success has been delayed." "Very well, that suits me better, also. But you see, I've forgotten how to choose nice words." They were seated in the library, where for 2 hours they had remained undisturbed, Emerson talking rapidly, almost incoherently, as if this were a sort of confessional, the girl hanging eagerly upon his every word, following his narrative with breathless interest. The story had been substantially the same as that which, once before, he had related to Cherry Malotte, but now the facts were deeply, intimately colored with all the young man's natural enthusiasm and inmost personal feeling. To his listener it was like some wonderful, far-off romance, having to do with strange people whose motives she could scarcely grasp, and pitched amid wild scenes that she could not fully picture. "And you did all that for me," she mused after a time. "It was the only way. I wonder if any other man I know would take those risks just for me." "Of course." "Why, the risk, I mean the physical peril and hardship and discomfort, don't amount to that." He snapped his fingers. "It was only the unending desolation that hurt. It was the separation from you that punished me. The thought that some luckier fellow might—" "Nonsense!" Mildred was really indignant. "I told you to fix your own time, and I promised to wait. Even if I had not cared for you, I would have kept my word. That is a Wayland principle. As it is, it was comparatively easy." "Then you do love me, my lady?" He leaned eagerly toward her. "Do you need to ask?" she whispered from the shelter of his arms. "It is the same old fascination of our girl and boy days. Do you remember how completely I lost my head about you?" She laughed softly. "I used to think you wore a football suit better than anybody in the world. Sometimes I suspect that it was merely that same girlish hero worship and can't last. But it has lasted so far. 3 years is a long time for a girl like me to wait, isn't it?" I know," he returned jealously, "but I've lived that time with nothing but a memory, while you have had other things to occupy you. You are flattered and courted by men, scores of men. Oh, legions of men. Oh, I know. Haven't I devoured society columns by the yard? The papers were 6 months old, to be sure, when I got them, but every mention of you was like a knife stab to me. Jealousy drove me to memorize the name of every man with whom you were seen in public, and I called down all sorts of curses upon their heads. I used to torture my lonely soul with hideous pictures of you." "Hideous pictures of me?" The girl perked her head to one side and glanced at him bewitchingly. "You're very flattering." "Yes, pictures of you with a caravan of suitors at your heels." "You foolish boy. Suitors don't come in caravans, they come in cabs." "Well, my simile isn't far wrong in other respects," he replied, with a flash of her spirit. "But anyhow, I pictured you surrounded by all the beautiful things of your life here, forever in the scent of flowers, in the lights of drawing rooms, in the soft music of hidden instruments. God, how I tortured myself! You were never out of mind for an hour. My days were given to you, and I used to pray that my dreams might hold nothing but you. You've been my fetish from the first day I met you, and my worship has grown blinder every hour, Mildred. You were always out of my reach, but I've kept my eyes raised toward you just the same, and I have never looked aside, never faltered." He paused to feast his eyes upon her, and then in a half-whisper finished, "Oh, my lady, how beautiful you are!" And indeed she was, for her face, ordinarily so imperious, was now softly alight. Her eyes, which other men found cold, were kindled with a rare warmth of understanding. Her smile was almost wistfully sweet. To her lover she seemed to bend beneath the burden of her brown hair, and yet her slim figure had the strength and poise which come of fine physical inheritance and high spirit. Every gesture, every unstudied attitude revealed the grace of the well-born woman. It was this air of hers, in fact, which had originally attracted him. He recalled how excited he had been in that far-away time when he had first learned her identity, for the name of Wayland was spoken soundingly in the Middle West. In the early stages of their acquaintance he had looked upon her aloofness as an affectation, but a close intimacy had compelled a recognition of it as something wholly natural. He found her as truly a patrician as Wayland, her father, could wish. The old man's domain was greater than that of many princes, and his power more absolute. His only daughter he spoiled as thoroughly as he ruled his part of the financial world, and willful Mildred, once she had taken an interest in the young college man, so evidently ready to be numbered among her lovers, did not pause half-way, but made her preference patent to all, and opened to him a realm of dazzling possibilities. He well remembered the perplexities of those first delirious days when her regard was beginning to make itself apparent. She was so different, so wonderfully far removed from all he knew, that he doubted his own senses. His friends, indeed, lost no opportunity of informing him that he was a tremendously favored young man, but this phase of the affair had caused him little thought, simply because the girl herself had come so swiftly to overshadow in his regard every other consideration, even her own wealth and position. At the same time, he could not but be aware that his standing in his little world was subtly altered as soon as he became known as the favored suitor of Wayland's daughter. He began to receive favors from comparative strangers. Unexpected social privileges were granted him. His way was made easier in 100 particulars. From every quarter, delicately gratifying distinctions came to him. Without his volition, he found that he had risen to an entirely different position from that which he had formerly occupied. The mere coupling of his name with Mildred Wayland's had lifted him into a calcium glare. It affected him not at all. He only knew that he was truly enslaved to the girl, that he idolized her, that he regarded her as something priceless, sacred even. She, in turn, frankly capitulated to him, in proud disregard of what her world might say, as complete in her surrender to this new lover as she had been inaccessible in her reserve toward all the rest. And when he had graduated, how proud of her he had been! How little he had realized the gulf that separated them, and how quick had been his awakening. It was Wayland who had shown him his folly. He had talked to the young engineer kindly, if firmly, being too shrewd an old diplomat to fan the flame of a headstrong love with vigorous opposition. "Mildred is a rich girl," the old financier had told Boyd. "A very rich girl. One of the richest girls in this part of the world, while you, my boy, what have you to offer?" "Nothing. But you were not always what you are now," Emerson had replied. "Every man has to make a start. When you married, you were as poor as I am." "Granted, but I married a poor girl from my own station in life. Fortunately, she had the latent power to develop with me as I grew, so that we kept even, and I never outdistanced her. But Mildred is spoiled to begin with. I spoiled her purposely to prevent just this sort of thing. She is bred to luxury. Her friends are rich, and she doesn't know any other kind of life. Her tastes and habits and inclinations are extravagant, to put it plainly. Yes, worse than extravagant. They are positively scandalous. She is about the richest girl in the country, and by virtue of wealth as well as breeding, she is one of the American aristocracy. Oh, people may say what they please, but we have an aristocracy all the same, which is just as well marked and just as exclusive as if it rested upon birth instead of bank accounts." "You wouldn't object to our marriage if I were rich and Mildred were poor?" Emerson had said rather cynically. "Perhaps not. A poor girl can marry a rich man and get along all right if she has brains. But a very rich girl can't marry a very poor man and be happy unless she is peculiarly constituted. I happen to know that my girl isn't so constituted. She is utterly impossible as a poor man's wife. She can't do anything. She can't economize. She can't amuse herself. She can't be happy without the things she is accustomed to. It is in her blood and training and disposition. She would try, bless you, she would try all right for a while, but I know her better than she knows herself. You see, I have the advantage of knowing myself and of having known her mother before her. She is a hothouse flower, and adversity would wither her. Mind you, I don't say that her husband must be a millionaire, but he will need a running start on the road to make her happy, and, well, the fellow who gets my girl will make her happy, or I'll make him damned miserable." The old fellow had squared his jaws belligerently at this statement. "You have nothing against me, personally, I mean?" "Nothing." "She loves me." "She seems to, but both of you are young, and may get over it before you reach the last hurdle." "Then you forbid it?" Boyd had queried, his own glance challenging that of her father. "By no means. I neither forbid nor consent. I merely ask you to stand still and use your eyes for a little while. You have intelligence. Don't be hasty. I'm going to tell her just what I've told you, and I think she is sensible enough to realize the truth of my remarks. No, instead of forbidding you Mildred's society, I'm going to give you all you want of it. I'm going to make you free at our house. I'm going to see that you meet her friends and go where she goes. I want you to do the things that she does and see how she lives. The more you see of us, the better it will suit me. I have been studying you for some time, Mr. Emerson, and I think I've read you correctly. After you've spent a few months with us, come to me again, and we will talk it over. I may say yes by that time, or you may not wish me to. Perhaps Mildred will decide for both of us." "That's satisfactory to me." "Very well. We dine at 7 tonight, and we shall expect you." That Mr. Wayland had made no mistake in his judgment, Emerson had soon been forced to admit, for the more he saw of Mildred's life, the more plainly he perceived the barriers that lay between them. Those months had been an education to him. He had become an integral part of Chicago's richer social world. The younger set had accepted him readily enough on the score of his natural good parts, while the name of Wayland had acted like magic upon the elders. Yet it had been a cruel time of probation for the young lover, who continually felt the searching eyes of the old man reading him, and despite the fact that Mildred took no pains to conceal her preference for him, there had been no lack of other suitors, all of whom Boyd hated with a perfect hate. They had never discussed the matter, yet both lovers had been conscious that the old man's words were pregnant with truth, and after a few months, during which Emerson had made little progress in his profession, Mildred had gone to her father and frankly begged his aid. But he had remained adamant. "I have been pretty lenient so far. He will have to make his own way without my help. You know he isn't my candidate." Recognizing the despair which was possessing her lover, and jealous for her own happiness, Mildred had arranged that both of them together should have a talk with her father. The result had been the same. Mr. Wayland listened grimly, and then said, "This request for assistance shows that both of you are beginning to realize the wisdom of my remarks of a year ago." "I'm not asking aid from you," Emerson had blazed forth. "I can take care of myself and of Mildred." "Permit me to show you that you can't. Your life and training have not fitted you for the position of Mildred's husband. Have you any idea how many millions she's going to own?" "No, and I don't care to know." "I don't care to tell you either, but the Wayland fortune will carry such a tremendous responsibility with it that my successor will have to be a stronger man than I am to hold it together. I merely gathered it. He must keep it. You haven't qualified in either respect yet." Mildred had interrupted petulantly. "Oh, this endless chatter of money! It is disgusting. I only wish we were poor. Instead of a blessing, our wealth is an unmitigated curse, a terrible, exhausting burden. I hear of nothing else from morning till night. It gives us no pleasure, nothing but care and worry and wrinkles. I can do without horses and motors and maids and all that. I want to live, really to live." She had arisen and gone over to Boyd, laying her hand upon his shoulder. "I will give it all up. Let us try to be happy without it." It had been a tense moment, for both men. Their eyes had met defiantly, but reading in the father's face the contempt that waited upon an unmanly decision, Boyd's pride stood up stiffly. "No," he replied, "I can't let you do that. Not yet, anyhow. Mr. Wayland is right, in a way. If he had not been so decent, I would have married you anyhow. But I am indebted to him. He has shown me a lot more of your life than I knew before, and he has made his word good. I'm going to ask you to wait, however, for quite a while, it may be. I'm going to take a gambler's chance." "What is it?" "A gold strike has been made in Alaska." "Alaska?" "Yes, the Klondike. You've read of it. I'm told the chances there are like those in the days of '49, and I'm going." So it was that he had made his choice, fixing his own time for returning, and so it was that Mildred Wayland had awaited him. If today, after 3 years of deprivation, she seemed to him more beautiful than ever, the interval having served merely to enhance her charm and strengthen the yearning of his heart, she seemed in the same view still further removed from his sphere, more reserved, more dignified, in the reserve of developed womanhood. Her cession was the more gracious and wonderful. His story finished, Boyd went on to tell her vaguely of his future plans, and at the last he asked her with something less than an accepted lover's confidence, "Will you wait another year?" She laughed lightly. "You dear boy, I'm not up for auction. This is not the third and last call. I'm not sure I can induce anybody to take me, even if I desired. I read the rumor of your engagement in a back number of a San Francisco paper. Is your retinue as large as ever?" She smiled indifferently. "It alters with the season, but I believe the general average is about the same. You know most of them." She mentioned a number of names, counting them off on her fingertips. "And then, of course, there are the old standbys, Mr. Macklin, Tommy Turner, the Lawton boys, and Alton Clyde. To be sure, little Alton, like the brook, runs on forever. He still worships you, Boyd, by the way. And there are others, a few." "Who?" "Nobody you know." "Anyone in particular?" Boyd demanded with a lover's insistence. Miss Wayland's hesitation was so brief as almost to escape his notice. "Nobody who counts. Of course, father has his predilections, and insists upon engineering my affairs in the same way he would float a railroad enterprise. But you can imagine how romantic the result is." "Who is the favored party?" the young man asked darkly. But she arose to push back the heavy draperies and gaze for a moment out into the deepening twilight. When she answered, it was in a tone of ordinary indifference. "Really, it isn't worth discussing. I shall not marry until I'm ready, and the subject bores me." An instant later she turned to regard him with direct eyes. "Do you remember when I offered to give it all up and go with you, Boyd?" "I have never forgotten for an instant." "You refused to allow it." "Certainly. I had seen too much of your life, and my pride figured a bit also. Do you still feel the same way?" Her eyes searched his face rather anxiously. "I do. It is even more impossible now than then. I am utterly out of touch with this environment. My work will take me back where you could not go, into a land you would dislike, among a people you could not understand. No, we did quite the sensible thing." She sighed gratefully and settled upon the window seat, her back to the light. "I am glad you feel that way. I think I'm growing more sensible, too. I have begun to understand how practical father was, and how ridiculous I was. Perhaps I am not so impulsive. You see, I am years older now. Perhaps I am more selfish. I don't know which it is, and I can't express my feelings, but I've had sufficient time since you went away to think and to look into my own soul. Really, I have become quite introspective. Of course, my feeling for you is just the same as it was, dear, but I can't." She waved a graceful hand to indicate her surroundings. "Well, this is my world, and I am a part of it. You understand, don't you? The thought of giving it up makes me really afraid. I don't like rough things." She shook herself and gave voice to a delicious, bubbling little laugh. "I am frightfully spoiled." Emerson drew her to him tenderly. "My darling, I understand perfectly, and I love you too well to take you away from it all. But you will wait for me, won't you?" "Of course," she replied quickly, "as long as you wish." "But I am going to have you," he cried insistently. "You are going to be my wife." He repeated the words softly, reverently. "My wife." She gazed up at him with a puzzled little frown. "What bothers me is that you understand me and my life so well, while I scarcely understand you or yours at all. And that seems to tell me that I am unsuited to you in some way. Why, when you told me that story of your hardships and all that, I listened as if it were a play or a book. But really, it didn't mean anything to me or stir me as it should. I can't understand my own failure to understand. That awful country, those barbarous people, the suffering, the cold, the snow, the angry sea. I don't grasp what they mean. I was never cold or hungry or exhausted. Well, it is fascinating to hear about, because you went through it. But why you did it, how you felt." She made a gesture as if at a loss for words. "Do you see what I'm trying to convey?" "Perfectly," he answered, releasing her with a little unadmitted sense of disappointment at his heart. "I suppose it is only natural." "I do hope you succeed this time," she continued. "I am growing deadly tired of things. Not tired of waiting for you, but I'm getting to be old. I am indeed. Why, at times I actually have an inclination to do fancy work. The unfailing symptom. Do you realize that I'm 25 years old? Age of decrepitude, and more glorious than any woman in the world," he cried. There was a click outside the library door, and the room, which, unnoticed by them, had become nearly dark, was suddenly flooded with light. The portieres parted, and Wayland stood in the opening. "Ah, here you are, my boy. Hawkins told me you had returned." He advanced to shake the young man's hand, his demeanor gracious and hearty. "Welcome home. You have been having quite a vacation, haven't you? Let's see, it's 2 years, isn't it?" "3 years," Emerson replied. "Impossible! Dear, dear, how time flies when one is busy." "Boyd has been telling me of his adventures," said Mildred. "He is going to dine with us." "Indeed?" Mr. Wayland displayed no great degree of enthusiasm. "And have you returned like Pizarro, laden with all the gold of the Incas, or did Pizarro return? It seems to me that he settled somewhere on the coast." The old man laughed at his own conceit. "I judge Pizarro was a better miner than I," Boyd smiled. "There were plenty of Eskimo princes whom I might have held for ransom, but if I had done so, all the rest of the tribe would have come to board with them. Have you come home to stay?" "No, sir. I shall return in a few weeks." Mr. Wayland's cordiality seemed to increase in some subtle manner. "Well, I'm sorry you didn't make a fortune, my boy. But, rich or poor, your friends are delighted to see you, and we shall certainly keep you for dinner. I am interested in that northwestern country myself, and I want to ask some questions about it." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 10, in which Big George meets his enemy. It was well on toward midnight when Emerson reached his hotel, and being too full of his visit with Mildred to sleep, he strolled through the lobby and into the Pompeian room. The theater crowds had not dispersed, and the place was a glitter, for it was a grand opera season. The room was so well filled that he had difficulty in finding a seat, and he made his way slowly, meditating gloomily upon the fact that out of all this concourse in which he had once figured, not a single familiar face greeted him. Finding no unoccupied table, he was about to retreat, when he heard his name spoken and felt a vigorous slap upon his back. "Boyd Emerson, by Jove, I'm glad to see you." He turned to face an anemic youth, whose colorless, gas-bleached face was wrinkled into an expansive grin. "Hello, Alton." They shook hands like old friends, while Alton Clyde continued to express his delight. "So you've been roughing it out in Nebraska, eh?" "Alaska." So it was. I always get those places mixed. Come over and have a drink. I want to talk to you. Funny thing, I just met a Klondiker myself this evening. Great chap, too. I want you to know him. He's immense. Only watch out he don't get you full. He's an awful spender. I'm half kippered myself. His name is Fröhlich, but he isn't a Dutchman. Ever meet him up there? I think not. Come on, you'll like him. Clyde led his companion toward a table, chattering as they went. You know, I'm Democratic myself, and I'm fond of these rough fellows. I'd like to go out to Nebraska, Alaska, and punch cows and shoot a pistol and yell. I'm really tremendously rough. Here he is, Mr. Fröhlich, my old friend, Mr. Emerson. We played football together, or at least he played. I was too light. Mr. Fröhlich shoved back his chair and turned, exposing the face of fingerless Fraser, quite expressionless save for the left eyelid, which drooped meaningly. "Fröhlich," said Boyd angrily. "Good heavens, Fraser, have you picked another? I thought you were going to stick to Frobisher." Turning to Clyde, he observed, "This man's name is Fraser. One of his peculiarities is a dislike of proper names. He's never found one that suited him." "I like Fröhlich pretty well," observed the imperturbable Fraser. "It sounds distingué, and—" "Don't believe anything he tells you," Boyd broke in, seating himself. "He's the most circumstantial liar in the Northwest. And if you don't watch him every minute, he'll sell you a hydraulic mine or a rubber plantation or a sponge fishery. Underneath his eccentricities, however, he's a really pretty decent fellow, and I'm indebted to him for my presence here tonight." Alton Clyde made his astonishment evident by inquiring incredulously of Fraser, "Then that scheme of yours to establish a gas plant at Nome was all—" "Certainly," Emerson laughed. "The incandescent lamp travels about as fast as the prospector. Nome is lighted by electricity, and has been for years." "Is it?" demanded Fraser, with an assumption of the supremest surprise. "You know as well as I do." I'd forgotten. Just the same, my plan was a good one. Gas is cheaper." He reached for his glass, at which Clyde's eye fell upon his missing fingers, and the young clubman exploded. "Well, if that's the kind of pill you are, maybe you didn't lose your mitt in the Boer War either." Emerson answered for the adventurer. "Hardly. He got blood poisoning from a hangnail." Clyde began to laugh uncontrollably. "Really? That's great. Oh, that's lovely. Here I've been gobbling fairy tales like a black bass at sunset. Ha, ha, ha! I must introduce Mr. Mr. What's his name to the boys. Ha, ha, ha!" It was evident that Fraser was not accustomed to this sort of treatment. His injured pride took refuge in a haughty silence, which further stirred the risibilities of Clyde until that young man's thin shoulders shook, and he doubled up, his hollow chest touching his knees. He pounded the tiles with his cane, stamped his patent leather boots, and wept tears of joy. "What's the joke?" demanded the rogue. "Anybody would think I was the sucker." "Where is George?" questioned Boyd, to change the subject. "In his trundle bed, I suppose," said Fraser stiffly. "Along about 9 o'clock he begins to yawn like a trained seal. That's how I came to fall in with this." He indicated the giggling Clyde. "I didn't have anything better to do." "Did you show George around as I asked?" "Sure. After that farrier, I should say, finished his front feet, I took him out and let him look at the elevated railroad. Then he came back and hunted up the janitor of the building. He spent the evening in the basement with the engineer. Oh, he's had a splendid day." "I say, Boyd, have you got another one like this?" Clyde asked, nodding at Fraser, who snorted indignantly. "Not exactly. Balt is quite the antithesis of Mr. Fraser. He's a fisherman, and he's never been East before." "He's learning the manicure business," sniffed the adventurer. "He has his nails curried every day. Says it tickles." "Oh, glory be!" ejaculated the clubman. "I must meet him, too. Let me show him the town, will you? I'll foot the bills. I'll make it something historic. Please do. I'm bored to death." "We can't spare the time. We're here on business," said Emerson. "Business?" Clyde remarked. "That sounds interesting. I haven't seen anybody for years who was really busy at anything that was worth being busy at. It must be a great sensation to really do something. Don't you do anything?" "Oh, yes. I'm as busy as a one-legged sword dancer, but I don't do anything. It's the same old thing, leases to sign, rents to collect, and that sort of rot. My agent does most of it, however. I wish I were like you, Boyd. You always were a lucky chap." Emerson smiled rather grimly and thought of the earlier part of the evening and of his present fortune. "Oh, I mean it," said Clyde. "Look how lucky you were at the university. Everything came your way, even Mildred." He checked himself and jerked his head in the direction of the north side. "You know, she's never been able to see any of us fellows with a spyglass since you left. And I have proposed regularly every full moon." He wagged his curly head solemnly and sighed. "Well, there's only one man I'd rather see get her than you, and that's me, or I, whichever is proper." "I'm not sure it's proper for either of us to get her," smiled Boyd. "Well, I'm glad you returned anyhow, for there's an added starter." "Who is he?" "He's some primitive Western fellow like yourself. I don't know his name, never met him, in fact, but while we Chicago fellows were cantering along in a bunch, watching each other, he got the rail." From the way her father spoke and acted, I judged he had somebody in sight. Boyd's eyes were keenly alight, and Clyde continued, "We've just got to keep her in Chicago, and you're the one to do it. I tell you, old man, she has missed you. Yes, sir, she has missed you a blamed sight more than the rest of us have. Oh, you don't know how lucky you are." "I? Lucky? You fellows are rich." "Bah! I'm not. I've gone through most of what I had. All that is left are the rents. They keep me going, after a fashion. Now that it's too late, I'm beginning to wake up. I'm getting tired of loafing. I'd like to get out and do something, but I can't. I'm too well known in Chicago. And besides, as a businessman, I'm certainly a nickel-plated rotter." "I'll give you a chance to recoup," said Boyd. "I'm here to raise some money on a good proposition." The younger man leaned forward eagerly. "If you say it's good, that's all I want to know. I'll take a chance. I'm in for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter. I'll tell you what it is, and you can use your own judgment." "I haven't a particle," Clyde confessed. "If I had, I wouldn't need to invest. Go ahead, however. I'm all ears." He pulled his chair closer and listened intently while the other outlined the plan, his weak gray eyes reflecting the old hero worship of his college days. To him, Boyd Emerson had ever represented the ultimate type of all that was most desirable, and time had not lessened his admiration. "It looks as if there might be a jolly rumpus, doesn't it?" he questioned when the speaker had finished. "It does." "Then I've got to see it. I'll put in my share if you'll let me go along." "You go? Why, you wouldn't like that sort of thing," said Emerson, considerably nonplussed. "Oh, wouldn't I? I'd eat it. It's just what I need. I'd revel in that outdoor life." He threw back his narrow shoulders. "I'm a regular scout when it comes to roughing it. Why, I camped in the Thousand Islands all one summer, and I've been deer hunting in the Adirondacks. We didn't get any. They were too far from the hotel. But I know all about mountain life." "This is totally different," Boyd objected. But Clyde ran on, his enthusiasm growing as he tinted the mental picture to suit himself. "I'm a splendid fisherman, too, and I've plenty of tackle." "We shall use nets." "Don't do it. It isn't sportsmanlike. I'll take a book of flies and whip that stream to a froth." Emerson interrupted him to explain briefly the process of salmon catching, but the young man was not to be discouraged. "You give me something to do, something where I don't have to lift heavy weights or carry boxes, and watch me work. I tell you, it's what I've been looking for, and I didn't know it. I'll get as husky as you are, and all sunburnt. Tell me the sort of furs and the kind of pistols to buy, and I'll put $10,000 in the scheme. That's all I can spare." "You won't need either furs or firearms," laughed Boyd. "When we get back to Kalvik, the days will be long and hot, and the whole country will be a blaze of wild flowers." "That's fine. I love flowers. If I can't catch fish for the cannery, I'll make up for it in some other way." Can you keep books?" "No, but I can play a mandolin," Clyde offered optimistically. "I guess a little music would sound pretty good up there in the wilderness." "Can you play a mandolin?" inquired fingerless Fraser, observing the young fellow with a grave curiosity. "Sure, I'm out of practice, but—" "Take him," said Fraser, turning upon Emerson. "He can sit on the front porch of the cannery with wild flowers in his hair and play La Paloma. It'll make those other fish houses mad with jealousy. Get a window box and a hammock, and maybe Willis Marsh will run in and spend his evenings with you." "Don't josh," insisted Clyde seriously. "I want to go." "Me josh?" Fraser's face was like wood. "I'll think it over," Emerson said guardedly. Without warning, the adventurer burst into shrill laughter. "Are you laughing at me?" angrily demanded the city youth. Fraser composed his features, which seemed to have suddenly disrupted. "Certainly not. I just thought of something that happened to my father when I was a little child." Again he began to shake, at which Clyde regarded him narrowly, but his merriment was so impersonal as to allay suspicion, and the young fellow went on with undiminished enthusiasm. "You think it over, and in the meantime I'll get a bunch of the fellows together. We'll all have lunch at the University Club to-morrow, and you can tell them about the affair." Fraser abruptly ended his laughter as Boyd's heel came heavily in contact with his instep under the table. Clyde was again lost in an exposition of his fitness as a fisherman, when Fraser burst out, "Hello, there's George. He's walking in his sleep and thinks this is a manicure stable." Emerson turned to behold Balt's huge figure all but blocking the distant door. It was evident that he had been vainly trying to attract their attention for some time, but lacked the courage to enter the crowded room, for, upon catching Boyd's eye, he beckoned vigorously. "Call him in," said Clyde quickly. "I want to meet him. He looks just my sort." And accordingly Emerson motioned to the fisherman. Seeing there was no help for it, Big George composed himself and ventured timidly across the portal, steering a tortuous course towards his friends. But in these unaccustomed waters his bulk became unmanageable, and his way beset with perils. Deeming himself in danger of being run down by a waiter, he steered to starboard, and collided with a table at which there was a theatre party. Endeavoring to apologize, he backed into a great pottery vase, which rocked at the impact and threatened to topple from its foundation. "I'd rather take an ox team through this room than him," said Fraser. "He'll wreck something sure." Conscious of the attention he was attracting on all sides, Big George became seized with an excess of awkwardness. His face blazed, and the perspiration started from his forehead. "I hope the head waiter doesn't speak to him," Boyd observed. "He's mad enough to rend him limb from limb." But the words were barely spoken when they saw a steward hasten toward George and address him, following which the big fellow's voice rumbled angrily, "No, I ain't made any mistake. I'm a boarder here, and you get out of my way or I'll step on you." He strode forward threateningly, at which the waiter hopped over the train of an evening dress and bowed obsequiously. The noise of laughter and many voices ceased. In the silence, George pursued his way, regardless of personal injury or property damage, breaking trail, as it were, to his destination, where he sank limply into a chair which creaked beneath his weight. "Give me a lemonade, quick. I'm all het up," he ordered. "I can't get no foothold on these fancy floors. They're so dang slick." After a half-dazed acknowledgment of his introduction to Alton Clyde, he continued, "I've been trying to flag you for 10 minutes." He mopped his brow feebly. "What is wrong?" "Everything. It's too noisy for me in this hotel. I've been trying to sleep for 3 hours, but this band keeps playing, and that elevated railroad breaks down every few minutes right under my window. There's whistles blowing, bells ringing, and can't we find some quiet roadhouse where I can get an hour's rest? Put me in a boiler shop or a roundhouse where I can get to sleep." "The hotels are all alike," Boyd answered. "You'll soon get used to it." "Who, me? Never. I want to get back to God's country." "Hurrah for you!" ejaculated Clyde. "Same here, and I'm going with you." "How's that?" questioned George. Mr. Clyde offered to put $10,000 into the deal if he can go to Kalvik with us and help run the cannery," explained Emerson. George looked over the clubman carefully, from his curly crown to his slender, high-heeled shoes, and then smiled broadly. "It's up to Mr. Emerson. I'm willing if he is." Whereupon, vastly encouraged, Clyde proceeded to expatiate upon his own surpassing qualifications. While he was speaking, a party of 3 men approached and seated themselves at an adjoining table. As they pulled out their chairs, Big George chanced to glance in their direction. Then he put down his lemonade glass carefully. "What's the matter?" Boyd demanded in a low voice, for the big fellow's face had suddenly gone livid, while his eyes had widened like those of an enraged animal. "That's him," George growled. "That's the dirty hound." "Sit still," commanded Fraser, for the fisherman had shoved back from the table and was rising, his hands working hungrily, the cords in his neck standing out rigidly. Seeing the murder light in his companion's eyes, the speaker leaned forward and thrust the big fellow back into the chair from which he had half lifted himself. "Don't make a fool of yourself," he cautioned. Clyde, who had likewise witnessed the giant's remarkable metamorphosis, now inquired its meaning. "That's him," repeated George, his eyes glaring redly. "That's Willis Marsh." "Where?" Emerson whirled curiously, but there was no need for George to point out his enemy, for one of the strangers stood as if frozen, with his hand upon the back of his chair, an expression of the utmost astonishment upon his face. A smile was dying from his lips. Boyd beheld a plump, thick-set man of 38, in evening dress. There was nothing distinctive about him except perhaps his hair, which was of a decided reddish hue. He was light of complexion. His mouth was small and of a rather womanish appearance due to the full red lips. He was well groomed, well fed in all ways. He was a typical city-bred man. He might have been a broker, though he did not carry the air of any particular profession. That he was, at all events, master of his emotions, he soon gave evidence. Raising his brows in recognition, he nodded pleasantly to Balt. Then, as if on second thought, excused himself to his companions and stepped toward the other group. The legs of George's chair scraped noisily on the tiles as he rose. The sound covered Fraser's quick admonition. "Take it easy, pal. Let him talk." "How do you do, George? What in the name of goodness are you doing here? I hardly recognized you." Marsh's voice was round and musical, his accent Eastern. With an assumption of heartiness, he extended a white-gloved hand, which the big uncouth man who faced him refused to take. The other 3 had risen. George seemed to be groping for a retort. Finally he blurted out hoarsely, "Don't offer me your hand. It's dirty. It's got blood on it." "Nonsense," Marsh smiled. "Let's be friends again, George. Bygones are bygones. I came over to make up with you and ask about affairs at Kalvik. If you're here on business and I can help—" "You dirty rat," breathed the fisherman. "Very well, if you wish to be obstinate." Willis Marsh shrugged his shoulders carelessly, although in his voice there was a metallic note. "I have nothing to say." He turned a very bright and very curious pair of eyes upon George's companions, as if seeking from them some hint as to his victim's presence there. It was but a momentary flash of inquiry, however, and then his gaze, passing quickly over Clyde and Fraser, settled upon Emerson. "Mr. Balt and I had a business misunderstanding," he said smoothly, "which I hoped was forgotten. It didn't amount to much." At this Balt uttered a choking snarl and stepped forward, only to meet Boyd, who intercepted him. "Behave yourself," he ordered. "Don't make a scene." And before the big fellow could prevent it, he had linked arms with him and swung him around. The movement was executed so naturally that none of the patrons of the café noticed it, except perhaps as a preparation for departure. Marsh bowed civilly and returned to his seat, while Boyd sauntered toward the exit, his arm which controlled George tense as iron beneath his sleeve. He felt the fisherman's great frame quivering against him, and heard the excited breath halting in his lungs, but possessed with the sole idea of getting him away without disorder. He smiled back at Clyde and Fraser, who were following, and chatted agreeably with his prisoner until they reached the foyer. Then he released his hold and said quietly, "You'd better go on up to your room and cool off. You came near spoiling everything." "He tried to shake hands," George mumbled, "with me. That thieving whelp tried to shake—" He trailed off into an unintelligible jargon of curses and threats which did not end until he had reached the elevator. Here Alton Clyde clamored for enlightenment as to the reason for this eruption. "That is the fellow we will have to fight," Boyd explained. "He is the head of the cannery combination at Kalvik, and a bitter enemy of George's. If he suspects our motives, or gets wind of our plans, we're done for." Clyde spoke more earnestly than at any time during the evening. "Well, that absolutely settles it as far as I'm concerned. This is bound to end in a row." "You mean you don't want to join us?" "Don't want to? Why, I've just got to, that's all. The 10,000 is yours, but if you don't take me along, I'll stow away." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 11. Wherein Boyd Emerson is twice amazed. Nearly a month had elapsed when Emerson at last expressed to George the discouragement that for several days had lain silently in both men's minds. "It looks like failure, doesn't it?" "Sure does. You've played your string out, eh?" "Absolutely. I've done everything except burglary, but I can't raise that $100,000. From the way we started off, it looked easy. But times are hard, and I've bled my friends of every dollar they can spare. In fact, some of them have put in more than they can afford." "It's an awful big piece of money," Balt admitted with a sigh. "I never fully realized before how very large," Boyd said. "And yet without that amount the Seattle bank won't back us for the remainder." "Oh, it's no use to tackle the business on a small scale." Big George pondered for a moment. "We can't wait much longer. We'd ought to be on the coast now. We're shy $25,000, eh?" "Yes, and I can't see any possible way of raising it. I've done the best I could, and so has Clyde, but it's no use." The strain of the past month was evident in Emerson's face, which was worn and tired as if from sleepless nights. Of late he had lapsed again into that despondent mood which Fraser had observed in Alaska, his moments of depression growing more frequent as the precious days slipped past. Every waking hour he had devoted to the promotion of his enterprise. He had laughed at rebuffs and refused discouragement. He had solicited every man who seemed in any way likely to be interested. He had gone from office to office, his hours regulated by watch and notebook, always retailing the same facts, always convincingly lucid and calmly enthusiastic. But a scarcity of money seemed prevalent. Those who sought investment either had better opportunities or refused to finance an undertaking so far from home and apparently so hazardous. During those 3 years in the North, Boyd had worked with feverish haste and suffered many disappointments, but never before had he used such a vast amount of nervous force as in this short month. Never had fortune seemed so maddeningly stubborn. But he had hung on with a bulldog tenacity, not knowing how to give up, until at last he had placed his stock to the extent of $75,000, only to realize that he had exhausted his vital force as well as his list of acquaintances. In public he maintained a sanguine front, but in private he let go, and only his 2 Alaskan friends had sounded the depths of his disappointment. One other, to be sure, had some inkling of what troubled him, yet to Mildred he had never explained the precise nature of his difficulties. She did not even know his plans. He spent many evenings with her, and she would have given him more of her society had he consented to go out with her, for the demands upon her time were numerous. But this he could never bring himself to do, being too wearied in mind and body, and wishing to spare himself any additional mental disquiet. Neither Mildred nor her father ever spoke of that unknown suitor in his presence, and their very silence invested the mysterious man with menacing possibilities which did not tend to soothe Boyd's troubled mind. In fact, Mr. Wayland, despite his genial manner, inspired him with a vague sense of hostility. And, as if he were not sufficiently distracted by all this, Fraser and George kept him in a constant state of worry from other causes. The former was continually involving himself in some wildly impossible enterprise which seemed ever in danger of police interference. He could not get rid of the fellow, for Fraser calmly included him in all his machinations, dragging him in willy-nilly until in Boyd's ears there sounded the distant clank of chains and the echo of the warden's tread. A dozen times he had exposed the rogue and established his own position, only to find himself the next day wallowing in some new complication more difficult than that from which he had escaped. Ordinarily it would have been laughable, but at this crisis it was tragic. As for George, he had been very quiet since the night of his encounter with Marsh, and he spent much of his time by himself. This was a relief to Boyd, until he happened several times to meet the big fellow in strange places at unexpected hours, surprising in his eyes a look of expectant watchfulness, the meaning of which at first puzzled him. It took but a little observation, however, to learn that the fisherman spent his days in hotel lobbies, always walking about through the crowd, and that by night he patrolled the theatre district, slinking about as if to avoid observation. Emerson finally realized with a shock that George was in search of his enemy, but no amount of argument could alter the fellow's mind, and he continued to hunt with the silence of a lone wolf. What the result of his meeting Marsh would be, Boyd hesitated to think, but neither George nor he discovered any trace of that gentleman. These various cares, added to the consequences of his inability to finance the cannery project, had reduced Emerson to a state bordering upon collapse. Balt had entered his room that morning for his daily report of progress, and after his partner's confession of failure had fetched a deep sigh. "Well, it's tough, after all we've been through," he said. Then, after a pause, "Cherry will be broken-hearted." "I hadn't thought of her," confessed the other. "You see, it's her last chance, too." "So she told me. I'm sorry I brought you all these thousands of miles on a wild-goose chase, but—" "I don't care for myself. I'll get back somehow and live in the brush like I used to, and some day I'll get my chance. But she's a woman, and she can't fight Marsh like I can." "Just who or what is she?" Boyd inquired curiously, glad of anything to divert his thoughts from their present channel. "She's just a big-hearted girl, and the only person, red, white, or yellow, who gave me a kind word or a bite to eat till you came along. That's all I know about her. I'd have gone crazy only for her." The big man ground his teeth as the memory of his injuries came uppermost. Before Boyd could follow the subject further, Alton Clyde strolled in upon them, arrayed immaculately with gloves, tie, spats, and a derby to match, a striped waistcoat, and a gold-headed walking-stick. "Salutations, fellow fishermen," he began. "I just ran in to settle the details of our trip. I want my tailor to get busy on my wardrobe to-morrow." Boyd shook his head. "Ain't going to be no wardrobe," said Balt. "Why? Has something happened to scare the fish?" "I can't raise the money," Emerson confessed. "Still shy that 25 thou?" questioned the clubman. "Yes, I'm done." "That's a shame. I had some ripping clothes planned. English whipcord." "That stuff won't rip," George declared, "but overalls is plenty good." Clyde tapped the narrow points of his shoes with his walking-stick, frowning in meditation. "I'm all in, and so are the rest of the fellows. By Jove, this will be a disappointment to Mildred. Have you told her?" "No, she doesn't know anything about the plan, and I didn't want to tell her until I had the money. Now I can't go to her and acknowledge another failure." "I'm terribly disappointed," said Clyde. There was a moment's silence. Then he went to the telephone and called the hotel office. "Get me a cab at once. Mr. Clyde, I'll be right down." Turning to the others, he remarked, "I'll see what I can do. But as a promoter, I'm a joke. However, the trip will do me good, and I am hungry for the fray. The smell of battle is in my nostrils, and I'm champing at my bit. Woof! Leave it to me." He smote the air with his slender cane, and made for the door with an appearance of fierce determination upon his colorless face. "You'll hear from me in the morning. So long." His martial air amused the two, but Boyd soon dismissed him from his mind, and spent that evening in such moody silence that in desperation Big George forsook him and sought out the manicure parlor. Fraser was busied on some enterprise of his own. The thought of Alton Clyde's raising $25,000 where he had failed was ridiculous to Emerson. He was utterly astounded when that radiantly attired youth strolled into his room on the following morning and tossed a thick roll of bills upon the table, saying carelessly, "There it is. Count it." "What?" "25 $1,000 notes. Anyhow, I think there are 25 of them, but I'm not sure. I counted them twice. Once I made 24, and the next time 26. But I had my gloves on, so I struck in averages and took the paying teller's word for it." Emerson leaped to his feet, staring at the dandy as if not comprehending this sudden turn of fortune. "Did you rustle this money without any help?" he demanded. "Abso-blooming-lutely." "Is it your own?" "Well, hardly. It is so far from it that I was sorely tempted to spread my wings and soar to foreign parts. It wouldn't have taken much of a nudge to butt me clear over into Canada this morning." "Where in the world did you get it, Al?" "What difference does that make? I got it, didn't I?" He slapped his trousers leg daintily with his stick. "You can issue the stock in my name." Boyd seized the little fellow and whirled him around the room, laughing gleefully. Lifted in one moment from the pit of despair to the height of optimism. "Stop it! I'm all rumpled!" gasped Clyde, finally sinking into a chair. "When I get rumpled in the morning, I stay rumpled all day. Don't you touch me! Whose money is this? What good angel took pity on us?" Clyde's faded eyes dropped. "Well, I turned a trick, and to all intents and purposes it is mine. There it is. I didn't steal it, and you don't have to know everything, do you? That is why I got the check cashed." "I beg your pardon," Boyd apologized. "I didn't mean to pry into your affairs, and it is none of my business anyhow. I'm glad enough to get the money, no matter where it came from. I'd forgive you if you'd stolen it." He began to dress hurriedly. "You are the fairy prince of this enterprise, Alton, and you can go to Kalvik and pick flowers or play the mandolin or do anything you wish. Now for a telegram to the bank at Seattle. We leave tomorrow." "Oh, here now. I can't get my wardrobe ready." "Ward nothing. You don't need any clothes. You can get all that stuff in Seattle." "Must have wardrobe," firmly maintained Clyde. "No can do without. George and I will be in Seattle for several weeks, so you can come on later." "No, sir. I'm going to trail my bet with yours. I might change my mind if I hung around here alone. I'll make my tailor work all night tonight. It'll do him good. But it upsets me to be hurried. It upsets me worse than being rumpled in the morning." That was a busy day for Boyd Emerson, but he was too elated to notice fatigue, even while dressing for the Waylands. He had arranged to come an hour before dinner, that Mildred and he might have a little time to themselves, and his haste to acquaint her with the news of his success brought him to the Lakeshore house ahead of time. She did not keep him waiting, however, and when she appeared, gowned for dinner, he fairly swept her off her feet with his abruptness. "It's a go, my lady. I have succeeded." "I knew it by your smile. I am so glad." "Yes, I have all the money I need, and I am off for the coast tomorrow." "Oh!" She drew back from him. "Tomorrow? Why, you wretch! You seem actually glad of it." "I am." Confusion of all the discourteous lovers! She simulated such an expression of injury that his dancing eyes became grave. "My poor heart! Are you sorry?" "Sorry, indeed, la la!" She gave a dainty French shrug of her bare shoulders and tossed her head. "I summon my pride. My spirit is aroused. I rejoice. I laugh. I sing. Sorry? Pooh!" And then she melted with an impulsiveness rare in her, saying, Tell me all about it. Please, tell me everything." He held her slender hand. "This morning I was bluer than a tattooed man, but tonight I'm in the clouds, for I have overcome the greatest obstacle that stands between us. It is only a question of months now until I can come to your father with sufficient means to satisfy him. Of course there are chances of failure, but I don't admit them. I have such a superabundance of courage now that I can't imagine defeat." "Do you know," she said hesitatingly, "you've never told me anything about this plan of yours. You've never taken me into your confidence in the slightest degree. I didn't think you would care to know the details, dear. This is so entirely a business matter. It is so sordidly commonplace, and you're very far removed from sordid things, that I didn't think you would care to hear of it. My mind won't associate you with commercialism. I have always burned incense to you. I have always seen you in shaded light and through the smoke of altar fires, so to speak." "I realize that I don't appreciate the things that you have done," said the girl, "but I should like to know more about this new adventure." "I warn you, it's not romantic," he smiled, "although to me anything which brings me closer to you is invested with the very essence of romance." He told her briefly of his enterprise and the difficulties he had conquered. "It looks like plain sailing now," he concluded. "I'll have to work hard, but that just suits me, for it will occupy the time while I'm away from you. There will be no mail or communication with the outside world after we sail, except at long intervals. But I'm sure you'll feel the messages I shall send you every hour." "And so you're going to put fish in little tin cans?" said Mildred. "Very prosy, isn't it? Of course you'll have men to do it. You won't do that sort of thing yourself." "Assuredly not. There'll be hundreds of Chinese." "Will you have to catch the fish? Will you pull on a long fish line? I should think that would be rather nice." "No," he laughed. "At any rate, you will wear oilskins and a sou'wester, won't you? Yes, just like the pictures you see on billboards." She meditated for an instant. "Why don't you build a railroad, or do something such as father does? He makes a great deal of money out of railroads." "He is also a director in the largest packing concern at the stockyards," Boyd reminded her. "And this is much the same sort of thing." "To be sure. Do you know he has become greatly interested in your country of late? I have heard him speak of Alaska frequently. In fact, I think that is one reason why he has been so nice to you. He wants to learn all he can about it." "Why?" "Oh, dear, I never know why he does anything." "Tell me, does he still legislate in favor of this mysterious suitor whose identity you've never revealed to me?" "Nonsense," said the girl. "There is no mysterious suitor, and father does not legislate for or against anyone. He isn't that sort. And yet I never seem to meet this stranger." "Indeed," she observed, a trifle indifferently. "It is your own fault. You never go out any more. However, you won't have long to wait. Father telephoned that he is to dine with us." "Tonight?" "Yes." "But, Mildred, this is our last evening together," said Emerson seriously. "Can't we have it alone?" "I'm afraid not. I had nothing to say in the matter. It is some business affair." So the fellow was a business associate of the magnate, thought Boyd. "Who is he?" "He is merely—" Mildred paused to listen. "Here they are now. Please don't look so tragic, Othello." Hearing voices outside the library, the young man asked hurriedly, "Give me some time alone with you, my lady. I must leave early." "We will come in here while they are smoking," she said. There was time for no more, for Wayland entered, followed by another gentleman, at the first sight of whom Emerson started, while his mind raced off into a dizzy whirl of incredulity. It could not be. It was too grotesque, too ridiculous. What prank of malicious fate was this? He turned his eyes to the door again, to see if by any chance there were a third visitor, but there was not, and he was forced to respond to Mr. Wayland's greeting. The other man had meanwhile stepped directly to Mildred, as if he had eyes for no one else, and was bowing over her hand when her father spoke. "Mr. Emerson, let me present you to Mr. Marsh. I believe you have never happened to meet here." Marsh turned as if reluctant to release the girl's hand, and not until his own was outstretched did he recognize the other. Even then he betrayed his recognition only by a slight lift of the eyebrows and an intensification of his glance. The two mumbled the customary salutations while their eyes met. At their first encounter, Boyd had considered Marsh rather indistinct in type, but with a lover's jealousy he now beheld a rival endowed with many disquieting attributes. "You two will get along famously," said Mr. Wayland. "Mr. Marsh is acquainted with your country, Boyd." "Ah," Marsh exclaimed quickly. "Are you an Alaskan, Mr. Emerson?" "Indeed, he is so wedded to the country that he is going back to-morrow," Mildred offered. Marsh's first look of challenge now changed to one of the liveliest interest, and Boyd imagined the fellow endeavoring to link him, through the affair at the restaurant, with the presence of Big George in Chicago. Although the full significance of the meeting had not struck the young lover yet, upon the heels of his first surprise came the realization that this man was to be not only his rival in love, but the greatest menace to the success of his venture, that venture which meant the world to him. "Yes," he answered cautiously, "I am a typical Alaskan. Disappointed, but not discouraged." "What business?" "Mining." "Oh," indifferently. Marsh addressed himself to Mr. Wayland. "I told you the commercial opportunities in that country were far greater than those in the mining business. All miners have the same story." Sensing the slight in his tone rather than in his words, Mildred hastened to the defense of her fiancé, nearly causing disaster thereby. "Boyd has something far better than mining now. He was telling me about it as—" "You interrupted us," interjected Emerson, panic-stricken. "I didn't have time to explain the nature of my enterprise." The girl was about to put in a disclaimer when he flashed a look at her which she could not help but heed. "I am very stupid about such things," she offered easily. "I would not have understood it, I am sure." To her father she continued, leaving what she felt to be dangerous ground. "I didn't look for you so early." "We finished sooner than I expected," Mr. Wayland answered, "so I drove Willis to his hotel and waited for him to dress. I was afraid he might disappoint us if I let him out of my sight." "I couldn't allow that, not tonight of all nights, eh?" The magnate laughed knowingly at Marsh. "I have never yet disappointed Miss Wayland, and I never shall," the newcomer replied, eyeing the girl in such a way that Boyd felt a sudden desire to choke him until his smooth, expressionless face matched the color of his evening coat. "I can imagine your daughter's feminine guests staying away, Mr. Wayland, but her masculine friends never." "What rot!" thought Emerson. "Well, I couldn't take any chances tonight," the father reasserted, "for this is a celebration. I will tell Hawkins to open a bottle of that private Cuvée 86. "What machinations have you precious conspirators been at now?" queried Mildred. "My dear, I have effected a wonderful deal to-day," said her father. "With the help of Mr. Marsh, I closed the last details of a consolidation which has occupied me for many months." "Another trust, I suppose?" "Certain people might call it that," chuckled the old man. "Willis was the inspiring genius and did most of the work. The credit is his." "Not at all, not at all," disclaimed the modest Marsh. "I was but a child in your father's hands, Miss Wayland. He has given me a liberal education in finance." "It was a beautiful affair, eh?" questioned the magnate. "Wonderful." "May I inquire the nature of this merger?" Emerson ventured, amazed at this disclosure of the intimate relations existing between the two. "Certainly," replied Wayne Wayland. "There is no longer any secret about it, and the papers will be full of the story in the morning. I have combined the packing industries of the Pacific Coast under the name of the North American Packers Association." Boyd felt himself growing numb. "What do you mean by packing industries?" asked Mildred. "Canneries, salmon fisheries. We own 60% of the plants of the entire coast, including Alaska. And that's why I've been so keen about that North Country, Boyd. You never guessed it, eh?" "No, sir," Boyd stammered. "Well, we control the supply, and we will regulate the market. We will allow only what competition we desire. Oh, it is all in our hands. It was a beautiful transaction, and one of the largest I ever effected." Was he dreaming? Boyd wondered. His mouth was dry, but he managed to inquire, "What about the independent canneries?" Marsh laughed. There is no sentiment in business. There are about 40%. Too many plants to suit us. I believe I'm capable of attending to them. Mr. Marsh is the general manager," Wayland explained. "With the market in our hands, and sufficient capital to operate at a loss for a year or 2 years if necessary, I don't think the independent plants will cost us much." Emerson found his sweetheart's eyes fixed upon him oddly. She turned to her father and said, "I consider that positively criminal." "Tut, tut, my dear. It sounds cruel, of course, but it is business, and it is being done every day. Isn't it, Boyd?" Boyd made no answer, but Marsh hastened to add, "You see, Miss Wayland, business in the last analysis is merely a survival of the fittest. Only the strong and merciless can hold their own." "Exactly," confirmed her father. "One can't allow sentiment to affect one. It isn't business. But you don't understand such things. Now, if you young people will excuse me, I shall remove the grime of toil and return like a giant refreshed." He chuckled to himself and left the room, highly pleased with the events of the day. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 12, in which Miss Wayland is of two minds. That Willis Marsh still retained some curiosity regarding Emerson's presence at the annex on that night 4 weeks before, and that the young man's non-committal reply to his inquiry about the new enterprise mentioned by Mildred had not entirely satisfied him, was proved by the remark which he addressed to the girl the moment her father's departure afforded him an opportunity. "You said Mr. Emerson's new proposition was better than mining, did you not?" He was the embodiment of friendly interest, showing just the proper degree of complacent expectancy. "I am decidedly curious to know what undertaking is sufficiently momentous to draw a young man away from beauty's side up into such a wilderness, particularly in the dead of winter." Miss Wayland's guarded reply gave Emerson a moment in which to collect his thoughts. He was still too much confused by the recent disclosures to adjust himself fully to the situation. The one idea uppermost in his mind was to enlighten Marsh as little as possible, for if this new train of events was really to prove his undoing, as already he half believed, he would at any rate save himself from the humiliation of acknowledging defeat. If, on the other hand, he should decide to go ahead and wage war against the trust as an independent packer, then secrecy for the present was doubly imperative. Once Marsh gained an inkling that he and Big George were equipping themselves to go back to Kalvik, Marsh's own stronghold of all places, he could and would thwart them without doubt. These thoughts flashed through Boyd's mind with bewildering rapidity, and yet he managed to equal the other's show of polite indifference as he remarked, "I am not far enough along with my plans to discuss them." "Perhaps if I knew their nature I might," Boyd laughed. "I am afraid a hydraulic proposition would not interest such a hard-headed businessman as you." To himself he added, "Good heavens, I am worse than Fraser with his nebulous schemes." "Oh, hydraulic mining, well, hardly," the other replied. "I understood Miss Wayland to say that this was something better than a mine." "Is a hydraulic a mine?" inquired Mildred. "I thought it was a water power of some sort." "Once a miner, always a miner," the younger man quoted lightly. As if with a shadow of doubt, Marsh next inquired, "Didn't I meet you the other evening at the annex?" Boyd admitted the fact with the air of one who exaggerates his interest in a trifling topic for the sake of conversation. He was beginning to be surprised at his own powers of dissimulation. "And you were with George Balt?" "Exactly. I picked him up on my way out from Nome. He was so thoroughly disgusted with Alaska that I helped him get back to the States." Marsh's eyes gleamed at this welcome intelligence, for certain misgivings had preyed upon him since that night of the encounter. He turned to the girl with the explanation. "This fellow we speak of is a queer, unbalanced savage who nurses an insane hatred for me. I employed him once, but had to discharge him for incompetence, and he has threatened my life repeatedly. You may imagine the start it gave me to stroll into a café at this distance from Kalvik and find him seated at a nearby table." "How strange," Miss Wayland observed. "What did he do?" "Mr. Emerson prevented him from making a scene. Only for his interference I might have been forced to protect myself." In spite of himself, Boyd could not but wonder if Marsh were really the sort of man he had been painted, or if, as might appear sufficiently creditable, he had been maligned through Cherry's prejudice and George Balt's hatred. Tonight he seemed the most kindly and courteous of men. Under Mildred's skillful direction, the conversation had drifted into other channels by the time Mr. Wayland returned. Now all at once Boyd beheld the magnate in a new guise. Until tonight he had seen in him nothing more than a prospective father-in-law, a stubborn, dominant old fellow whose half-contemptuous toleration, unpleasant enough at times, never really amounted to active enmity. Now, however, he recognized in Wayne Wayland a commercial foe, and his knowledge of the man's character gave sufficient assurance that he might expect no mercy or consideration from him one moment after it transpired that their financial interests were in conflict. So far the two had never seriously clashed, but sooner or later the capitalist must learn the truth, and when he did, when that iron-jawed, iron-willed autocrat once discovered that this youth, whom he had taken into his home with so little thought of possible harm, had actually dared to oppose him, his indignation would pass all bounds. And then for the first time Emerson realized the impropriety of his own present position. He was here under false pretenses. They had bared to him secrets not rightly his, with which he might arm himself. When this, too, became known to the financier, he would regard him not only as a presumptuous enemy, but as a traitor. Boyd knew the old tyrant too well to doubt his course of action. Thenceforth there would be war to the hilt. The enterprise which, an hour ago, had seemed so certain of success, the enterprise which he had fathered at such cost of labor and suffering, now seemed entirely hopeless. The futility of trying to oppose these men, equipped as they were with limitless means and experience, struck him with such force as to make him almost physically faint and sick. Even had his canning plant been open and running, he knew that they would never take him in. Wayne Wayland's consistent attitude toward him showed that plainly enough, and nothing more tangible to offer than a half-born dream. They would laugh him to scorn. Furthermore, they had proclaimed their determination to choke all rivalry. A sort of panic seized Boyd. If his present scheme fell through, what else could he do? Whither could he turn, even for his own livelihood, except back to the hateful isolation of a miner's life? That would mean other years as black as those just ended. There had been a time when he could boldly have taken the bit in his teeth and forced Mr. Wayland to reckon with him. But since his return, Mildred herself had withdrawn her consent to a marriage that would mean immediate separation from the life that she loved. That course, therefore, was closed to him. If ever he was to win her, he must play this game of desperate chances to the end. The announcement of dinner interrupted his dismayed reflections, and he walked out in company with Mr. Wayland, who linked arms with him as if to afford Willis Marsh every advantage, fleeting though it might prove. "He's a wonderful fellow," the old gentleman observed sotto voce, indicating Marsh, "one of the keenest business men I have ever met." "Yes, indeed he is. He's a money-maker, too. His associates swear by him. If I were you, my boy, I would study him. He's a good man to imitate." At the dinner table the talk at first was general, and of a character appropriate for the hour. But Miss Wayland, oddly enough, seemed bent upon leading the discussion back into its former course, and displayed such an unusual thirst for information regarding the North American Packers Association that her father was moved to remark upon it. "What in the world has come over you, Mildred?" he said. "You never cared to hear about my doings before." "Please don't discourage me," she urged. "I am really in earnest. I should like to know all about this new trust of yours. Perhaps my little universe is growing a bit tiresome to me." "Miss Mildred is truly your daughter," Marsh observed admiringly. "But I fear the matter doesn't interest Mr. Emerson." "Oh, indeed it does," Mildred smilingly responded. "Doesn't it, Boyd?" He flushed uncomfortably as he acquiesced. "Now, please tell me more about it," the girl went on. "You know, you are both full of the thing, and there are only we four here, so let's be natural. I am dreadfully tired of being conventional." "Tut, tut!" exclaimed her father. "That comes of association with these untamed Westerners." Yet he plainly showed that he was flattered by her unexpected enthusiasm, and more than ready to humor her. Both men, in truth, were jubilant, and so thoroughly in tune with the subject which had obsessed them these past months, that it took little urging to set them talking in harmony with the girl's wishes. Readily accepting the cue of informality, they grew communicative, and told of the troubles they had encountered in launching the gigantic combination, joking over the obstacles that had threatened to wreck it, and complimenting each other upon their persistence and sagacity. Meanwhile, Emerson's discomfort steadily increased. He wondered if this were a deliberate effort on Mildred's part, or if she really had any idea of what bearing it all had upon his plans. The further it went, however, the more clearly he perceived the formidable nature of the new barrier between himself and Mildred, which her father had unwittingly raised. "So far it has been all hard work," Wayland at length announced. "But in the future I propose to derive some pleasure from this affair. I am tired out. For a long time I've been planning a trip somewhere, and now I think I shall make a tour of inspection in the spring, and visit the various holdings of the North American Packers Association. In that way I can combine recreation and business." "But you detest travel as much as I do," said Mildred. "This would be entirely different from ordinary travel. The first vice president has his yacht on the Pacific coast, and offers her to the board of directors for a summer's cruise." "How far will you go?" questioned Boyd. "Clear up to Mr. Marsh's station." "Kalvik?" "Yes, that's the plan," Marsh chimed in. "The scenery is more marvelous than that of Norway. The weather is delightful. Moreover, the Grande Dame is the best equipped yacht on the Pacific, so the board of directors can take their families with them and enjoy a wonderful outing among the fjords and glaciers beneath the midnight sun. You see, I am selfish in urging it, Miss Wayland. I expect you to join the party." "I am sure you would like it, Mildred," the magnate answered. Boyd could scarcely believe his ears. Would they come to Kalvik? Would they all assemble there in that unmapped nook? And suppose they should, had he the courage to continue his mad enterprise? It was all so unreal. He was torn between the desire to have Mildred agree and the fear of the influence Marsh might gain during such a trip. But Miss Wayland evidently had an eye to her own comfort, for she replied, "No, indeed. The one thing I abhor above land travel is a sea voyage. I am a wretched sailor." "But this trip would be worth while," urged her father. "Why, it will be a regular voyage of discovery. I am as excited over it as a country boy on circus day." Marsh seconded him with all his powers of persuasion, but the girl, greatly to Emerson's surprise, merely reaffirmed her determination. "Oh, I dare say I should enjoy the scenery," she observed, with a glance at Boyd. "But on the other hand, I don't care for rough things, and I prefer hearing about canneries to visiting them. They must be very smelly. Above all, I simply refuse to be seasick." In her eyes was a half-defiant look which Emerson had never seen there before. "I am sorry," Marsh acknowledged frankly. "You see, there are no women in our country, and 6 months without a word or a smile from your gentle sex makes a man ready to hate himself and his fellow creatures." "Are there no women in Alaska?" questioned the girl. "In the mining camps, yes. But we fishermen live lonely lives." "But the coy, shrinking Indian maidens, I have read about them." "They are terrible affairs," Marsh declared. "They are flat of nose, their lips are pierced, and they are very, well, dirty." Not always. Boyd gave voice to his general annoyance and growing dislike for Marsh in an abrupt denial. I have seen some very attractive squaws, particularly breeds. Where? Demanded the other skeptically. Well, at Kalvik, for instance. Kalvik? Ejaculated Marsh. Yes, your home. You must know Chakawana, the girl they call the Snowbird. No. Come, she knows you very well. Ah, a mystery. He is concealing something, cried Miss Wayland. Marsh directed a sharp glance at Boyd before answering. I presume you refer to Constantine's sister. I was speaking generally, of course. There are exceptions. As a matter of fact, I wasn't exactly right when I said we had no white women whatever at Kalvik. Mr. Emerson doubtless has met Cherry Malotte. I have, acknowledged Boyd. She was very kind to us. More damning disclosures, chuckled Mr. Wayland. Pray, who is she? I should like very much to know, Emerson answered. Oh, delightful, exclaimed Mildred. First a beautiful Indian girl, now a mysterious white woman. Why, Kalvik is decidedly interesting. There is nothing mysterious about the white woman, said Marsh. She is quite typical, just a plain mining camp hanger-on who drifted down our way. Not at all, Boyd disclaimed angrily. Miss Malotte is a fine woman. And then at Marsh's short laugh. And her conduct bears favorable comparison with that of the other white people at Kalvik. Marsh allowed his eyes to waver at this, but to Mildred he apologized. She is not the sort one cares to discuss. How do you know? Demanded Cherry's champion. Do you know anything against her character? I know she is a disturbing element at Kalvik's, and has caused us a great deal of trouble. It was Boyd's turn to laugh. But surely that has nothing to do with her character. My dear fellow, Marsh shrugged his shoulders apologetically. If I had dreamed she was a friend of yours, I never would have spoken. She is a friend, Emerson persisted doggedly, and I admire her because she is a girl of spirit. If she had not been possessed of enough courage to disregard your instructions, I might have been forced to eject your watchman and take possession of one of your canneries. We can't entertain all comers. We leave that to Miss Malotte. And George Balt, eh? Dear, dear, laughed Miss Wayland. I feel as if I were at a meeting of the Women's Guild. In our business we must adhere to a definite policy, Marsh explained to the others. Sometimes we are misjudged by travelers who consider us heartless, but we can't take care of everyone. Not even your sick natives? Well, but for Miss Malotte, some of your fishermen would have starved this winter, and you might have been short-handed next year. We give them work. Why should we support them? I don't know of any legal reason, and ethics don't count for much up there. Nevertheless, Cherry Malotte has seen to it that the children, at least, haven't suffered. She saved a little brother of this Constantine you mention. Constantine has no brother, Marsh answered. I happen to know because he worked for me. This was a little red-headed youngster. Ah! Marsh's ejaculation was sharp. What was the matter with it? Measles. Did it get well? It was getting along all right when I left. The other fell silent, while Miss Wayland inquired curiously, what is this mysterious woman like? She is young, refined, thoroughly nice in every way. Good-looking also, I dare say? Very. She was about to pursue her inquiries further, but the dinner was finished, and Mr. Wayland had asked for his favorite cigars. So she rose, and Boyd accompanied her, leaving the others to smoke. But strangely enough, Marsh remained in such a state of preoccupation, even after their departure, that Mr. Wayland's attempts at conversation elicited only the vaguest and shortest of answers. In the music-room, Mildred turned upon Boyd. Why didn't you tell me about this woman before? I didn't think of her. And yet she is young, beautiful, refined, lives a romantic sort of existence, and entertained you. She tossed her head. Are you jealous? He inquired with a smile. Of such a person? Certainly not. I wish you were, he confessed truthfully. If you would only get really jealous, I should be delighted. I should begin to feel a little sure of you. She seated herself at the piano and struck a few idle notes, inquiring casually, "Kalvik is the name of the place where you're going, isn't it?" "It is." "I suppose you will see a great deal of this cherry Malotte." "Undoubtedly, inasmuch as we are partners." "Partners?" Mildred ceased playing and swung about. "What do you mean?" "She is interested in this enterprise. The cannery site is hers." "I see." After a moment, "Does this new affair of father's have any particular effect on your plans?" "Yes and no," he answered, feeling again the weight of this last complication forgotten for the moment. "What do you wish me to do?" "Nothing, only for the present, please, don't mention my scheme, either to him or to Mr. Marsh. I'm a bit uncertain as to my course. You see, it means so much to me that I can't bear to give it up, and yet it may lead to great unpleasantness." She nodded comprehendingly. The others joined them, and Boyd made his adieus. But in leaving he bore with him a weight of doubt and uneasiness, in strange contrast with the buoyancy that he had felt upon his arrival. Willis Marsh, on the contrary, lost no time in emerging from his taciturn mood upon Boyd's departure, and seemed filled with even more than his accustomed optimism. Whatever had been the cause of his transitory depression, he could not fail to reflect that his fortunes had been singularly fair of late. And now that the other man was out of the way, Miss Wayland, for the first time in his acquaintance, began to display a lively interest in his affairs, which made his satisfaction complete. She questioned him closely regarding his work and habits in the North, letting down her reserve to such an unparalleled extent that when Mr. Wayland at last excused himself and retired to the library, Marsh felt that the psychological moment had arrived. "This has been a day of triumph for me," he stated, "and I am anxious to crown it with even a greater good fortune." "Don't be greedy," the girl cautioned. "That is man's nature." She laughed lightly. "Having used my poor yielding parent for your own needs, you now wish to employ his innocent child in the same manner. Is there no limit to your ambition?" "There is, and I can reach it with your help." "Please don't count on me. I am the most disappointing of creatures." But he disregarded her words. "I hope not. At any rate, I must know." "I warn you," she said. "Nevertheless, I insist. And yet, I don't quite know how to begin. It isn't a new story to you, perhaps, what I'm trying to say, but it is to me, I can assure you, and it means everything to me. I don't even have to tell you what it is. You must have seen it in my eyes. I have never cared much for women. I am a man's man, but—" "Please don't," she interrupted quietly, but he continued unheeding. "You must know that I love you. Every man must love you, but no man could love you more than I do. I could make a lot of romantic avowals, Miss Mildred, but I am not an adept at such things. You can make me very happy if—" "I am sorry. I know what I have said is trite, but my whole heart is in it. Your father approves, I am quite sure, and so it all rests with you." For the first time the girl realized the deadly earnestness of the man, and felt the unusual force of his personality, which made it seem no light matter to refuse him. He took his disappointment quietly, however, and raised himself immensely in her estimation by his graceful acceptance of the inevitable. "It is pretty hard on a fellow," he smiled, "but please don't let it make any difference in our relations. I hope to remain a welcome visitor and to see as much of you as before. More, if you wish. I begin to understand that Mr. Emerson is a lucky chap." He still smiled. She ignored his meaning and replied, "Boyd and I have been the closest of friends for many years." "So I have been told," and he smiled at her again in the same manner. Somehow the smile annoyed her. It seemed to savor of self-confidence. When he bade her good-bye an hour later, he was still smiling. Mr. Wayland was busy over some rare first edition recently received from his English collector. When she sought him out in the library, he looked up to inquire, Has Willis gone?" "Yes, he sent you his adieus by me." A moment later she added, "He asked me to marry him." "Of course," nodded the magnate. "They all do that." "What did you say?" "What I always say." He tapped his eyeglasses meditatively upon the bridge of his high arched nose. "You might do worse. He suits me." "I have no doubt he could hold the millions together. In fact, he's the first one I have seen of whose ability in that line I am quite certain. However," she made a slight gesture of dismissal, "I hope you didn't offend him." She raised her brows. "Forgive me. I might have known." He stared at the page before him for a moment. "You have a certain finality about you that is almost masculine. They never return to the charge." "Oh, yes," she demurred. "There is Alton Clyde, for instance." Mr. Wayland dismissed Clyde with an inarticulate grunt of contempt which measured that young man's claim to consideration more comprehensively than could a wealth of words. "I would think it over if I were you," he advised. And then he pondered. "If you would only change your mind occasionally, like other girls." "I have changed my mind to-night, since Mr. Marsh left." "Good," he declared heartily. "Yes, I have decided to go to Kalvik with you." On that very night, in a little snow-smothered cabin crouching close against the Kalvik bluffs, another girl was seated at a piano. Her slim white fingers had strayed upon the notes of a song which Boyd Emerson had sung. In her dream-filled eyes was the picture of a rough-garbed, silent man at her shoulder, and in her ears was the sound of his voice. Clear to the last melting note she played the air. And then a pitiful sob shook her. She bowed her golden head and hid her face in her arms, for a memory was upon her. A forgotten kiss was hot upon her lips, and she was very lonely. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 13. At the hotel, Emerson found Clyde and Fraser in Balt's room awaiting him. They were noisy and excited at the success of the enterprise and at the prospect of immediate action. Quoth fingerless Fraser, "It has certainly lifted a load off my mind to put this deal through." Emerson was forced to smile. "Well, now that you've succeeded," said he, "what next?" "Back to the coast. This town is a bum." "Are you going west with us?" "Sure. Why not? This game ain't opened yet." "How long are we to be favored with your assistance?" "Hard telling. I want to see you get off on the right foot. I'd feel bad if you fell down." "Well, of all the—" "Let him rave," advised George. "He can't sell us nothing." "I did my share, anyhow," Alton Clyde declared, curling up comfortably in his chair with a smile of such beatitude that Fraser cried, "Now purr, nice kitty. Seems like I can see a canary feather sticking to your mustache." "It is my debut in business," Clyde explained. "It's my commercial coming-out party. I never did anything useful before in my whole life, so naturally I'm all swelled up." "It ain't necessary for me to itemize my statement," Fraser observed. "A moment's consecutive thought will show anybody who's capable of bearing the strain of that much brain effort where I came in." Gazing upon them with prophetic eye, he announced, "And mark what I say, gents. I'll be an even bigger help to you before you get through. You do the rough work. I'll be there with the bottle of oil and the hand polish. Yes, sir. When the time comes, I'll go down in the little bag of tricks and dig up anything you need, from a jig dance to a jimmy and a bottle of soup." "I know what you call soup," exclaimed Alton, with lively interest. "Did you ever crack a safe? By Jove, that's immense." "I've worked in banks considerable," fingerless Fraser admitted, with admirable caution. "What I mean to say is I'm a general handy man, and I may be useful, so you better let me stick around." Boyd told them little of the news that had startled him earlier in the evening, beyond the bare fact that Marsh had floated a Packers trust, and that secrecy for the present was now doubly necessary to the success of their undertaking. The full significance of the merger, therefore, did not strike his associates even when, on the train the next day, they read the announcement of its formation in the newspapers. Balt alone took notice of it and fell into a furious rage at his enemy's success. Alton Clyde, on the other hand, was more than ever elated over his share in a conspiracy threatened by so formidable a foe. And when Emerson constituted him a sort of secretary, with duties mainly of sending and receiving telegrams, his delight was beyond measure. He grew, in fact, insufferably conceited, and his overweening sense of his own importance became a severe trial to Fraser, who was roused to his most elaborate efforts of sarcasm. The adventurer wasted hours in a search for fitting similes by which to measure the clubman's general and comprehensive ineptitude, all of which rebounded from his victim's armor of complacency. No sooner were they fairly under way for the West than Emerson began the definite shaping of his plans. He and George carefully went over the many details of their coming work, and sent many messages, with the result that outfitters in a dozen lines were awaiting them when they arrived in Seattle. Without loss of time, Boyd installed himself and his friends at a hotel, secured a competent and close-mouthed stenographer, and then sought out the banker with whom he had made a tentative agreement before going to Chicago. Mr. Hilliard greeted him cordially. "I see you've carried out your part of the program," said he. "But before we definitely commit ourselves, we should like to know what effect this new trust is going to have on the canning business." "You mean the NAPA?" "Precisely. Our Chicago correspondent can't tell us any more than what we've learned from the press, namely that a combination has been formed. We are naturally somewhat cautious about financing a competitive plant until we know what policy the trust will pursue." Here was exactly the complication Boyd had feared. Therefore, it was with some trepidation that he argued. "The trust is in business for the money, and its very formation ought to be conclusive evidence of your good judgment. However, you've backed so many plants such as mine that you know as well as I do the profits to be taken." "That isn't the point. Ordinarily we would not waver an instant, but the Wayland Marsh outfit is apt to upset conditions. If we only knew—" "I know," boldly declared Boyd. "Mr. Wayland outlined his policy to me before the public knew anything about the trust." "Indeed? Are you acquainted with Wayne Wayland?" asked Mr. Hilliard, with a new light of curiosity in his eyes. "I know him well." "Ah, I congratulate you. Perhaps this is Wayland money behind you?" "That I am not at liberty to discuss," the younger man replied evasively. "However, just to make your loan absolutely sure, I've taken steps to sell my season's output in advance. The commission men will be in town shortly, and I shall contract for the entire catch at a stipulated price. Is that satisfactory?" "Entirely so," declared Mr. Hilliard heartily. "Go ahead and order your machinery and supplies." As Boyd rose to go, he added, "By the way, what do you know about the mineral possibilities of the region back of Kalvik?" "Not much. The country is new. There is a woman at Kalvik who has some men out prospecting." "Cherry Malotte? Do you know her?" asked Boyd with astonishment. "Very well indeed. I have had some correspondence with her quite recently." Then, noting Boyd's evident curiosity, he went on, "You see, I have made a number of mining investments in the North, entirely on my own account," he hastened to explain. "Of course, the bank could not do such a thing. My operations have turned out so well that I keep several men just to follow new strikes." "Has Miss Malotte made a strike?" "Not exactly, but she has uncovered some promising copper prospects." That's news to me. It is rather a small country after all, isn't it?" He would have liked to ask the banker certain further questions, but resisted the temptation, and shortly after plunged into his work so vigorously that the subject faded wholly from his mind. Now it was that George Balt made his importance felt. In the days which followed, he and Boyd toiled early and late, for 1,000 things needed doing at once. Promptness was, above all things, the essence of this enterprise, and the lumber merchants, coal dealers, machinery salesmen, and ship chandlers with whom they dealt vowed they had never met men who reached their decisions so quickly and labored not only with such consuming haste, but with such unerring certainty. There was no haggling over prices, no loss of time in seeking competitive bids, and because George always knew precisely what he wanted, their task of selection became comparatively easy. With every detail of the business he was familiar from long experience. There was no piece of machinery that he did not know better than its makers. There was never any hesitancy as between rival types or loading down with superfluous gear. His main concern was for dates of delivery. 3 weeks passed quickly in strenuous effort, and then one morning the partners awoke to the realization that there was little more for them to do. Orders were in, shipments had started, they had well nigh completed the charter of a ship, and a sailing date had been set. There were numerous details yet to be arranged, but the enterprise was in motion, and what remained was simple. Despite their desperate hurry, they had made no mistakes, and for this the credit lay largely with Big George. Through it all, Clyde had lent them enthusiastic, if feeble, assistance. And now that the strain was off, he gave fitting expression to his delight by getting drunk. Being temperamental to a degree, he craved company, and knowing full well the opposition he would encounter from his friends, he annexed a bibulous following of loafers whose time hung heavy, and who were at all times eager to applaud a loose tongue, so long as it was accompanied by a loose purse. Toward midnight, Fingerless Fraser, cruising in a nocturnal search for adventure and profit, found him in a semi-maudlin state, descanting vaporously to his train, and upon catching mention of the Kalvik fisheries, snatched him homeward and put him to bed, after which he locked him into his room, threw the key over the transom, and stood guard outside until assured that he slept. At an early hour the adventurer was peremptorily aroused to find Emerson hammering at his door in a fine fury. "What is this?" demanded Boyd through white lips, thrusting a morning paper before Fraser's sleepy eyes. "It's a newspaper," yawned the other. "A regular newspaper. Where did this story come from?" With a menacing finger, Boyd indicated a front column headed, "New Enemy of the Salmon Trust. First gun fired in a battle for fisheries. NAPA promised bitter fight for supremacy of Alaskan waters." "I don't know." "You don't know?" "No, I never read anything but the past performances and the funny page. What does it say?" "It's the whole story of our enterprise, but ridiculously garbled and exaggerated. It says I've headed a new canning company to buck the trust. It tells about George's feud with Marsh, and says we've both been secretly preparing to down him. Good Lord, it's liable to queer us with the bank and upset the whole deal." "I didn't give it out." "It's all done in your particularly picturesque style," declared Emerson angrily. "Alton swears he knows nothing about it, so you must have done it. It's too nearly correct to have come from a stranger." "Well?" inquired Fraser quietly. "The harm is done, but I want to know who is to blame." When the other made no answer except to stare at him curiously, he flamed up. "Why don't you confess?" For the first time during their acquaintance, Fingerless Fraser seemed at a loss for words, but whether for shame or some other motive, his companion was unable to tell. His nature was so warped that his emotions expressed themselves in ways not always easy to follow, and now he merely remarked with apparent sullenness, "I'm certainly a hot favorite with you." He clambered stiffly back into bed and turned his defiant face to the wall, nor would he meet his accuser's eyes or open his lips, even when Boyd flung out of the room, convinced that he was the culprit. All that day Emerson waited fearfully for some word from Hilliard, but night came without it, and when several days in succession had passed without a sign from the banker, he breathed more easily. He had already begun to assure himself that, after all, the exposure would have no effect, when one evening the call he dreaded came. A telephone message summoned him to the bank at 11 o'clock the following morning. "That means trouble," he grimly told George. "Maybe not," the big fisherman replied. "If Hilliard took any stock in the story, seems like he'd have jumped you the next day. Our machinery is ordered. You realize what it'll mean if he backs water now." "Sure. We'll have to go to some other bank." "I'll wring Fraser's neck," muttered Emerson. "We have troubles enough without any new ones." It was with no little anxiety that he asked for the banker at the appointed hour, and was shown into an anteroom with the announcement, "Mr. Hilliard is busy. He wishes you to wait." Inside the glass partition Boyd heard a woman's voice and Hilliard's laughter. He took some comfort in the thought that the banker was in a good humor at least, but being too nervous to sit still, he stood at the window, gazing with vacant eyes at the busy street crowds. Facing him across the way was a bulletin board in front of a newspaper office, and after a time he noted idly among its various items of information the announcement that the mail steamer Queen had arrived at midnight from Skagway. He wondered why Cherry had not written. Surely she must be anxious to know his progress. He should have advised her of his whereabouts. The door to Hilliard's office opened, and he heard the rustle of a woman's dress. Then his own name spoken. "Come in, Mr. Emerson." His attention centered on the approaching interview. He did not glance toward the departing visitor until she stopped suddenly at the outer door and came straight toward him with outstretched hands. "Boyd!" He checked himself and turned to face Cherry Malotte. "Why, Cherry!" he ejaculated. "What in the world?" He took her two hands in his, and she laughed up into his face. "In the name of heaven, where did you come from?" "I arrived last night on the Queen," she said. "Oh, I'm glad to see you." "But what brings you to the States? I thought you were in Shh!" She laid a finger on her lips, with a glance over her shoulder at the door to the inner office. "I'll tell you about it later." "Mr. Hilliard will see you now, sir," the attendant announced to Emerson. "I must talk to you right away," Boyd exclaimed hurriedly. "I won't be long. Can you wait?" "Certainly. I'll wait right here. Only hurry, hurry." The pleasure of seeing her was so genuine that he squeezed her hands heartily, and entered Hilliard's sanctum with a smile on his lips. It was gone, however, when he reappeared a half hour later, and in its place an expression which caused her to inquire quickly, "What is the matter? Is something wrong?" He nodded, but it was not until they had reached the outer office that he said, "Yes, something is decidedly wrong," and then in answer to a further question, "Wait a while. I'm too angry to talk. I'll have to tell you all about it before you'll understand." He began to mutter harshly under his breath. "Come along. We'll have lunch, and I'll explain. First, however, tell me why you came out at this season." "I have a big mining deal on with Mr. Hilliard. He sent for me, and I came. Oh, I hardly know where to begin. But you remember when you were in Kalvik, I told you that I had several men out prospecting?" "Yes." "Well, last summer, long before you came through, one of them located a ledge of copper." "You never told me." "There wasn't anything to tell at that time. I hadn't received any assay reports, and I didn't know whether the thing was worth telling. But shortly after you left, the returns came in, and they showed remarkable values. Now, here is the wonderful part of the story. Unknown to me, my man had sent out other samples and a letter to a friend of his here in Seattle. That man had assays made on his own account, and came to Mr. Hilliard with the result. The very next boat brought him and Hilliard's expert to Katmai. They came over with the mail carrier. We had opened up the ore body somewhat in the meantime, and it didn't take those men long to see what we had. They were back at my place in no time with a proposition. When I refused to tie up the ground, they made me come out with them. Foxy Mr. Hilliard had foreseen what would happen, and instructed them to bring me to him if they had to kidnap me. Well, I was a willing victim, and here I am prepared to deal with Mr. Banker, provided we can reach an agreement. What do you think of me as a businesswoman?" Boyd smiled at her enthusiasm. "I think you are fine in every way, and I hope you take all of his money away from him. I can't get any. It will take a lot of capital and time to develop the mine, and I'm fighting now for control. He is a tight-fisted old fellow." "I should say he is," remarked Emerson. "He's just thrown a bomb into our camp that made my teeth rattle. He promised to back me for $100,000, and this morning went back on his word and laid down absolutely." "Begin at the beginning and tell me everything," commanded the girl. "I'm dying to know what you've been doing. Now, right from the start, mind you." They had reached Emerson's hotel, and escorting her to the luncheon room, he proceeded to trace his progress from the day he had bade her farewell in the snows of Kalvik. They had finished their meal before his narrative came to a close. "Today Hilliard called me in and coolly informed me that his bank could not make the loan he had promised me, notwithstanding the fact that I had relied on his assurances and ordered my supplies, which are now being shipped." "Did he offer any reason for his withdrawal?" "Oh, I dare say he gave a reason, but he beclouded it with so many words that it was merely a fog by the time he got through. All I could distinguish in the general obscurity was that he would not produce. He said something about the bank being overloaded and the board refusing its consent. It's remarkable what a barricade a banker can build out of one board." "And yet, as I understand it, you have sold your output in advance at a fixed price." "Correct." "It's very strange. The bank would be perfectly safe." "He merely bulkheaded himself in with a lot of smooth language, and when I tried to argue myself over, I just slid off. The moment I stepped into his office, I felt the temperature drop. Something new has come up. What it is, I don't know. Anyhow, he froze me out." "We must raise that money somewhere, or we are ruined," Cherry observed with decision. "Well, rather," Boyd agreed with a desperate grimace. The girl laughed. "Mr. Hilliard and I merely tried each other's mettle this morning. I am to return at 4. Let's meet later and dress each other's wounds," he suggested. Cherry's presence had heartened him wonderfully, and the sight of her brightly animated face across the table inspired him with a kind of joyous courage, the like of which he had scarcely felt since their former meeting. In her company his worries had almost disappeared. Laughter had become a living thing, and youth a blessing. "I'll agree to anything," she answered, and then, becoming suddenly earnest, she spoke with shining eyes. "Mr. Hilliard is going to open up this copper, and it's going to make me rich. Rich! I can't tell you what that means to me. You wouldn't understand. I can leave that whole north country behind me, and all that it signifies. I can be what I want to be, what I really am." Boyd saw the great yearning in her eyes, saw that she was fairly breathless with the intensity of her hope. He reached forth, and taking her tightly clasped hands in his, said simply, "If I can help you in any way, it will be my greatest pleasure." Her glance dropped before his straight gaze, and she answered, "You are a good man. I am glad to have you for a friend. But you will pardon my selfishness, won't you? I didn't mean to put forward my own affairs when yours are going so badly." "They went very well," he declared, "until I tried to climb this glacier." "Did that newspaper story frighten Mr. Hilliard?" "I couldn't make out whether it did or not. Let's see. It was nearly a week ago that it appeared. 5 days to be exact. It takes 3 days to come from Chicago, doesn't it? What has that to do with it? Hasn't it struck you as strange that Hilliard should wait until you had sewed yourself up in a web of contracts and obligations before advising you of the bad news? If you mean that this is the doing of the Chicago outfit, why did they wait so long? If the Associated Press sent that item to Chicago, or if they were advised from here, why didn't they wire back? It all could have been effected by telegraph in no time." "It wouldn't be possible to do such a thing by wire or by mail. And besides, Willis Marsh doesn't work that way. If that dispatch was printed in Chicago, and if he saw it, I predict trouble for you in raising $100,000 in Seattle." "You're not a bit reassuring. However, I shall soon determine." He arose. "I'll call for you at 7, and I'll wager right now that your fears are groundless. Prepare to see me return with a ring through the nose of our giant." "At 7 sharp," she agreed. "Meanwhile, I shall delight myself with a shopping expedition. I'm a perfect sight." At 7 she descended from her room in answer to his call, to find him pacing the hotel parlor, his jaw set stubbornly. "What luck?" she demanded. "You spoke with the tongue of a prophet. Money has suddenly become very scarce in Seattle." "How many banks did you try?" 3. I shall try the rest to-morrow. How did you fare?" First blood is mine. I feel that I shall capture Mr. Hilliard. Now, no more business, do you understand? No, you are not to mention the subject again. You need a rest. Do you know that your face is haggard and drawn? You are tired out." After a moment's pause, he acknowledged, "I believe I am. I am very glad you've come, Cherry." End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 14. In which they recognize the enemy. Boyd Emerson slept well that night, notwithstanding the disturbing occurrences of the day, for during the evening Cherry had tactfully diverted him from all mention of business, trusts, or canneries, much as a good physical director, on the eve of a contest, relieves the grinding monotony of an athlete's training. The brain, after all, is but flesh and blood, and, like the muscles, requires rest. An unbroken intensity of contemplation tends inevitably to weariness and pessimism. They had dined gaily, tête-à-tête, while care fled before the girl's exuberant spirits. Contentment had deepened in the companionable enjoyment of a play, and later a little supper-party, at which Big George and Alton Clyde were present, had completed Boyd's mental refreshment to Cherry's satisfaction. True, it had required all her skill to prevent the big fisherman from holding forth upon the issue uppermost in his mind, but his loyalty to her was dog-like, and once he found that his pet topic was tabooed, he lapsed into a good-natured contemplation of his finger-nails, which he polished industriously with his napkin. The girl had further demonstrated her power over all sorts and conditions of men by reducing the blasé young clubman to a state of grinning admiration. Fingerless Fraser alone had been missing from the coterie. He had discovered them from a distance, to be sure, and come over to exchange greetings with Cherry, but the disastrous result of the fellow's garrulity was still so fresh in Boyd's mind that he could not invite him to join them, and Fraser, with singular modesty, had quickly withdrawn, to wander lonesomely for a while, till sheer ennui drove him to bed. His dejection awakened little sympathy in Boyd, who felt happier for the removal of his irritating presence. In the morning Boyd was brought sharply back to a realization of his difficult position by a letter from Mildred Wayland. "Father and I had another scene over you," wrote Mildred. "It was the first quarrel we ever had, and I'm half sick as a result. I simply can't bear that sort of thing, and we have agreed to drop the subject. What roused him to such a sudden fury, I'm sure I don't know." Boyd knew, however, and the knowledge did not add to his comfort. It seemed, indeed, as if the trust enmity had marked him in the eyes of the whole financial world. He was again denied assistance at the banks, and this time in a manner to show him the futility of argument or further effort. The reasons given were as final as they were vague, and night found the young promoter half dazed and desperately frightened at the completeness of the disaster which had overwhelmed him in the brief space of 36 hours. He could not blind himself to the situation. Those Chicago men who had backed him were personal friends, and they had risked their hard-earned dollars purely upon the strength of his vivid assurances. He had prevailed upon them to invest more than they could afford, and while ultimate failure might be forgiven, it savored less of indiscretion than of criminal culpability to be left at the very outset of the enterprise with a shipload of useless machinery upon the docks at Seattle. Ruin was close upon him. In his perplexity he naturally turned to Cherry, who listened to his tales of repeated failure with furrowed brows, pondering the matter as seriously as if the responsibility had been her own. "The battle has begun sooner than I expected," she said at length. "I never dreamed they could fix the bank so quickly. Somehow I don't believe this is the work of the trust people. I don't see how they could accomplish so much in so short a time. Why, it came like a thunderclap." "I hope I am wrong," she answered, "but something unexpected must have happened to change Mr. Hilliard's attitude. What could it be except pressure from higher sources?" "Has he dropped any hint before you?" "Not a hint. He wouldn't let go of anything. Why, he is too close-fisted to drop his R's." "So I am told. He belongs to that anomalous class who are as rigid in business methods as they are loose in private morals." "Indeed?" Cherry seemed curious. "But inasmuch as his extravagance begins at 10 p.m. and ends at 10 a.m., it doesn't seem to affect his social standing. However, we needn't discuss his personal character. There's enough to think of without that. Will you take dinner with me this evening, so that we can talk over any further developments?" "I am to dine with Mr. Hilliard," said the girl. "Oh!" Boyd's tone of disappointment seemed disproportionate to the occasion. He endeavored to disguise his feelings by saying lightly: "You are breaking into exclusive circles. He lives in quite a palace, I'm told." "I'm not dining at his home." Cherry hesitated, and Boyd flashed a sharp glance at her. A faint color flushed her cheeks as she explained: "He could not see me at the office to day, so he arranged for me to take dinner with him." "I see." Boyd detected a note hitherto strange in his own voice. "I am going to try the Tacoma banks to morrow. Would you like to run over with me in the morning? The Sound trip is beautiful." "I would love to," she exclaimed. "I may have something to report if I can make Mr. Hilliard talk." "Out of curiosity, I should like to know what influenced him." All women were more or less suspicious, he reflected, and some of them were highly intuitive. Still, he could not believe that this was all Willis Marsh's doing. As he mused, he idly thumbed the pages of a magazine. He was about to lay it down when his eye caught a well-known face, and he started, then glanced at the date of issue. It was a duplicate of that copy which had affected him so deeply in Cherry's house at Kalvik. He lifted his eyes to find her scrutinizing him. "No, you can't cut out that page," she said, with a slightly embarrassed laugh. "Where did you run across this?" "I didn't run across it," she admitted. "I scoured the bookstalls for it all the morning. Curiosity is a feminine trait, you know." "I don't quite understand." "That missing page has caused me insomnia for months. But now I'm as puzzled as ever, for there are two pictures, one on either side of the leaf, and each has possibilities. Which is it, the society bud or the prima donna?" "I don't know what you mean," he answered, somewhat stiffly. His love for Mildred Wayland had always been so sacred and inviolable a thing that even Cherry's frank inquisitiveness seemed an intrusion. "I'll call for you in time for the 9 o'clock boat," he added, as he rose to go. "Meanwhile, if you get a hint from Hilliard, it may be useful." Left to his own devices, Boyd spent the evening in gloomy solitude, vainly seeking for some way out of his difficulties. But, despite his preoccupation with his own affairs, a vague feeling of resentment at the thought of Cherry and Hilliard kept forcing itself upon his mind. Perhaps the girl's indiscretion was of no very serious nature, yet he found it hard to excuse even a small breach of propriety upon her part. Surely she must understand the imprudence of dining alone with the banker. His attentions to her could have but one interpretation, and she was too nice a girl to compromise herself in the slightest degree. Although he told himself that a business reason had prompted her, he reflected that the business methods of women are baffling to the mind of mere man. His reasoning quite failed to reconcile him to the situation. In the end he had to acknowledge that he did not like the look of it in the least. But in the morning he found it impossible to maintain a critical attitude in Cherry's presence. She had finished her breakfast when he called, and was awaiting him, clad in a brown velvet suit which set off her trim figure with all the effectiveness of skillful tailoring. Brown boots and gloves to match, with a dainty turban in which lay the golden gleam of a pheasant's plumage, completed the picture. She was as perfect to the eye as the morning itself. "Well, did Hilliard expose the hidden mysteries of the banking system?" he questioned, as they walked down toward the waterfront. "He did. It is no mystery at all now." Then it was that newspaper story that frightened him?" "Indirectly, perhaps. He didn't mention it." "What did he say?" "Nothing." "Nothing? But how—" "He informed me that you are in love with the society girl, and not with the actress. He said you are engaged to marry Miss Wayland." "Yes, but what did he say about the loan?" "Only what I have told you. The rest is easy. Had you been less secretive, I would have known instantly whom to blame for this trouble. Wayland and Willis Marsh are working double, and inasmuch as you are persona non grata—" "Who told you I am persona non grata?" "You told me yourself without intending to. Please give me credit for some shrewdness. If you had been a welcome suitor, you would have had no difficulty in raising twice $200,000 in Chicago. Then, too, I remember the story you told me at Kalvik, your mental attitude, many things, in fact. Oh, it was very simple." "Well, what of it? What has all that got to do with my present difficulty?" "Listen. You want to marry the daughter of the greatest trust builder in the country, and he doesn't want you for a son-in-law. You undertake an enterprise which seriously threatens his financial interests, and if successful in that, you could defy his opposition in the other matter. Now all goes well until he learns of your plans, then he strikes you with his own weapons. A word here and there, a hint to the banks, and your fine castle comes tumbling down about your ears. I thought you had more perception." The girl's voice was sharp, and she wore that expression of unyouthful weariness that Boyd had noted before. He could not help wondering what bitter experience had taught her disillusion, what strange environment had edged her wits with worldly wisdom. "We haven't figured Marsh in at all," he said tentatively. "He figures, nevertheless, as I intend to show you to day. To begin with, please notice that unobtrusive man in the gray suit. Not now! Don't look around for a minute. You will see him on the opposite side of the street." Boyd turned, to observe a rat-faced fellow across the way, evidently bound for the Tacoma boat. "Is he following us?" "I see him everywhere I go." Boyd's face clouded angrily, at which Cherry exclaimed: "Now, for heaven's sake, don't mimic Big George, or we'll never learn anything." "I won't stand for a spy," he growled. "And be arrested?" "No," he assured her grimly. "It may be as you suspect, but you needn't fear that I'll ever go to jail for assaulting one of Willis Marsh's helpers." She glanced up quickly, as if detecting a double meaning in his words. Then, at the smouldering fires she beheld, observed in a gentler tone: "You care a great deal for Miss Wayland, don't you?" His only answer was a deep breath and a slow turning of the head, but once she had seen the look in his eyes she needed no other. She could only say: "I hope she is worthy of all she is causing you to suffer, Boyd. So few of us are." She did not speak again, but in her heart was a great heaviness. They reached the dock and lost sight of the spy, only to have him reappear soon after the boat cleared, and while neither spoke of it, they felt his presence during the whole trip. Before them, Rainier lifted its majestic snow-crowned head high into the heavens, its serrated slopes softened by a purple haze, its soaring crest limned in blazing glory by the sun. The bay beneath them was like a huge silver shield, flat-rolled and glittering, inlaid with master cunning between wooded hills that swept away into mysterious distances, there to rise skyward in an ever-changing, ever-charming confusion. It reflected fairy-like islands, overgrown till they bowed to their mirrored likenesses. Now a smiling inlet opened up a perspective of golden sand and whispering shingle. Again a frowning bluff slipped past, lost in lonely contemplation of its own inverted image. The day was gorgeous, inspiring. Their course lay through an enchanted region, so suggestive of splendid possibilities that Boyd was constrained to observe: "You know, if the Pilgrim Fathers had landed here in the first place, New England would never have been discovered." A remark at which Cherry nodded in complete agreement. At Tacoma, Boyd left her, to go about his business, but joined her later at lunch with the joyful announcement: "I've had better luck this time. They said there would be no difficulty whatever in handling the matter, and they are to let me know definitely to-morrow." "Did Hawkshaw hound you to the bank?" she inquired. "I rather think so." "Then to-morrow will tell the tale." "You mean the bank will turn me down?" "Yes, if I've sized up the situation correctly. I dare say these banks are as cautious as those in Seattle, and a few words over the telephone would do the trick." "I'm inclined to give that shadow a little personal attention," the young man mused. But when she questioned him, he only smiled and assured her of his caution. Again on the return trip they discovered the fellow among the passengers, but Boyd made no sign until the boat was landing. Then Cherry found that he had edged her into the crowd massed at the gangway, and caught sight of the man in gray immediately ahead of them. She noticed that while Emerson maintained a flow of conversation his eyes were constantly upon the fellow's back, and that he kept a position close to his shoulder, regardless of jostling from the others. She could not tell what this foreboded, nor did she gain a hint of Boyd's purpose until the gangplank was in place and they were put upon it. A narrow space separated the boat from the dock. As they crossed this, Boyd slipped and half fell on the slanting planks. She never knew exactly what happened, except that he released her arm and lunged violently against the man in gray, who was next to him. It occurred with the suddenness of pure accident, and the next she saw was the stranger plunging downward along the piling, clutching wildly at the vessel's side, while Boyd clung to the guard rope as if about to lose his balance. The man's cry as he struck the water alarmed the crowd and caused a momentary stampede, in which Cherry and Boyd were thrust shoreward, but the confusion quickly subsided as an officer flung a heaving line to the grasping creature beneath. A moment later the hatless spy was dragged to the dock, indignant and sputtering. "I'm very sorry, sir," Boyd apologized profusely. "It was all my fault. The plank was steep and I was forced off my feet. Whenever I'm following too closely I lose my head. It's a weakness I have." The man ceased cursing to dart a sharp glance at him, but he was still too unmanned by his cold immersion to do more than chatter angrily. In the hubbub Emerson led his companion out into the street, where she beheld him shaking with suppressed laughter. "Boyd," she said in a shocked voice, "then it was you might have killed him. Suppose his head had struck a timber." "Yes, that would have been too bad," he declared. Then, at the sight of her face, his chuckle changed to a wolfish snarl. "He'll know enough to keep away from me hereafter. I won't play with him the next time." "Don't! Don't! I never saw you look so. Why, it might have been murder." "Well?" He stared at her curiously. I didn't think it of you." She shuddered weakly, but he only shrugged his shoulders and said, with a finality that cut off further discussion, "He's a spy. I won't be spied upon." When Boyd entered his room at the hotel, whither he had gone after leaving Cherry at Hilliard's bank, Big George greeted him excitedly. "Here's hell to pay. We can't get that barkentine." "The Margaret? Why not? The charter was all arranged. The agent telephoned that we couldn't have her." "What reasons did he offer?" "None. We can't have her, that's all." "She's the only available ship on the Sound. Our stuff will be here in a fortnight." "Some of it will." "What do you—" "Boilers held up." "Boilers?" "Yes. Read that." Bolt tossed him a telegram. "Shipment delayed," read Boyd. "Well, this is growing interesting. Thank heaven other people handle machinery." He reached for a blank and hurriedly wrote a message canceling his order. "I guess Cherry was right. Marsh is fighting to delay us." He began a recital of the morn's occurrences, but before he had finished he was called to the telephone. "More bad news," he exclaimed as he re-entered the room. "The Jackson Niebuhr Company say they can't make delivery of their order. I wonder what next." "We don't need nothing more to cripple us," George declared, blankly. "Any one of these blows is a knockout." It was perhaps an hour later that Cherry entered unannounced. "I just ran in for a minute to tell you something new. When I came up from the bank the elevator boy at the hotel made a mistake and carried me past my floor. Without noticing the difference I went down the hall, and whom should I run right into coming out of a room but our detective. As he opened the door I heard him say, 'Very well, sir, I'll report to morrow.'" To whom was he reporting? I don't know. A few minutes later I called you up to tell you about it. But while I was waiting for my number, the operator evidently got the wires crossed, or left a switch open, for I heard this much of a conversation. Our contract covers 50,000 cases at $5. We thought that was at least 20 cents under the market. I was about to ring off when I remembered that you had sold your outfit of 50,000 cases to Block & Company for $5 a case, so I listened, on a chance, and heard another voice reply. Whose voice? I don't know. It said, we'll undersell that by $1. Good Lord, said the first speaker, that means a loss of, and then I was cut off. I thought I'd better come over in person instead of trusting to the wire. And you didn't recognize either speaker? No, but I discovered at the office that rooms 610 and 612, the suite I saw that detective coming out of, are occupied by a Mr. Jones of New York, who arrived 3 days ago. I'll bet anything you please that you'll hear from Block & Company within 24 hours, and that the occupant of those rooms at the Hotel Buller is Willis Marsh. Big George began to mutter profanely. It looks like they had us, and all because Fraser's tongue is hung in the middle. All the same, we'll fight it out, said Emerson grimly. If I can raise that money in Tacoma. Again the telephone bell buzzed noisily. Block & Company, predicted Cherry. But for once she was wrong. A call from Tacoma, said Boyd, the receiver to his ear. It must be the Second National. They were not to let me know till tomorrow. Through the open door of the adjoining room his words came distinctly, while the others listened in tense silence. Hello? Yes? This is Boyd Emerson. Then followed a pause, during which the thin, rasping voice of the distant speaker murmured unintelligibly. Why not? Can't you give me a reason? I thought you said. Very well, good-bye. Emerson hung up the receiver carefully, and with the same deliberation turned to face his companions. He nodded and spread his hands outward in an unmistakable gesture. What, already? Queried the girl. They must have been reached by phone. That detective may have called Marsh up from there. That means it won't do any good to try further in Tacoma. The other banks have undoubtedly been fixed, or they soon will be. If I can slip away undiscovered, I'll try Vancouver next, but I haven't much hope. It looks bad, doesn't it? Said Cherry. As we stand at present, Boyd acknowledged, we are the owners of $100,000 worth of useless machinery and unsaleable supplies. And all, mused the girl, because of a loose tongue and a little type. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 15. The doors of the vault swing shut. I say, old man, just how do we stack up? Questioned Alton Clyde when, later in the week, he had succumbed in pinning Boyd down for a moment's conversation. Blessed if I know what's going on. Well, we're up against it. How? That newspaper story started it. Emerson's teeth snapped angrily, and Clyde's colourless eyes shifted. Fraser let his tongue wag, and immediately the banks closed up on me. I've tried every one in this city, in Tacoma, in Vancouver, and in Victoria, but it seems that they have all been advised of war in the canning business. Our ship was taken away from us, and although I have found another, I'm afraid to charter it until I see my way out. Then there have been delays in various shipments, boilers, tin, lumber, and all that. I haven't worried you with half the details, but George and I have forgotten what a night's rest looks like. Now Block & Company are trying to get out of their contract to take our output. Emerson sighed heavily and sank deeper into his chair, his weariness of mind and body betrayed by his utter relaxation. I guess we are done for. I'm about all in. Glory be, exclaimed the dapper little clubman. with a comical furrow of care upon his brow. "When you give up, it is quitting time." "I haven't given up. I'm doing all I can, but things are in a diabolical tangle. Some of our supplies are here, others are laid out on the road, some seem to be utterly lost. We have to make our substitutions of machinery, our bills are overdue, but what's the use? We need money. That's the crux of the whole affair. When Hilliard balked, he threw the whole proposition." "And I'm stung for 10 thou," reflected Clyde, lugubriously. 10,000 drops of my heart's red blood. Good Lord, I'm a fierce business man. Say, I ought to be the purchasing agent for the Farmers' Alliance. Gold bricks are my specialty. I haven't won a bet since the Battle of Bull Run." "What about the $25,000 that you raised?" Emerson asked. Clyde began to laugh shrilly. "That's painfully funny. I hadn't thought about that." "The situation may be remarkable, but I don't see anything humorous in it," said Emerson, dryly. "Oh, you would if you only knew. But I can't tell you what it is. You see, I promised not to divulge where the money came from, and when I give my word, I'm a regular sphinx. But it's funny." After an instant he said, in all seriousness, "If Hilliard holds the combination to this thing, why don't you have Cherry help us?" "Cherry? How can she help?" "She can do anything she wants with him." "What do you mean?" "I may be a heavy autumn frost as a financier," the younger man remarked, "but when it comes to women I'm as wise as a wharf rat. I've been watching her work, and it's great. People have begun to talk about it. Every night it's a dinner and a theatre party. Every day orchids and other extortionate bouquets, with jewel boxes tied on with blue ribbons. His motor is at her disposal at all times, and she treats his chauffeur with open contempt. If that doesn't signify—" "Nonsense!" exclaimed the other with disgust. "She is too nice a girl for that. You have misconstrued Hilliard's politeness." Finding his worldly wisdom at issue, Clyde defended himself stoutly. "I tell you, he has gone off his bloomin' balance. I know the symptoms. Leave it to old Dr. Clyde." "You say other people have noticed it?" "I do. Everybody in town except you and the newsdealer at the corner. He's blind." Emerson rose from his chair, and began to pace about slowly. "If Hilliard has turned that girl's head with his attention, I'll—" Clyde threw back his head and laughed in open derision. "Don't worry about her. He is the one to be pitied. She's taking him on a seeing Seattle trip of the most approved and expensive character." "She isn't that kind," Emerson hotly denied. "Now don't be a boy until your beard trips you up. That girl is about to break into old Hilliard's vault, and while she's in there, with the gas lighted and a suitcase to lug off the banknotes, why not tell her to toss in a few bundles for us? If I can't get along without taking money from a woman, I'll throw up the whole deal." The curious look which Boyd had noted once before came into Clyde's eyes, and this time, to judge by the young fellow's manner, he might have translated it into words but for the entrance at that moment of Cherry herself, accompanied by "Fingerless" Fraser. "What luck in Vancouver?" she inquired. "None whatever. The banks won't listen to me, and I can't interest any private parties." "See here," volunteered Fraser, "why don't you let me sell some of your stock? I'm there with the big talk." Emerson turned on him suddenly. "You have demonstrated that. If you had kept your mouth shut, we'd have been at sea by now." The fellow's face paled slightly as he replied, "I told you once that I didn't tip your mitt." "Don't keep that up," cried Boyd, his much tried temper ready to give way. "I can put up with anything but a lie." Noting the signs of a rising storm, Clyde scrambled out of his chair, saying, "Well, I think I'll be going." He picked up his hat and stick and hurriedly left the room, followed in every movement by the angry eyes of Fraser, who seemed on the point of an explosion. "I don't believe Fraser gave out the story," said Cherry, at which he flashed her a grateful glance. "You can make a book on that," he declared. "I may be a crook, but I'm no sucker, and I know when to hobble my talk and when to slip the bridle. I did 5 years once, when it wasn't coming to me, and I can do it again if I have to." He jammed his hat down over his ears and walked out. "I really think he is telling the truth," said the girl. "He is dreadfully hurt to think you distrust him." "He and I have thrashed that out," Emerson declared, pacing the room with nervous strides. "When I think what an idiotic trifle it was that caused this disaster, I could throttle him, and I would if I didn't blame myself for it." He paused to stare unseeingly at her. "I'm waiting for the crash to come before I walk into room 610 at the Hotel Buller and settle with Mr. Jones of New York." "You aren't seriously thinking of any such melodramatic finish, are you?" she inquired. "When I first met you at Kalvik I said I would stop at nothing to succeed. Well, I meant it. I am more desperate now than I was then. I could have stood over that wretch at the dock the other day and watched him drown, because he dared to step in between me and my work. I could walk into Willis Marsh's room and strangle him, if by doing so I could win. Yes," he checked her, "I know I am wrong, but that is how I feel. I have wrung my soul dry. I have toiled and sweated and suffered for 3 years, constantly held down by the grip of some cursed evil fortune. A dozen times I have climbed to the very brink of success, only to be thrust down by some trivial cause like this. Can you wonder that I have watched my honor decay and crumble, that I've ceased to care what means I use so long as I succeed? I have fought fair so far, but now I tell you I've come to a point where I'd sacrifice anything, everything, to get what I want, and I want that girl." "You are tired and overwrought," said Cherry, quietly. "You don't mean what you say. The success of this enterprise, with any happiness it may bring to you, isn't worth a human life, nor is it worth what you are suffering." "Perhaps not from your point of view," he said, roughly, then struck his palm with closed fist. "What an idiot I was to begin all this! To think I could win with no weapons and no aid except a half-mad fisherman, an addle-brained imbecile, a confidence man—" "And a woman," supplemented Cherry; then, more gravely, "I'm the one to blame. I got you into it." "No, I blame no one but myself. Whatever you're responsible for, there's only one person you've harmed: yourself." "What do you mean?" asked Cherry. Her surprise left him unimpressed. "Let's be frank," he said. "It's time to have such things out and be done with them. I traded my friendship for money, and I am ruined. You are staking your honor against Hilliard's banknotes." Her look commanded him, pleaded with him, to stop, but her silence only made him the more fiercely determined to force an explanation. "Oh, I'm in no mood to speak gently," he said, then added, with a sting of contempt in his tone, "I didn't think you would pay quite that price for your copper mine." Cherry Malotte paled to the lips, and when she spoke her voice was oddly harsh. "Kindly be more explicit. I don't know what you are talking about." "Then for your own good you'd better understand. According to accepted standards, there is one thing no woman should trade upon." "Go on." "You have set yourself to trap Hilliard, and, from what I hear, you are succeeding. He is a married man. He is twice your age. He is notorious. All of which you must know. And yet you have deliberately yielded yourself to him for a price." Suddenly he found the girl standing over him, with burning eyes and quivering body. "What right have you to say such things to me?" she cried. "A moment ago you acknowledged yourself a murderer, at least in thought. You said you would sacrifice anything or everything to gain your ends. Do you think I'm like that too? Are my methods to be called shameful because your own are criminal? And suppose they were, do you think that you and your love for that unfeeling woman, who sent you out to toil and suffer and sweat your soul dry in the solitude of that horrible country, are the only issues in the world?" "We won't speak of her," he broke in sharply. "Oh, yes, we will. You say I have set a price on myself. Well, she set a price on herself, but you can't see it. Her price was your honor. That has crumbled. Your conscience. That has rotted. You have paid it, and you would pay it double if she exacted it. But one thing you shall not do. You shall not judge me of my bargains, nor decide what I have paid to any man." Never before had Boyd seen a woman so transformed by the passion of anger. Her lids had drooped, half hiding her eyes. Her whole expression had hardened. She was the picture of defiant fury. The mask had slipped, and he caught a glimpse of the naked, passionate soul, upheaved to its depths. Oddly enough, he felt it thrill him. "I beg your pardon," he said. "You are your own mistress, and you have the right to make any bargain you choose." She turned away, and going to the window stared down upon the busy street, striving to calm herself. For a time the room was silent, save for the muffled sounds from below. Then she faced him again, and he saw that her eyes were misty with tears. "I want you to know," she said, "that I understand your position perfectly. If you don't succeed, you not only lose the girl, but ruin yourself. For you can never repay the men who trusted you. That is a very big thing to a man, I know. Yet there must be a way out. There always is. Perhaps it will present itself when you least expect it." She gave him a tired little smile before lowering her veil. He rose, and laid his hand on her arm. "Forgive my brutal bluntness. I'm not clever at such things, but I would have said as much to my sister if I had one." It was an honest attempt to comfort her, but it failed. "Good bye," she said. "You mustn't give up." All the way back to her hotel her mind dwelt bitterly upon his parting words. "His sister! His sister!" she kept repeating. "God, can't he see?" If he had shown even a momentary jealousy of Hilliard it would not have been so hard, but this impersonal attitude was maddening. The man had but one idea in the world, one dream, one vision: another woman. Alone in her room she still felt the flesh of her arm burn, where he had laid his hand, and then came the thrill of that forgotten kiss. How many times had she felt the pressure of his lips upon hers? How many hopes had she built upon that memory? But the thought of Boyd's indifference rose in sharp conflict with the tenderness that prompted her to help him at any cost. After all, why not take what was offered her and let this man shift for himself? Why not live her life as she had planned it before he came? The reward was at hand. She had only to take it and let him go down as a sacrifice to that ice woman he coveted. Dusk was falling when she ceased pacing the floor, and with set, defiant face went to the telephone to call up Hilliard at the Rainier Club. "I have thought over your proposition, and I have changed my mind," she said. "Yes, you may send the car for me at 7. Then, in reply to some request, she laughed back through white lips: "Very well, if you wish it. The blue décolleté dress." She hung up the receiver, then stood with hands clinched, while a shiver ran through her slender body. She stepped to a closet and flung open the door to stare at the array of gowns. "So this is the end of my good resolutions," she laughed, and snatched a garment recklessly from its hook. "Now for all the miserable tricks of the trade." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 16. Willis Marsh comes out from cover. George Bolt, Clyde, and Fraser formed a glum trio as they sat in the nook of the hotel café, sipping moodily at their glasses, when, on the following afternoon, Emerson joined them. But they sensed some untoward happening even before he spoke, for his face wore a look of dazed incredulity, and his manner was so extraordinary that they questioned in chorus: "What's the matter? Are you sick?" "No," said he, "but I must have lost my mind." "What is it?" "The trick is turned." "The trick?" "I have raised the money." With a shout that startled the other occupants of the room, Bolt and Clyde jumped to their feet and began to caper about in a frenzy. Even Fingerless Fraser's expressionless face cracked in a wide grin of amazement. About noon I was called on the phone by Hilliard. He asked me to come down to the bank at once, and I went. And he said he had reconsidered and wanted to put up the money. It's up. He'll back us. I've got it in writing. It's all cinched. $100,000, and more if we need it. You must have made a great talk, declared Clyde. I said nothing. He offered it himself, as a personal loan. It has nothing to do with the bank. Well, cried Big George. And that goes 2 ways, supplemented Fraser. I'm going to tell Cherry now. She will be delighted. Alton Clyde tittered. I told you she could pull it off, he said. This was Hilliard's own notion, Boyd returned coldly. He merely reconsidered his decision and... Turn over, you're on your back. It was only yesterday afternoon that I talked with Cherry. I dare say she hasn't seen him since. Well, I happen to know that she has. As I came home last night, I saw them together. They came out of that French cafe across the street and got into Hilliard's car. She was dressed up like a pony. What's that got to do with it? Demanded Fingerless Fraser. She pulled the old fellow's leg, that's all, explained Alton. Well, it wasn't your leg, was it? Inquired Fraser sourly. No, I've no kick coming. I think she's mighty clever. If I thought she had done that, said Emerson slowly, I wouldn't touch a penny of the money. I don't care where the money came from or how it got here, rumbled Bolt. It's here, that's enough. I care, and I intend to find out. Oh, come now, don't spoil a good piece of work, cautioned Clyde, visibly perturbed at Boyd's expression. You know you aren't the only one to consider in this matter. The rest of us are entitled to a look-in. For heaven's sake, try to control this excess of virtue, and when you get into one of those Martin Luther moods, just reflect that I have laid 10,000 aching simoleons on the altar. Sure, supplemented George, and look at me and Cherry. Success means as much to her as it does to any of us, and if she pulled this off, you bet she knew what she was doing. Anyhow, you ain't got any right to break up the play. But Boyd clung to his point with a stubbornness which he himself found it difficult to explain. The arguments of the others only annoyed him. The walk to Cherry's hotel afforded him time for reflection, which, while it deepened his doubt, somewhat lessened his impatience, and when he was shown into her presence he did not begin in the impetuous manner he had designed. A certain hesitation and dread of the truth mastered him, and moreover the girl's appearance dismayed him. She seemed almost ill. She was listless and fagged. Upon his announcement of the good news she only smiled wearily and said, I told you not to give up. The unexpected always happens. And was it unexpected to you? He asked awkwardly. What happens is nearly always unexpected when it's good. Not to the one who brings it about. What makes you think I had anything to do with it? You were with Hilliard last night. She nodded slightly. We closed our negotiations for the copper mine last night. How did you come out? He takes it over and does the development work, she answered. That means that you are independent, that you can leave the North Country and do all the things you want to do. This time her smile was puzzling. You don't seem very glad. No, realization discounts anticipation about 90%. But don't let's talk about me. I'm unstrung today. I'm sorry you aren't going back to Kalvik, he said, with genuine regret. But I am, she declared quickly. I'm going back with you and George, if you will let me. I want to see the finish of our enterprise. See here, Cherry, I hope you didn't influence Hilliard in this affair. Why probe the matter? Because I haven't lost all my manhood, he answered roughly. Yesterday you assumed the blame for this trouble, and spoke of sacrifices and... Well, I don't know much about women, but for all I know, you may have some ridiculous quixotic strain in your make-up. I hope you didn't... What? Well, do anything you may be sorry for." At last he detected a gleam of spirit in her eyes. "Suppose I did, what difference to you would it make?" He shifted uncomfortably under her scrutiny. "Suppose that Mr. Hilliard had called on me for some great sacrifice before he gave up that money, would you allow it to affect you?" "Of course," he answered. Then, unable to sit still under her searching gaze, he arose with flushed face, to meet further discomfiture as she continued: "Even if it meant your own ruin, the loss of the fortune you have raised among your friends, money that is entrusted to you, and the relinquishment of Miss Wayland? Honestly, now," her voice had softened and dropped to a lower key, "would it make any difference?" "Certainly." "How much difference?" "I'm in a very embarrassing position," he said slowly. "You must realize that with the others depending on me, I'm not free to follow my own inclinations." She uttered a little mocking laugh. "Pardon me. It was not a fair question, and I shouldn't have asked it. But your hesitation was sufficient answer." Then, as he broke into a heated denial, she went on: "Like most men, you think a woman has but one asset upon which to trade. However, if I felt responsible for your difficulties, that was my affair, and if I determined to help extricate you, that also concerned me alone." He stepped forward as if to protest, but she silenced his speech with an imperious little stamp of her foot. "This spasm of righteousness on your part is only temporary. Yes, it is," as he attempted to break in. "And now that you have voiced it and freed your mind, you can feel at rest. Have you not repeatedly asserted that to win Miss Wayland you would use any means that offered? You are not really sincere in this sudden squeamishness, and I would like you better if you had seized your advantage at once, without stopping to consider whence or how it came. That would have been primitive, elemental, and every woman loves an elemental lover." He was no subtle casuist, and found himself without words to reply. The girl's sharp challenging of his motives had disconcerted him without helping him to a clearer understanding of his own mind, and in spite of the cheering turn his fortunes had taken, it was in no very amiable mood that he left her at last, no whit the wiser for all his questioning. In the hotel lobby below he encountered the newspaper reporter who had fallen under Fraser's spell upon their first arrival from the north. The man greeted him eagerly. "How d'ye do, Mr. Emerson? Can you give me any news about the fisheries?" "No." "I thought there might be something new bearing on my story." "Indeed! So you are the chap who wrote that article some time ago, eh?" "Yes, sir." "Good, wasn't it?" "Doubtless, from the newspaper point of view. Where did you get it?" "From Mr. Clyde." "Clyde? You mean Frobisher, I should say." "No, sir. Alton Clyde. He was pretty talkative the night I saw him." The reporter laughed meaningly. "Drunk, do you mean?" "Oh, not exactly drunk, but pretty wet. He knew what he was saying, however. Can't you give me something more?" "Nothing." Boyd hurried to his hotel, a prey to mingled anger and contrition. So Fraser had told the truth, after all, and with a kind of sullen loyalty had chosen to remain under a cloud himself rather than inform on a friend. It was quite in keeping with the fellow's peculiar temperament. As it happened, Boyd found the two men together and lost no time in acquainting them with his discovery. "I've come to apologize to you," he said to Fraser, who grinned broadly and was seized with a sudden abashment which stilled his tongue. Emerson turned to Clyde. "Why did you permit me to do this injustice?" I didn't mean to give out any secrets. I don't remember doing it," Alton apologized lamely. "You know I can't drink much. I don't remember a thing about it, honestly." Boyd regarded him coldly, but the young man's penitence seemed so genuine, he looked so weak, so pitifully incompetent, that the other lacked heart to chastise him. It requires resistance to develop heat, and against the absence of character it is impossible to create any sort of emotion. When you got drunk that night, you not only worked a great hardship on all of us, but afterward you allowed me to misjudge a very faithful man," declared Boyd. "Fraser's ways are not mine, and I have said harsh things to him when my temper prompted. But I am not ungrateful for the service he has done me and the sacrifices he has made. Now, Alton, you have chosen to join us in a desperate venture, and the farther we go the more vigorous will be the resistance we shall meet. If you can't keep a close mouth and do as you are told, you better go back to Chicago. By rare good luck we have averted this disaster, but I have no hope of being so fortunate again." "Don't climb any higher," admonished Fingerless Fraser. "He's all fluffed up now. I'll lay you 8-1 he don't make another break of the kind." "No, I was so completely pickled that I forgot I even spoke about the salmon canning business. I'll break my corkscrew and seal my flask, and from this moment until we come out next fall the Demon Rum and I are divorced. Is that good news?" "Everything is a joke to you, isn't it?" said Boyd. "If this trip doesn't make a man of you, you'll never grow up. Now, I've got work for all of us, including you, Fraser." "What is it?" "Go down to the freight office and trace a shipment of machinery, while Nix, that ain't my line. If you need a piece of rough money quick, while I'll take my gat and stick somebody up in the alley, or I'll feel out a safe combination for you in the dark. But this chaperoning freight cars ain't my game. I'll only crab it." "I thought you wanted to help." "I do, sure I do. I'll be glad when you're on your way, but I must respectfully duck all bills of lading and shipping receipts." "You are merely lazy," Emerson smiled. "Nevertheless, if we get in a tight place, I'll make you take a hand in spite of yourself." "Any time you need me," cheerfully volunteered the other, lighting a fresh cigar. "Only don't give me child's work." As if Hilliard's conversion had marked the turning point of their luck, the partners now entered upon a period of almost uninterrupted success. In the reaction from their recent discouragement they took hold of their labors with fresh energy, and fortune aided them in unexpected ways. Boyd signed his charter, securing a tramp steamer, then discharging at Tacoma. Balt closed his contracts for Chinese labor, and the scattered carloads of material, which had been lost en route or mysteriously laid out on sidings, began to come in as if of their own accord. Those supplies which had been denied them they found in unexpected quarters close at hand, and almost before they were aware of it the Bedford Castle had finished unloading and was coaling at the bunkers. A brigade of Orientals and a miniature army of fishermen had appeared as if by magic, and were quartered in the lower part of the city awaiting shipment. Boyd and Big George worked unceasingly in the midst of the maelstrom of confusion, the center of which was the dock. There, one throbbing April evening, the Bedford Castle berthed, ready to receive her cargo, and the two men made their way toward the hotel, weary, but glowing with the grateful sense of an arduous duty well performed. The following morning would find the wharf swarming with stevedores and echoing to the rattle of trucks, the clank of hoists, and the shrill whistles of the signalmen. "Looks like they couldn't stop us now," said Balt. "It does," agreed Emerson. "We ought to clear in 4 days. That'll be the 15th." "It smells like an early spring, too," the fisherman observed, sniffing the air. "If it is, we'll be in Kalvik the first week in May." "Is your sense of smell sharp enough to tell what's happening up there?" "Sure." "Suppose it's a backward season. Then we'll lay in the ice alongside the company boats till she breaks. That may be in June." "I would like to get in early and have the building started before Marsh arrives. There's no telling what he may try." George gave his companion a short nod. "And there ain't no telling what we may try right back at him. Anyhow, he'll have to fight in the open, and that's better than this shadow boxing that we've been doing." "I'm off to tell Cherry," said Boyd. "She'll need to be getting ready." His course took him past Hilliard's bank, and when abreast of it he nearly collided with a man who came hurrying forth, an angry scowl between his eyes giving evidence of a surly humor. In the well-groomed, fiery-haired, plump-figured man who, absorbed in his own anger, was rushing by without raising his eyes, Emerson recognized the manager of the North American Packers' Association. "Good evening, Mr. Marsh." Marsh whirled about. "Eh?" "Ah!" With a visible effort he smoothed the lines from his brow. His full lips lost their angry pout, and he showed his teeth in a startled, apprehensive smile. "Why, yes, it's Emerson. How are you, Mr. Emerson?" He extended a soft hand, which Boyd took. Apparently reassured by this mute response, Marsh continued: "I heard you were in town. How is the new cannery coming on?" "Nicely, thank you. When did you arrive from the East?" "I just got in. Haven't had time to get straightened out yet. Mr. Wayland and I, were speaking of you before I left Chicago. We were somewhat surprised to learn that you were engaging in the same line of business as ourselves." "Doubtless. I told him there was room for us all." "You did?" "Yes. I assured him that his resentment was unwarranted." "He resents something, does he?" "Well, naturally," Marsh declared, with a wintry smile. "In view of the circumstances, I may truthfully say that his feelings embrace not only a sense of resentment, but the firmly fixed idea that he has been betrayed. However, you are no doubt aware of that. You have an able champion on the ground." He looked out across the street abstractedly. "Miss Wayland and I did our utmost to convince him you merely took a legitimate commercial advantage in dining at his house the night before you left." "It was good of you to take my part," said Boyd, with such an air of simple cordiality that Marsh shot a startled glance at him. "Now that we are to be neighbors this summer, I hope we will get well acquainted, for Mr. Wayland spoke highly of you, and strongly advised me to pattern after you." Marsh hid his bewilderment behind an expression which he strove to make as friendly as Emerson's own. "I understand you are banking here," he said, jerking his head toward the building at his back. "Yes. I was offered a number of propositions, but Mr. Hilliard was so insistent, and made such substantial inducements, that I finally placed the business with him." The animosity that glimmered for one fleeting instant in Marsh's eyes amused Boyd greatly, advertising as it did that for once the Trust's executive felt himself at a disadvantage. The younger man never doubted for an instant that his coup in securing Hilliard's assistance at the 11th hour was responsible for his enemy's sudden appearance from cover, nor that the arrival of the Bedford Castle had brought Marsh to the banker's office out of hours in final desperation. From the man's bearing he judged that the interview had not been as placid as a spring morning, and this awoke in him not only a keen sense of elation, but the very natural desire to goad his opponent. "All in all, we have been singularly fortunate in our enterprise thus far," he continued smoothly. "We were held up on some of our machinery, but in every instance the delay turned out a blessing in disguise, for it enabled us to buy in other quarters at a saving." "I'm delighted to hear it," Marsh declared. "When do you sail?" "Immediately. We begin to load to morrow." "I have changed my plans somewhat," the other announced. "I'll follow your tracks before long." "What is your hurry?" "Repairs. Kalvik is our most important station, so I want to get it in first class shape before Mr. Wayland and Mildred arrive." "Mildred!" ejaculated Boyd, surprised past resenting Marsh's use of the girl's first name. "Is she coming?" The other's smile was peculiarly irritating. "Oh, yes, indeed. We expect to make the trip quite an elaborate excursion. Sorry I can't ask you to join us on the homeward voyage, but—" he shrugged his fat shoulders. "Run in and see me before you leave. I may be able to give you some pointers." "Thank you. I hope you'll enjoy the summer up there in the wilderness. It will be a relief to get away from all conventions and restraints." The men extended their hands, and the Trust's manager said, in final invitation: "Drop in on me any day at the office. I'm at the National Building." "Oh, you've moved, eh?" said Boyd, with a semblance of careless interest. "Moved? No." "Indeed? I thought you were still at 610 Hotel Buller." With a short laugh and a casual gesture of adieu he turned, leaving the manager of the Trust staring after him, an astonished pucker upon his womanish mouth, a vindictive glare in his eyes. Not until his rival had turned the corner did Willis Marsh remove his gaze. Then he found that he was trembling as if from weakness. The ruffian! He reached into his pocket and produced a gold cigarette case, repeatedly snapping the heavy sides together with vicious force. When he attempted to light a match it broke in his fingers. Then, in a temper, he threw the cigarette from him and hurried away, his plump face working, his lips drawn into a spiteful fold. For the first time in a fortnight Boyd allowed himself the luxury of a long sleep, and a late breakfast on the following morning. But the meal came to an abrupt conclusion when Bolt, who always arose with the sun, rushed in upon him and exclaimed, "Hey, come on down to the dock, quick! There's hell to pay!" "What's up now?" "Strike! The longshoremen have walked out on us. I was on hand early to oversee the loading, but the whole mob refused to commence. There's some union trouble because the Bedford Castle discharged her cargo with scab labor." "In Tacoma?" "No, in Frisco, next to her last trip." "Why, that's ridiculous. What does Captain Peasley say?" "He says—" "I'll have to wait till we're outside before I can repeat what he says." Together the two hurried to the waterfront, to find a crowd of surly stevedores loafing about the dock, and an English sea captain at breakfast in his cabin, his attention divided equally between the toast, tea, marmalade, and profanity. "The beggars are mad, absolutely mad," declared the captain. "I can't understand it. I'm still in my bed when I'm aroused by an insolent loafer who calls himself a walking delegate, and tells me his union won't load me until I pay some absurd sum." "What did you tell him?" inquired Emerson. "What did I tell him?" Captain Peasley laid down his knife gently and wiped the tea from his drooping mustache, then squared about in his seat. "Here's what I told him, as near as my memory serves." Whereupon he broke into a tornado of nautical profanity, so picturesquely British in its figures, and so whole-souled in its vigor, that his auditors could not but smile. "Then I bashed him with my boot, and bloody well pursued him over the rail. $2,000! Sweet mother of Ann! Wouldn't I look well now, handing £400 over to those highbinders? My owners would hang me." "So they demand $2,000?" "Yes, just because of some bally rot about who may and who may not work for a living on the docks at Frisco." "What are you going to do about it?" "I'm going to make a swimming delegate out of the next walking emissary that boards me. $2,000!" He hid half a slice of toast behind his mustache and stirred his tea violently. "It's Marsh again," said Big George. "I dare say," Emerson answered. "It's a hold-up, pure and simple. However, if ships can be unloaded with non-union labor, they can be loaded in the same manner, and Captain Peasley talks like a man who would like to have the argument out. I want you to stay here and watch our whole freight, while I see the head of the union." End of Chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 17. A New Enemy Appears. When Boyd returned some 2 hours later, he found the dock deserted save for Big George, who prowled watchfully about the freight piles. "Well, did you fix it up?" the fisherman inquired. "No," exclaimed Boyd. "It's a rank frame-up, and I refuse to be bled." "Good for you." "There are some things a fellow's manhood won't stand for. I'll carry that freight aboard with my own hands before I'll be robbed by a labor union at the bidding of Willis Marsh." "Say, will you let me load this ship my way?" George asked. "Can you do it?" Balt's thick lips drew back from his yellow teeth in that smile which Emerson had come to recognize as the harbinger of the violent acts that rejoiced his lawless soul. "Listen," said he with a chuckle. "Down the street yonder I've got 100 fishermen. Half of them are drunk at this minute, and the rest are half drunk." "Then they are of no use to us." "I don't reckon you've ever seen a herd of Kalvik fishermen out of a job, did you? Well, there's just two things they know, fishing and fighting, and this ain't the fishing season. When they hit Seattle, the police force goes up into the residence section and stuffs cotton in its ears, because the only thing that is strong enough to stand between a uniform and a fisherman is a hill." "Can you induce them to work?" "I can. All I'm afraid of is that I can't induce them to quit. They're liable to put this freight aboard the Bedford Castle, then pull down the dock in a spirit of playfulness and pile it in Captain Peasley's cabin. There ain't no convulsion of nature that's equal to a gang of idle fishermen." "When can they begin?" "Well, it will take me all night to round them up, and I'll have to lick 4 or 5. But there ought to be a dozen or two on hand in the morning." George cast a roving eye over the warehouse from the heavy planking underfoot to the wide spanning rafters above. "Yes," he concluded, "I don't see nothing breakable, so I guess it's safe." "Would you like me to go with you?" The giant considered him speculatively. "I don't think so. I ain't never seen you in action. No, you'd better stay here and arrange to guard this stuff till morning. I'll do the rest." Boyd did not see him again that day, nor at the hotel during the evening. But on the following morning, true to his word, the big fellow walked into the warehouse, followed by a score or more of fishermen. At first sight, there was nothing imposing about these men. They were rough-garbed and unkempt, in the main, but upon closer observation Boyd noticed that they were thick-chested and broad-shouldered, and walked with the swinging gait that comes from heaving decks. While the majority of them were neither distinctly American nor markedly foreign in appearance, being rather of that composite caste that peoples the outer reaches of the far West, they were all deeply browned by sun and weather, and spoke the universal idiom of the sea. There were men here from Finland and Florida, Portugal and Maine, fused into one nondescript type by the melting pot of the frontier. Some wore the northern mackinaw in spite of the balmy April morning. Others were dressed like ranch hands on a circus day, and a few with the ornateness of butte miners on parade. Certain ones displayed fresh contusions on cheek and jaw, or peered forth from lately blackened eyes, and these, Boyd noticed, invariably fawned upon Big George or treated him with elephantine playfulness, winking swollen lids at him in a mysterious understanding which puzzled the young man until he saw that Balt himself bore similar signs of strife. The big man's lips were cut, while back of one ear a knot had sprung up overnight like a fungus. They fell to work quickly stripping themselves to their undershirts. They manned their hoists, seized trucks and bale hooks, and began their tasks with a thoroughly non-union energy. Some of them were still so drunk that they staggered, their awkwardness affording huge sport to their companions. Yet even in their intoxication they were surprisingly capable. There was a great deal of laughter and disorder on every hand, and all made frequent trips to the water taps, returning adrip to the waist, their hair and beards bejeweled with drops. Boyd saw one, a well-dressed fellow in a checkered suit, remove his clothes and hang them carefully upon a nail, then painfully unlace his patent leather shoes, after which, regardless of the litter underfoot and the splinters in the floor, he tramped about in bare feet and red underwear. Without exception, they seemed possessed by the spirit of boys at play. Having seen them well under way and the winches working, George sought out Boyd and proudly inquired, "What do you think of them, huh?" "They're splendid, but where are the others?" "Well, there are 2 or 3 that won't be able to get around at all." He meditatively stroked the knuckles of his right hand, which were badly bruised. "But the balance will be here tomorrow. These are just the mildest mannered ones, the family men, you might say. The others will show up gradual. You see, if there had been any fighting going on here, I'd have got most of them right off the bat. But there wasn't any inducement to offer except hard work, so they wasn't quite so anxious to commence." "Huh. There ought to be enough excitement before long to satisfy anyone," said Boyd, with a trace of worry in his voice. "As sure as you're a foot high," exclaimed George hopefully. "It's the only way we'll get that ship loaded on time. All we need is a riot or two." A man passed them trundling a heavy truck, but seeing George, he paused, wiped the sweat from his face, then grinned and winked fraternally. "Hey, if this work is too heavy for you, why don't you quit?" growled Balt. But strangely enough, the fellow took no offense. Instead, he closed his swollen eye for a second time, then spat upon his hands, and, as he struggled with his burden, grunted pleasantly, "I pretty near got you, Georgie. If you hadn't a ducked, we'd have been at it yet, huh?" Balt smiled and turned, and gingerly felt the knob behind his ear. "Did you have a fight with him?" queried Emerson. "Not exactly a fight, but he put this nubbin on my conch," answered the fisherman. "He's a tough proposition, one of the best we got." "What was the trouble?" "Nothing. I used to have to lick him every year. We sort of missed each other lately." "Then you were merely renewing a pleasant acquaintance?" laughed the younger man. "He hit you in the mouth, too, I see." "No, I got that from a stranger. I was bedding him down when he kicked me with his boot. He ain't here this morning." "If I were you, I'd go up to the hotel and get some sleep," Boyd advised. "I'll oversee things." George hesitated. "I don't know if I'd better go or not. They've all got hangovers, and they're liable to bust out any minute if you don't watch 'em. They ain't vicious, understand. They just like to frolic around." "I'll watch them." After a contemplative glance at his companion's well-knit figure, Balt gave in with a final caution: "Don't let them get the upper hand, or there won't be no living with them." After his departure, Boyd was not long in learning the cause of his hesitancy, for no sooner did the men realize the change in authority over them than they undertook to feel out the mettle of their new foreman. Directly one of them approached him with the demand, "Get us a drink, boss. We're thirsty." "There's the water tap," said Emerson. "Help yourself." "Go on. We don't want water. Rustle up a keg of beer, will you?" "Nothing doing." He turned back to his task, but a moment later Boyd saw him making for the shore end of the dock, and with a few strides placed himself in his path. "Where are you going?" "After a drink, of course." "You want to quit, huh?" The man eyed him for an instant, then answered, "No. The job's all right, but I'm thirsty." Those working near ceased their labors and gathered around, whereupon their companion addressed them. "Say, it's a great note when a fellow can't have a drink. Come on, boys, I'll set 'em up." There was a general laugh and a forward movement of all within hearing, which Boyd checked with a rough command, "Get back to work, all of you." But the spokesman, disregarding his words, attempted to pass, whereupon, without warning, Boyd knocked him down with a clean blow to the face. At this the others yelled and rushed forward, only to be met by their foreman, who had snatched a bale hook. It was an ugly weapon, and he used it so viciously that they quickly gave him room. "Now get to work," he ordered quietly. "You can quit if you want to, but I'll lay out the first fellow that goes after a drink. Make up your minds what you want to do, quick." There was a moment's hesitation, and then, with the absurd vagary of a crowd, they broke into loud laughter and slouched back to work, two of them dragging the cause of the outburst to the water faucet, where they held his head under the stream until he began to sputter and squirm. Before those at the gangway had noticed the disturbance, it was all over, and thereafter Boyd experienced no trouble. On the contrary, they worked the better for his proof of authority, and took him into their fellowship as if he had qualified to their entire satisfaction. Even the man he had struck seemed to share in the general respect rather than to cherish the least ill feeling. The respite was brief, however, for the work had not continued many hours before a stranger made his way quietly in upon the dock and began to argue with the first fisherman he met. Boyd discovered him quickly, and, approaching, demanded, "What do you want?" "Nothing," said the newcomer. "Then get out." "What for? I'm just talking to this man." "I can't allow any talking here. Hurry up and get out." "This is a free country. I ain't hurting you." "Will you go?" "Say, you can't load that cargo this way," the man began threateningly, "and you can't make me go." At which Emerson seized him by the collar and quickly disproved the assertion, to the great delight of the fisherman. He marched his prisoner to the dock entrance and thrust him out into the street with a warning, "Don't let me catch you in here again." "I'm a Union man, and you can't load that ship with scabs," the stranger swore as he slunk off. "You'll be sorry for this." Boyd motioned him away and summoned two of his men to stand guard with him. All that morning these three held their posts, refusing to admit anyone who did not have business within. The while a considerable crowd assembled in the street. The first actual violence, however, occurred when the fishermen knocked off for the noon hour. Sensing the storm about to break, Boyd called up the police department from the dock office, then summoned Big George, who appeared in quick time. It was with considerable difficulty that the non-union crew fought its way back to resume work at 1 o'clock. During the afternoon the strikers made several attempts to enter the dock shed, and it required a firm stand by the guards to restrain them. These growing signs of excitement pleased the fishermen intensely, and at each advance of the crowd it became as great a task to hold them back as it was to check the Union forces. During one of these disturbances, Captain Peasley made his way shoreward from the ship to scan the scene, and the sight of his uniform excited the ire of the strikers afresh. After a glance over the mob, he remarked to Emerson, "Blimey, it looks like a bloody riot already, doesn't it? 400 pounds to those dock wallopers, huh? You know, if I allowed them to bleed me that way—" At that instant, from some quarter, a railroad spike whizzed past the captain's head, banging against the boards behind him with such a thump that the dignified Englishman ducked quickly amid a shout of derision. He began to curse them roundly in his own particular style. "You'd better keep under cover, Captain," advised Emerson. "They don't seem to care for you." "So it would appear," he agreed. "They're getting nasty, aren't they? I hope it doesn't last." "Well, I hope it does," said George Balt. "If they only keep at it and beat up some of our boys at quitting time, the whole gang will be here in the morning." It seemed that his wishes bade fair to be realized, for as the day wore on, instead of diminishing, the excitement increased. By evening it became so menacing that Boyd was forced to send in an urgent demand for a squadron of bluecoats to escort his men to their lodgings, and it was only by the most vigorous efforts that a serious clash was averted. Nor was this task the easier, since it did not meet with the approval of the fishermen themselves, who keenly resented protection of any sort. True to George's prediction, the next morning found the non-union men out in such force that they were divided into a night and day crew, half of them being sent back to report later, while among the mountain of freight the work went forward faster than ever. But the night had served to point the anger of the strikers, and the dock owners, becoming alarmed for the safety of their property, joined with Emerson in establishing a force of a dozen able-bodied guards, armed with clubs, to assist the police in disrupting the shoreline with the rioters. The police themselves had proved ineffective, even betraying a half-hearted sympathy with the Union men, who were not slow to profit by it. Even so, the day passed rather quietly, as did the next, but in time the agitation became so general as to paralyze a wide section of the waterfront, and the city awoke to the realization that a serious conflict was in progress. The handful of fishermen, hidden under the roof of the great warehouse, outnumbered 20 to 1, and guarded only by a thin line of pickets, became a center of general interest. As the violence of the mob, stimulated rather than checked by the indifference of the police, became more openly daring, so likewise did the reprisals of the fishermen, goaded now to a stubborn rage. They would not hear to having their food brought to them, but insisted daily on emerging in body at noon and spending the hour in combat. Not to speak of the physical disabilities they incurred in these affrays, the excitement distracted them and affected their work disastrously, to the great concern of their employer. It was on the 4th day that Boyd espied the man in the gray suit among the strikers and pointed him out to his 3 companions, Clyde and Fraser having joined him and George in a spirit of curiosity. Clyde was for immediately executing a sally to capture the fellow, explaining that once they had him inside the dockhouse, they could beat him until he confessed that Marsh was behind the strike. But his valor shrank amazingly when Fraser maliciously suggested that he himself lead the dash. "No," he exclaimed, "I'm not a fighting man, but I'm a good general. You know, Napoleon was about my size." "I never noticed the resemblance," remarked Fraser. "All the same, your idea ain't so bad," said Balt. "There's somebody stirring these fellows up, and I think it's that detective. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on him, and if you all stick with me, I'll go out after him." "Not for mine," hastily declared Fingerless Fraser. "I don't want to fight anybody. I'm here as a spectator." "You're not afraid?" questioned Emerson. "Not exactly afraid, but what's the use of my getting mixed up in this row? It ain't my cannery." Now, while a mob is by nature noisy and threatening, there is little real danger in it until its diffusive violence is directed in one channel by a leader. Then, indeed, it becomes a terrible thing, and to the watchers at the dock it became evident in time that a guiding influence was at work among their enemies. Sure enough, late in the afternoon of the 4th day, without a moment's warning, the strikers rushed in a body, bearing down the guards like reeds. They came so unexpectedly that there was no time to muster reinforcements at the gate. Almost before the fishermen could drop their tasks, their enemies were inside the building and pandemonium had broken loose. The structure rocked to the tumult of pounding heels, of yells and imprecations, the lofty roof serving to toss back and magnify the uproar. Emerson and his companions found themselves carried away before the onslaught like chips in the surf, then sucked into a maelstrom where the first duty was self-preservation. Behind locked doors and shivering glass, a terrified office clerk, receiver to ear, was calling madly for police headquarters, while in the main building itself the crowd bellowed and roared, and the hollow floor reverberated to the thunder of tramping feet and the crash of tumbling freight piles. Boyd succeeded in keeping his footing and eventually fought his way to a backing of crated machinery, where he stooped and ripped a cleat loose. Then, laying about him with this weapon, he cleared a space. It was already difficult to distinguish friend from foe, but he saw Alton Clyde go down a short distance away and made a rush to rescue him. His pine slat splintered against the head. He dodged a missile, then struck with a fragment in his hand, and snatching Clyde by the arm, dragged him out from underfoot. Battered and bruised, the two won back Emerson's first position and watched the tide surge past. At the first alarm, the fishermen had armed themselves with bale hooks and bludgeons, and for a time worked havoc among their assailants. But as the fight became more general, they were forced apart and drawn into the crowd, whereupon the combatants split up into groups, milling about like frightened cattle. Men broke out from these struggling clusters to nurse their injuries or beat a retreat, only to be overrun and swallowed up again in a new commotion. Emerson saw the big, barefooted fisherman in the red underclothes, armed with a sledgehammer, go through the ranks of his enemies like a tornado, only to be struck by some missile hurled from a distance. With a shout of rage, the fellow turned and flung his own weapon at his assailant, felling him like an ox. Then he, in turn, was blotted out by a surge of rioters. But there was little time for observation, as the scene was changing with kaleidoscopic rapidity, and there was the ever-present necessity of self-protection. Seeing Clyde's helpless condition, Emerson shouted, "Come on, I'll help you aboard the ship." He found a hardwood club beneath his feet, one of those cudgels that are used in pounding rope slings and hawsers, and with it cleared a pathway for Clyde and himself. But while still at a distance from the ship's gangway, he suddenly spied the man in the gray suit, who had climbed upon one of the freight piles whence he was scanning the crowd. The man likewise recognized Emerson and pointed him out, crying something unintelligible in the tumult, then leaped down from his vantage point. The next instant Boyd saw him approaching, followed by several others. He endeavored to hustle Clyde to the big doors ahead of the oncomers, but being intercepted, backed against the shed wall, barely in time to beat off the foremost. His nearest assailant had armed himself with an iron bar and endeavored to guard the first blow with his instrument, but it flew from his grasp, and he sustained the main force of the impact on his forearm. Then, though Boyd fell back farther, the others rushed in, and he found himself hard beset. What happened thereafter, neither he nor Alton Clyde, who was half dazed to begin with, ever clearly remembered, for in such overcharged instants the mental photograph is wont to be either unusually distinct or else fogged to such a blur that only the highlights stand out clearly in retrospect. Before he had recognized the personal nature of the assault, Emerson found himself engaged in a furious hand-to-hand struggle where a want of room hampered the free use of his cudgel, and he was forced to rely mainly upon his fists. Blows were rained upon him from unguarded quarters. He was kicked, battered, and flung about, his blind instinct finally leading him to clinch with whomsoever his hands encountered. Then a sudden blackness swallowed him up, after which he found himself upon his knees, his arms loosely encircling a pair of legs, and realized that he had been half stunned by a blow from behind. The legs he was clutching tried to kick him loose, at which he summoned all his strength, knowing that he must go down no further. But as he struggled upward, something smote him in the side with sickening force, and he went to his knees again. Close beside him he saw the club he had dropped, and endeavored to reach it. But before he could do so, a hand snatched it away, and he heard a voice cursing above him. A second time he tried to rise, but his shocked nerves failed to transmit the impulse to his muscles. He could only raise his shoulders and fling an arm weakly above his head in anticipation of the crushing blow he knew was coming. But it did not descend. Instead, he heard a gunshot, the sound of which his ears had been strained from the first. And then, for an instant, he wondered if it had been directed at himself. A weight sank across his calves. The legs he had been holding broke away from his grasp. Then, with a final effort, he pulled himself free and staggered to his feet, his head rocking, his knees sagging. He saw a man's figure facing him and lunged at it, to bring up in the arms of fingerless Fraser, who cried sharply, "Are you hurt, Bo?" Too dazed to answer, he turned and beheld the body of a man stretched face downward on the floor. Beyond, the fellow in the gray suit was disappearing into the crowd. Even yet Boyd did not realize whence the shot had come, although the smell of powder was sharp in his nostrils. Then he saw a gleam of blue metal in Fraser's hands. "Give me that gun," he panted, but his deliverer held him off. "I may need it myself, and I ain't got but one here. Let's get Clyde out of this." Stepping over the motionless form at his feet, Fraser lifted the young clubman, who was huddled in a formless heap as if he had fallen from a great height, and together the two dragged him toward the Bedford Castle. As they went aboard, they were nearly run down by a body of reinforcements that Captain Peasley had finally mustered from between decks. Down the gangplank and over the side they poured, grimy stokers, greasy oilers, and swearing deckhands, equipped with capstan bars, wrenches, and marlin spikes. Without waiting to observe the effect of these newcomers, Boyd and Fraser bundled Alton into the first cabin at hand, then turned back. "Better stay here and look after him. You're all in yourself," the adventurer advised. "I'm going to hunt up George." He was away on the instant, with Boyd staggering after him, still weak and shaking, the vague discomfort of running blood at the back of his neck, muttering thickly as he went, "Give me your gun, Fraser. Give me your gun." The battle was still raging when the police arrived, after an interminable delay, and it ceased only at the rough play of nightsticks, and after repeated charges of the uniformed men had broken up the ranks of the strikers. The docks were cleared at length, and wagon loads of bleeding, struggling combatants rolled away to jail, Union and non-Union men bundled in together. But work was not resumed that day, despite the fact that Big George, bruised, ragged, and torn, doubled his force of pickets and took personal charge of them. That night, under glaring headlines, the evening papers told the story, reporting one fisherman fatally hurt, one striker dead of a gunshot wound, and many others injured. End of chapter 17. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 18 of The Silver Horde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Horde by Rex Beach. Chapter 18, Willis Marsh Springs a Trap. The ensuing days were strenuous ones for the partners, working, as they did, with a crippled force and under constant guard. Riot was in the air and violence on every side, but the police, whose apathy disappeared only when an opportunity occurred for arresting the men they were supposed to protect, they were more handicapped than helped. The appearance of a fisherman at any point along the waterfront became a sure signal for strife. Day by day, the feeling on both sides grew stronger, till the non-union men were cemented together in a spirit of bitterest indignation, which materially lessened their zeal for work. Every act of violence intensified their rage. They armed themselves in defiance of orders, tossed restraint to the winds, and sought the slightest opportunity of wreaking vengeance upon their enemies. Nor were the rioters less determined. Authority, after all, is but a hollow shell, which, once broken, is quickly disintegrated. Fierce engagements took place, populating the hospitals. It became necessary to guard all property in the warehouse district, and men ceased to venture there alone after dark. One circumstance caused Boyd no little surprise and uneasiness, the fact that no vigorous effort had been made to fix the blame for the striker's death on that riotous afternoon. Surely, he reasoned, Marsh's detective must have witnessed the killing, and must recognize the ease with which the act could now be saddled upon him. If delay were their object, Emerson could not understand why they did not seek to have him arrested. The consequences might well be serious if Marsh's money were used, but as the days slipped past and nothing occurred, He decided that he had been over-fearful on this score, or else the manager of the Packers Trust had limits beyond which he would not push his persecution. A half-mile from Captain Peasley's ship, the rival company tenders were loading rapidly with Union labor, and it seemed that in spite of Boyd's plan to be first at Kevlik, Marsh's force would beat him to the ground unless greater efforts were made. When he communicated these fears to Big George, the fisherman suddenly became a slave driver. He passed among his men, cajoling, threatening, bribing, and they began to work like demons, with the result that when the 20th arrived, he was able to announce to his partner that the work would be finished sometime during the following morning. The next day Emerson and Clyde drove down to the dock with Cherry in a closed carriage, experiencing no annoyance beyond some jeers and insults as they passed through the picket line. Boyd had barely seen them comfortably established on board when up the ship's gangway came Fingerless Fraser, radiantly attired, 3 heavily laden hotel porters groaning at his back, the customary thick-waisted cigar between his teeth. "Are you going with us?" Boyd inquired. "Sure." "See here, is life one long succession of surprise parties with you?" "Why, I figured on this right along." "But the ship is jammed now. There's no room." "Oh, I fixed that up long ago. I'm going to bunk with the steward." "Well, why in the world didn't you let us know you were coming?" "Say, don't kid yourself. You knew I couldn't stay behind." Fraser blew a cloud of smoke airily. "I never start anything I can't finish. I keep telling you, and I'm going to put this deal through now that I've got it started." With a half-embarrassed laugh and a complete change of manner, he laid his hand upon Boyd's shoulder, saying, "Pal, I ain't much good to myself or anybody else, but I like you, and I want to stick around. Maybe I'll come in useful yet. You can't tell." Emerson had never glimpsed this side of the man's nature, and it rather surprised him. "Of course you can come along, old man," he responded heartily. "We're glad to have you." To one who has never witnessed the spring sailing of a northern cannery tender, the event is well worth seeing. It is one of the curiosities of the Seattle waterfront. Not only is there the inevitable confusion involved in the departure of an overloaded craft, but likewise there is all the noisy excitement that attends a shipment of Oriental troops. The Chinese maintain such a clatter as to drown the hoarse cries of the stevedores, the complaint of the creaking tackle, and the rumble of the winches. They scurry hither and yon like a distracted army, forever in the way, shouting, clacking, squealing, in senseless turmoil. They are timid as to the water, and for them a voyage is at all times beset with many alarms. It is no more possible to restrain them than to calm a frightened herd of wild pigs. Nor will they embark at all until their frenzy has run its course and died of its own exhaustion. To discipline them according to the seaman's standard is inadvisable, for many of them are cutters, big, evil, saffron-hued fellows whose trade is to butcher, and in whose dexterous hands a knife becomes a frightful weapon. The Japs, ordinarily so noiseless and submissive, yield to the contagion and add their share to the uproar. Each man carries a few pounds of baggage in bundles or packs or valises, and these scanty belongings he guards with shrieking solicitude. While the pandemonium of the Orientals who gathered to board the Bedford Castle was sufficient in itself to cause consternation, it was as nothing to that which broke loose when the fishermen began to assemble. To a man they were drunk, belligerent, and declamatory. A few, to be sure, were still busy with the tag ends of the cargo, but the majority had gone to their lodgings for their packs, and now reappeared in the state of the wildest exuberance. For this would be their last spree of the season, and before them lay a period of long, sleepless nights, exposure, and unceasing labor, wherein a year's work must be crowded into 3 months. They, therefore, inaugurated the change in befitting style. On the whole, no explosive has ever been invented that is so noisy in its effect, so furiously expansive in its action, as the fumes of cheap whiskey. The great dock shed soon began to reverberate to the wildest clamor, which added to the fury of the crowd outside. The strikers, unable to enter the building, flowed down upon the adjoining wharf, or clambered to the roofs nearby, whence they jeered insultingly. Among them was a newspaper photographer, bent on securing an unusual picture for his publication, and in truth the scene from this point of view was sufficiently novel and striking. The decks of the big, low-lying tramp steamer were piled high with gear of every description. A trio of stout towboats were blocked up amidships. Long piles of lumber rose higher than a man's head, and the roofs of the deckhouses were jammed with fishing boats nested one inside the other like pots in a kitchen. Every available inch was crowded with cases of gasoline, of groceries, and of the various provisions required on an expedition of this magnitude. Aft, on rows of hooks, were suspended the carcasses of sheep and bullocks and hogs. There seemed to be nowhere another foot of available room. The red water line of the ship was already submerged, yet notwithstanding this fact, her derricks clanged noisily, her booms swung back and forth, and her gaping hatches swallowed momentary loads. Those fishermen who had come aboard early had settled like flies in the rigging, whence they taunted their enemies, hurling back insult for insult. It was much like the departure of a gold steamer during the early famine stages of the northward stampede, save that now there were no women, while the confusion was immeasurably greater, and through it all might be felt a certain strained and angry menace. All the long afternoon the Bedford Castle lay at her moorings, subjected to the customary 11th-hour delays. As the time dragged on and the liquor died in the fishermen, it became a Herculean task to prevent them from issuing forth into the street, while the crowds outside seemed possessed of a desperate determination to force an entrance and bring the issue to a final settlement. But across the shore at the end of the dock a double cordon was drawn, which hurled back the intruders at every advance. The fishermen who remained inside the barn-like structure, unable to come at their enemies, fought among themselves, bidding fair to wreck the building in the extravagance of their delirium, while outside the rival faction kept up a fire of missiles and execrations. As the hours crept onward, the tension increased, and at last Boyd turned to Captain Peasley, saying, "You'd better be ready to pull out at any minute, for if this mob breaks in, we'll never be able to hold these maniacs." He pointed to the black swarm aloft, whence issued hoarse waves of sound. "I don't like the look of things a little bit." "They are a trifle strained, to be sure," the captain acknowledged. "I'll stand by to cast off at your signal, so you'd better pass the word around." Boyd left the ship and went to the dock office, for there still remained one thing to be done. He could not leave without sounding a final note of triumph for Mildred. How sweet it would be to her ears he knew full well. Yet he could not help wondering if she would feel the thrill that mastered him at this moment. As he saw the empty spaces where had stood those masses of freight which he had gathered at such cost, as he heard his own men bellowing defiance at his enemies, and realized that his first long stride toward success had been taken, his heart swelled with gladness, and the breath caught momentarily in his throat. After all, he was going to win. Out of the shimmering distance of his desire, the lady of his dreams drew closer to him, and ere long he could lay at her feet the burden of his travail. And then, oblivious to the turmoil all about, he wrote rapidly, almost incoherently, to Mildred, transcribing the mood of mingled tenderness and exaltation which possessed him. Outside the building, he concluded, there is a raging mob. They would ruin me if they could, but they can't do it. They can't do it. We have beaten them all, my lady. We have won. He was sealing his letter when, without warning, fingerless Fraser appeared at his side, his fish-like eyes agleam, his colorless face drawn with anxiety. "They've come to grab you for killing that striker," he began breathlessly. "There's a couple of square toes on the dock now. Better take it on the lam, quick." God, so Marsh had withheld this stroke until the last moment, when the least delay would be fatal. Boyd knew that if he were brought into court, he would have hard shift to clear himself against the mass of perjured testimony that his rival had doubtless gathered. But even this seemed as nothing in comparison with the main issue. For one wild instant he considered sending George Balt on with the ship. That would be folly, no doubt. Yet plainly he could not hold the Bedford Castle and keep together that raging army of fishermen while he fought his way through the tedious vexation of a trial. He saw that he had underestimated his enemy's cunning, and he realized that, if Marsh had planned this move, he would press his advantage to the full. "There's 2 plainclothesmen," he heard Fraser running on. "I made 'em as they were talking to Peasley. You'd better beat it, quick." "How? I couldn't get through that crowd. They know me. Listen." Outside, the street broke into a roar at some taunt of the fishermen high up in the rigging. "I can't run away, and if those detectives get me, I'm ruined." "Well, what's to be done?" demanded Fraser sharply. "If you say the word, we'll shoot it out with them and get away on the ship before—" "We can't do that. There are a dozen policemen in front here." "Well, you'll have to move quick, or they'll cop you for sure." Boyd clenched his hands in desperation. "I guess they've got me," he said bitterly. "There's no way out." His eyes fell upon the letter containing his boastful assurance of victory. What a mockery! "From what they've said, I don't think they know you," Fraser continued. "Anyhow, they wanted Peasley to point you out. When they come off, maybe you can slip 'em." "But how?" Boyd seized eagerly upon the suggestion. "The wharf is empty. See? I'll have to cross it in plain sight." Through the rear door of the office that opened upon the dock proper, they beheld the great floor almost entirely clear, save for a few tons of freight at which Big George's men were working. It was as unobstructed as a lawn, and although it was nearly the size of a city block, it afforded no more means of concealment than did the little office itself, with its glass door, its counter, and its long desk, at the farther end of which a bill clerk was poring over his task. Iron-barred windows at the front of the room looked out upon the street. Other windows and a door at the right opened upon the driveway and railroad track, while at the rear the glass-paneled door through which they had just been peering gave egress only to the dock itself, up which the 2 officers were likely to come at any instant. Even as Emerson, with a last desperate glance, summed up the possible places of concealment, Fraser exclaimed softly, "There they are now," and they saw at the foot of the gangplank 2 men talking with Big George. They saw Bolt point the strangers carelessly to the office, whence he had seen Boyd disappearing a few moments before, and turn back to his stevedores. They saw the plainclothesmen approaching. "Here, give me your coat and hat, quick!" cried Fraser in a low voice, his eyes blazing at a sudden thought. He stripped his own garments from his back with feverish haste. "Put mine on. There, I'll stall for you. When they grab me, take it on the run, understand?" "That won't do. Everybody knows me. Boyd cast an apprehensive glance at the arched back of the bill clerk, but Fraser, quick of resource in such a situation, forced him swiftly to make the change, saying, "Nix. It's your only out. Stand here, see?" He indicated a position beside the rear door. "I'll step out the other way where they can see me," he continued, pointing to the wagonway at the right. "Savvy? When they grab me, you beat it, and don't wait for nothing." "But you—" Already they could hear the footsteps of the officers. "I'll take a chance. Goodbye." There was no time even for a handshake. Fraser stepped swiftly to the door, then strode quietly out into the view of the two men, who an instant later accosted him. "Are you Mr. Boyd Emerson?" The adventurer answered brusquely, "Yes, but I can't talk to you now." "You're under arrest, Mr. Emerson." Boyd waited to hear no more. The glass door swung open noiselessly under his hand, and he stepped out just as the bill clerk looked up from his work, staring out through the other entrance. Fingerless Fraser's voice was louder now, as if for a signal. "Arrest me? What do you mean? Get out of my way." "You'd better come peaceably." Boyd heard a sharp exclamation. "Get him, Bill!" And then the sound of men struggling. He ran, followed by a roar from the strikers, in whose full view Fraser's encounter with the plainclothesmen was taking place. A backward glance showed him that Fraser had drawn his pursuers to the street. He had broken away and dodged out into the open, where the other officers responded at a call and seized him as he apparently undertook to break through the cordon. This diversion served an unexpected purpose. Not only did it draw attention from Emerson's retreat, but it also gave the mob its long-awaited opportunity. Recognizing in the officer's quarry the supposed figure of Emerson, the hated cause of all this strife, the strikers gave vent to a great shout of rage and triumph, and surged forward across the wide street, carrying the policemen before them with irresistible force. In a moment it became not a question of keeping the entrance to the wharf, but of protecting the life of the prisoner, and the policemen rallied with their backs to the wall, their clubs working havoc with the heads that came within striking distance. Scarcely had Boyd reached Big George when a wing of the besieging army swept in through the unguarded entrance and down the dock like an avalanche, leaving behind them the battling officers and the hungry pack clamoring for the prisoners. "Drop that freight and get aboard the best way you can," Boyd yelled at the fishermen, and with a bound was out into the open, crying to Captain Peasley on the bridge, "Here they come! Cast off, for God's sakes!" Instantly a wild cry of rage and defiance rose from the clotted rigging and upper works of the Bedford Castle. Down the fishermen swarmed, ready to overflow the sides of the ship. But, with a sharp order to George, Boyd ran up the gangplank and rushed along the rail to a commanding position in the path of his men, where, drawing his revolver, he roared at them to keep back, threatening the first to go ashore. His lungs were bursting from his sprint, and it was with difficulty that his voice rose above the turmoil. But he presented such a figure of determination that the men paused, and then the steamship whistle interrupted opportunely with a deafening blast. The dozen men who had been slinging freight on the dock hastened up the gangplank or climbed the fenders, while the signalman clung to the lifting tackle, and, at the piping cry of his whistle, was swung aloft out of the very arms of the rioters. Above on the flying bridge, Captain Peasley was bellowing orders. A quartermaster was running up the iron steps to the pilot house. On the deck, the sailors were fighting their way to their posts through the ranks of the raging fishermen and the shrieking confusion of the Orientals. The last men aboard, with a heave-ho in unison, slid the gangplank upward and out of reach. The neighboring roofs, lately so black, were emptying now, the onlookers hastening to join in the attack. Big George alone remained upon the wharf. As he saw the rush coming, he had ordered his men to abandon their load, and then he ran to the after mooring, and taking slack from a deckhand, cast it off. Back up the dock, he went to the forward hawser, where, at a signal, he did the same, moving toward the last without excessive hurry, as if in a spirit of bravado. The ship was clear, and he had not cut a hawser. He had done his work. All but a ton or two of the cargo was stowed. There was no longer cause for delay. "Get aboard, are you mad?" Emerson shouted, but the cry never reached him. Back he came slowly in front of the press, secure in his tremendous strength, defiance in his every move, a smoldering challenge in his eyes, and noting that gigantic frame, with its square-hewn, flaming face, not one of his enemies dared oppose him. But as he passed, they yapped and snarled and jostled at his heels, hungry to rend him and only lacking courage. As yet, the ship, although throbbing to the first pulsations of her engines, lay snug along the pilings, but gradually her stern swung off and a wedge of clearance showed. Almost imperceptibly she drew back and rubbed against the timbers. A fender began to squeeze and complain. The dock planking creaked. 60 seconds more and she would be out of arm's reach, and still George made no haste. Again Boyd shouted at him, and then, with one farewell glower over his shoulder, the big fellow mounted a pile, stretched his arms upward to the bulwarks, and swung himself lightly aboard. Even yet, Emerson's anxiety was of the keenest, for notwithstanding the stress of these dragging moments, he had not forgotten Fraser, the vagabond, the morally twisted rascal to whose courage and resourcefulness he owed so much. He strained his eyes for a glimpse of the fellow, at the same time dreading the sight of a uniform. Would the ship never get under way and out of hailing distance? If those officers had discovered their mistake, they might yet have time to stop him. He vowed desperately that he would not let them, not if he had to take the Bedford Castle to sea with a gun at the back of her helmsman. He made his way hurriedly to the bridge, where he hastily explained to Captain Peasley his evasion of the officer, and here he found Cherry, her face flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, but far too wise to speak to him in his present state of mind. A scattered shower of missiles came aboard as the strikers kept pace with the steamer to the end of the slip, exciting the fishermen, who had again mounted the rigging, to a simian frenzy. Oaths, insults, and jeers were hurled back and forth, but as the big steamer gathered momentum and slid out of her berth, they grew gradually more indistinct, until at last they became muffled, broken, and meaningless. Even then, the rival ranks continued to volley profanely at each other, while the captain, with hand on the whistle rope, blew taunting blasts. Nor did the fishermen descend from their perches until the forms on the dock had blurred together and the city lay massed in the distance, tier upon tier, against the gorgeous evening sky. End of chapter 18. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.